to leave the room. Moving forward, no one is to approach the dais. Chair, we are ready to begin.
Good morning. Welcome to today's Consumer Worker Protection hearing on Intro 518, sponsored by Councilmember Kaban, requiring the last mile facilities. My name is Harvey Epstein. I'm the chair of the committee. I'm joined by my colleagues, Councilmember Alderbal and Councilmember Kaban. Each weekday, approximately 7,800 vehicles travel throughout the 5 boroughs to transport more than 2.4 million packages to consumers. These vehicles generally pick up packages from the last mile facilities, warehouse and transfer stations where prepaid package parcels are sorted and loaded on vehicles for delivery and delivered to consumers. In January 2024, there were approximately 50 last mile facilities, greater than 50,000 square feet of New York City. The high volume last mile delivery combined with the demand for speed creates conditions for street safety and worker health and safety issues. A published report from the Office of the New York State Comptroller in November of 2025 found that the arrival of the last mile facility in the areas is correlated with increased traffic, incidents, increased injuries, and crashes. The Comptroller's Office also found that workers in the last mile facilities were injured more frequently and more seriously than those in courier industries generally. The street safety and worker health and safety issues in last mile facilities are impacted by a high rate of turnover among last mile workers and subcontracting employment models used by some last mile facilities, such as Amazon Delivery Service Partner programs. In high turnover industry means workers have less training and on-the-job experience. The Comptroller's Office found that the Amazon Delivery Service Partners operate in the city have higher rates of both injuries and injuries that result in time away from work or modified work duties than other last mile facilities in general. Introduction 518 would require operators of last mile facilities to obtain business licenses from the Department of Consumer Worker Protection. License holders and would be required to directly employ core delivery and warehouse workers and meet training and safety requirements. I look forward to feedback on this legislation from the Department of Consumer Worker Protection, last mile operators, delivery service companies, as well as the public at large. I'd like to give over to Councilmember Kaban for an introduction.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Our lives, our workplaces, and our streets have been fundamentally transformed by e-commerce and the ability to order virtually anything and have it on our doorsteps within hours. And in many ways, it's made our life easier. I can order food for my dog or dish soap or a new pair of shoes without needing to leave my apartment. And it's a godsend for folks who, for a variety of reasons, can't make the journey to a store. And all of us have had how we buy things transformed by this change. And this year alone, we expect over 1 billion packages to be delivered within New York City. And yet, our regulations have not kept up with the shift in how goods get to us. Last year, as was mentioned, the Comptroller published a report with troubling findings. Near last mile facilities, truck-related injuries rose 137%. And when these accidents happen, the company who controls the van, the worker, and the route suddenly tells us that this worker is not their employee and that it's the subcontractors who are to blame. And these facilities, with all of the fumes that accompany them, are mostly in Black and brown neighborhoods where residents have already faced catastrophic health outcomes because of industrial pollution. Injury rates for workers at last mile facilities are 3 times the national average for private employers. Beyond this report, we've heard directly from workers who have told us about harrowing conditions that they've been forced to endure in order to meet ever higher quotas and constantly shortening delivery windows. We've heard of drivers put behind the wheels of vans without any training. We've heard of drivers being required to drive vans literally held together with tape, missing side mirrors, with doors that fall off. Drivers have had to urinate in bottles, to skip meals and breaks in order to meet impossible quotas. And in order to meet the quotas, they have to violate traffic laws. So as the lead sponsor of the bill, I also get communications from folks impacted by the bill. And I got an email yesterday from a group of drivers who shared the following. They said, Our DSP belongs to a coalition called New York Delivers that opposes this bill. Opposing it is their right. The problem is how they are doing it. The protest tomorrow is not voluntary. It is bought with money and forced with threats. Buses full of drivers will be arriving from the Bronx stations. Drivers are being offered a full day's route pay as if they were working 10 hours just for showing up. The coalition will hand out blue t-shirts that say, delivery drivers say no to Intro 518, signs, and will have its own film crew. Drivers were forced to attend. In mandatory meetings, management asked in front of everyone who was not going to go, and they made us raise our hands in front of our coworkers. Everyone knows the owner and what he's like, so everyone knows that if you raise your hand or refuse, they will start cutting your work days, put you on standby, or tell you Amazon cut your route. And that continues until you give up and quit. That's an email again that I received yesterday from a group of drivers. I'm concerned that drivers face retaliation unless they participate in opposition to this bill. And I'm here with a simple proposition. New Yorkers need good jobs where they're treated with respect, and New Yorkers deserve safe streets. And my bill would make New Yorkers, including workers, safer. It would require licensing for last mile facilities, direct employment of drivers, protection against unfair termination and retaliation, real worker training, and we have had an outpouring of support from workers, unions, environmental groups, and traffic safety organizations. I look forward to hearing from those most directly impacted by this industry during today's hearing as we move toward passing this essential legislation. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Caban. Now I'd like to welcome the administration for being here, and we'll be hearing directly from them. Carlos Ortiz, Michael Tiger, and Emily Hoffman. Could council swear them in?
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do.
I do.
Good morning, Chair Epstein and members of the Committee on Consumer and Worker Protection. My name is Carlos Ortiz, and I am the Chief of Staff and Deputy Commissioner of External Affairs at the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection. I am joined by our General Counsel, Michael Tiger, and Director of Litigation in our Office of Labor Policy and Standards, Emily Hoffman. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before the committee today on Instruction 518. The New York City Department of Consumer and Worker Protection is the nation's leading municipal enforcement agency charged with delivering economic justice. DCWP leverages its authority to bring New Yorkers real economic relief and protect them from predatory, deceptive, and unfair practices that violate their rights as consumers and workers. This includes pioneering cutting-edge protections such as the city's Consumer Protection Law, Protected Time Off Law, Fair Workweek Law, and delivery worker laws, including the minimum pay rate for delivery workers. Through licensing more than 45,000 businesses in over 45 industries, DCWP ensures fair competition and a level playing field for responsible small businesses that are integral to New York City's vibrant communities. DCWP also provides essential services such as free tax preparation and financial counseling to ensure New Yorkers keep more of what they earn and can plan for their futures. DCWP is committed to making sure New York City is a fair, more affordable place to live. Under Mayor Mamdani and Commissioner Levine, DCWP has built upon our historic track record of success to go even further and take on the challenge of delivering economic justice to New Yorkers. From expanding the minimum pay rate to grocery delivery workers, to litigating against predatory corporate entities, to adopting new protections against junk fees and other consumer traps, our fight on behalf of New Yorkers' economic lives has been relentless. Last year, we delivered a record-breaking $44.4 million in restitution to more than 24,000 workers through our enforcement of cornerstone New York City workplace laws, such as the Fair Workweek Law, Protected Time Off, delivery worker laws, and more. So far in 2026, we've already secured more than $9.3 million for New Yorkers. That represents nearly $100,000 back to New Yorkers per day since the start of the administration. This is real economic relief for New Yorkers at a time when affordability is a central issue in all of our lives. We take our crucial role of delivering economic justice with great pride and responsibility. To corporations or companies that shirk their legal obligations to exploit New Yorkers, our message is clear. You will be held accountable. As the Mamdani administration moves forward with an ambitious vision for economic justice, we will continue to implement and enforce vital protections for New Yorkers. Turning to today's legislation, Introduction 518 requires operators of certain warehouses and storage facilities from which goods are delivered to consumers in the city to obtain a business license from DCWP. This bill also provides for worker remedies when companies do not comply through administrative enforcement and a private right of action. DCWP supports Introduction 518. In the last decade, last mile facility jobs have grown significantly in New York City, and companies in this space are benefiting from record profits. However, protections for workers at last mile facilities have lagged behind other cutting-edge worker protections, establishing fairness and stability. Last mile facilities frequently subcontract much of their core delivery work instead of hiring their own employees to do the work. This model externalizes costs as well as liabilities, which can lead to labor violations and the exploitation of workers in unsafe working environments. In other industries, we have seen how the subcontracting model shields the parent company from liability. In those spaces, DCP has supported efforts to eliminate subcontracting, such as through the Safe Hotels Act. Even though last mile facilities subcontract work, they still maintain significant control of workers' schedules, workflow, and lives, oftentimes pressuring workers to reach unreasonable quotas without taking responsibility for any subsequent issues that arise. The parent companies are therefore the root problem and must be held accountable for any exploitation of workers or violations of the law. While we have concerns with certain provisions of the bill, ultimately, we believe this bill will empower the agency to address these core economic justice issues on behalf of thousands of workers. We look forward to working with the Council for passage of this legislation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before the committee on today's legislation. And as always, we are eager to partner with the Council on legislation to improve protections for workers and prioritize economic justice in our city. I welcome any questions you may have for further discussion.
Thank you. I want to recognize my colleagues, Councilmember Osei and Viles, who have joined us today. And I want to thank the administration for their testimony and the work they've done really just in a few months. 9.3 million just over, it's just 3 months in the year. So congratulations on that achievement.
Thank you, Chair.
I want to start focusing on the comptroller report from the end of last year. I want to get a sense of, did you read it? What was your assessment of the fact-finding the comptroller did around last mile facilities?
Thank you for the question, Chair. I'm sorry. Yes, we're familiar with the report and have reviewed it. I would start by saying perhaps that the agency does not necessarily have our own in-house expertise on certain traffic safety or workplace safety issues, but we were certainly concerned about the issues that were raised in the comptroller's report. Certainly, I think from a holistic perspective of the administration, I think worker safety is important to consider in these situations.
And so they talked a lot about increase in injuries, fatalities, increased traffic accidents. Kind of, what is your assessment of that determination made by the comptroller?
Well, unfortunately, we at the Department of Consumer Worker Protection don't have the data that aligns with that information, but we are happy to work with our partners in the police department and transportation to get you that information.
Do you think that data is reliable based on that report that you've reviewed?
I think from an administration perspective, we'd like to rely on the data that DOT and NYPD might have, but I'm sure there will be consistencies that we can find. Certainly, it raises concerns that we should be looking into those safety issues as well as a city.
Has this issue been flagged to you before around safety, around DSPers and these last mile facilities?
In general, with respect to industries and the subcontracting model, we are familiar with how that model can lead itself to workplace violations, lack of responsibility and appropriate liability for parent companies. Just last year, we worked particularly under the Safe Hotels Act to address some similar issues that were arising because of the subcontracting model. So I think ultimately there are analogous issues arising there because of subcontracting, which is why I think this is a good bill.
Can you remind me and my colleagues some of those issues that were brought up during the Safe Hotel Act and how they align with this legislation?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think at the time we had similar issues coming up with working conditions that were lagging behind what laws and rules were in place to protect workers, and that coming from workers not knowing exactly who their employer was because the subcontracting model kind of shielded some of that responsibility and liability. And so I think we worked in that instance to also have a similar, framework as this bill to remove subcontracting in certain instances.
And so you feel like that the passage of the Safe Hotel Act does that fix some of the problems you were concerned about?
I think the Safe Hotels Act is a strong piece of legislation. I see this as building off of that. Yes, I do.
And so do you think some of the problems we're experiencing today could be fixed through this legislative change?
Yes, I think, again, DCWP and the administration, we support this legislation. We have seen and heard reports directly from workers and other stakeholders in the space of the issues that are arising. We see this as a good step forward.
Yeah, and I think just to add to that, I think generally as a matter of policy, as the worker protection agency in the city, we see it's generally across industries, it's important to make sure for the well-being, the pay, the dignity of workers, is important that as much as possible the entity that is controlling their workplace environment is directly employing them. We find that preventing the fissuring of that connection is what is very important for workplace safety, for workplace pay, for workplace condition, and general dignity of workers. So I think as general cross-industry, this is something that I think is of great interest to the agency.
Can I turn to turnover of workforce and how that connects to safety? You know, in the report by the comptroller, it talked about high worker turnover resulted in more injuries, more accidents. Do you have any information on that, data on that, supports that statement?
I don't believe we have particular data on as it relates to turnover in this industry. However, speaking about other industries, you know, I think we've seen in whether it's fast food, security guards, delivery workers, how turnover can be detrimental to making sure that the workforce itself is educated on their protections, educated on their job duties, that they're gaining experience. And I think workers, the more turnover that happens, the less experience that workers have is a detrimental effect. And
in this industry specifically, I think, you know, based on that controller's report, they talked about a high worker turnover in this industry. Do you have, you know, based on that report and that information, is there anything that you have that contradicts that report?
No, with respect to that, we don't have information that contradicts that report at this time.
Great. I know we have colleagues here I want to give some time, so I will turn to Council Member Caban, and then I want to recognize that Council Member Ariola is on Zoom with us.
Great, thank you. Thank you for being here today. Can you all talk in general terms how the department sees the purpose of licensing an industry?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. You know, I don't necessarily, we certainly don't believe always that licensing is a panacea to every issue. Licensing, I think, has to be very intentional as a tool that we can utilize to address a particular activity and to give us the right resources that we need to address an issue that's arising. So I think we are very thoughtful about how we approach licensing. And that said, I see this issue in this industry as a place where licensing is a key tool that we can utilize to ensure that other protections outlined in the bill are enhanced. So let me throw my colleague if he has anything to add.
Please.
No, I think that's a very apt description of like how we think about licensing in general, Council Member. As Carlos said, it doesn't necessarily work in every situation, sure. But where there is an issue that the council has identified that's affecting a large swath of the stakeholders that this agency is intended to protect, and there are specific regulations that can be put in place to advance important interests to protect workers or consumers, and then using the licensing model as a way to make sure that there's compliance with regulations and that there's a stick behind the regulations. Those are important considerations. But I want to underscore, you know, we license 45,000 businesses and individuals in a whole host of industries, different types of industries. So we have experience about making this a process that works for businesses as well as the stakeholders who are intending to protect.
Great, thank you. By DCWP's read of the bill, by your read of the bill, and based on your experience, are the application requirements for the license unusually or particularly onerous for companies? Because you just said you do this for 45,000, you know, different entities, and so comparing those licensing requirements with what's laid out in the bill and your understanding of the bill, yeah, What's your take?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. We have not identified necessarily anything that's particularly onerous in the application process outlined in the bill. That said, to my colleague's point, we do have a lot of expertise as it relates to standing up licensing regimes, and we certainly could provide suggestions to make sure that we are creating an efficient licensing process, an effective licensing process through streamlining of anything we can identify.
And we do take the feedback from industry as like bills advance towards, adoption. Like we take them seriously to figure out a way that works for the agency operationally, while not undermining the goals of the licensing scheme. So we do take that seriously, and I think we can all collaborate, us with the council, and then hearing from stakeholders about the best way to sort of stand up that license.
So, I mean, just to like sort of reiterate what you guys bring to the table is being able to say, hey, our goal is to maintain and encourage business in the city while also, creating a regulatory scheme that protects people and like finding that balance. Is that like a fair description of what you guys just said?
That's correct. That's exactly how we want to approach our work, with nuance and making sure that we take all stakeholder feedback to be effective.
So the goal is obviously like not to have the licensing process itself be prohibitive. You want people to reach that threshold. So the city currently licenses for food delivery service and construction labor providers, and has enforcement authority over contracted delivery worker protections, right?
That's correct.
Okay. We found about 50 active licenses for construction labor providers and 34 active licenses for third-party delivery services. Does that also sound roughly accurate?
That sounds roughly accurate, yes.
Okay. And about half dozen for each type was based outside of the city. Also sound accurate?
I believe, I'm not as familiar with the construction labor provider. I'm sorry, I did not come prepared for this.
That's okay, that's all right. No worries.
I think there are, in terms of delivery apps, I think some are based in the city and some might perhaps outside the city.
Okay. And can you briefly describe the typical enforcement scenario that arises under the contracted delivery worker protections? Like what is the common way that the provisions of those protections are enforced?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. Let me throw it over to my colleague, Emily Hoffman, to address that.
Awesome, thank you.
So most of our enforcement is complaint-based, but we do also have the authority to bring our own investigations without receiving complaints. But typically how it works is we get a complaint from a worker, our investigative staff evaluates the complaint to identify a violation of the law, and if there appears to be a violation, we have a team of attorneys, investigators, and data scientists who work together to talk to workers, obtain records from the company, and pursue relief and civil penalties if we are finding violations.
Cool. And then just for thank you for that answer. And then just for the record, I want to name that there is a provision in the bill to protect the jobs of current workers in the event that delivery operators are required to directly employ delivery drivers. So, direct employment, that clause states that the current drivers' jobs must be protected. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember Caban, and I'll turn it over to Councilmember Audubon. Oh wait, sorry, I just recognize our colleagues, Councilmember Banks and De La Rosa, who joined us as well. Thank you.
So I have a question about the last mile, the companies that are subcontracted by these parent companies. Do you know how many companies are providing last mile delivery services in New York City?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. I think based off a DCP report from 2023, our understanding there's at least 50 or so last mile storage facilities in the city, I think representing close to 45,000 workers as well.
So so the subcontracted companies would be required to get licensed by DCWP?
The framework of the bill will require the last mile storage facilities, the parent companies, so to speak, to be licensed by DCWP and to hire core delivery workers directly.
So eliminating subcontractors altogether?
For those particular services, there were not, subcontracting would be prohibited.
Okay. And do you have any concerns with the licensing? Are there better guardrails for the parent companies to ensure the safety of the workers under the licensing?
You know, I think for the licensing, certainly as we were discussing with Councilmember Caban, we definitely have expertise and experience that we can bring to making sure that we have an efficient regime that is effective both for workers and for the companies that need to be licensed. I think certainly within the bill, we would need more time to implement a regime of this scale and magnitude, at least 270 to 360 days. But again, I think that's a discussion we're looking forward to having with the council as the bill moves through passage.
And are there any protections for some of these small businesses who have, invested in whatever the parent company, leasing trucks, taking out loans, all of that stuff? Are there any protections that you can see for those small businesses?
I think there are existing, certainly legal protections that those small businesses have that I think would be applicable in this space. I think the bill also contemplates mechanisms to ensure that those small businesses are protected too. Ultimately, I think there's a conversation that we need to have as well when we are discussing this bill with the law department, their review, to make sure that we don't have any unintended consequences that would be harmful at all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'm turning to Councilmember Aviles.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you to the agency for being here in your work. I'd like to know, as you know, I represent Red Hook and Sunset Park, a community that has many, many last mile facilities, and we have been working for years now to address environmental impacts, labor impacts, street and safety impacts, and it has been very, very difficult. I'd like to know if you believe that the licensing requirements would be harmful for small businesses.
We have two more.
And I'm not talking about those providers that are connected to Amazon. I'm talking about the small business ecosystem.
Small businesses that use third-party
Yeah.
delivery services.
Thank you. I think I see the licensing and the other protections in this bill as raising the floor, really, in terms of the industries that are out there, and also eliminating in some ways any competitive disadvantages that are unfair to small businesses. In many ways, the subcontracting model is a cost-saving measure to these two major last mile storage facilities. And there are small businesses that are engaging in similar work that aren't able to engage in a subcontracting model or achieve those same cost-saving measures. So I don't necessarily see the bill itself as prohibitive of small business success in the city. And certainly we will be mindful as implementers of that concern.
Certainly what we've seen, in the industrial manufacturing ecosystem, that, these giant unregulated facilities are truly disturbing that ecosystem and building these unsustainable structures on the waterfront without using any kind of water freight, which has been a major contention of mine. In terms of safety, are you aware of an increase in traffic crashes, injuries causing crashes, truck-related crashes, traffic impacts around last mile facilities?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. Yes, we're aware of recent reports, especially that have highlighted this issue is arising because of the last mile facility industry. In particular, I believe the chair was referencing a comptroller report that itemized these issues eloquently. I think from our perspective, we would need to liaise with our colleagues at the Department of Transportation, Police Department, and we'd be happy to provide that data from the administration as well.
I think the other thing in terms of safety, right, that we are deeply concerned about is training, not only of the pedestrians that are on the street, and in Red Hook we have last mile facilities across the street from schools and recreational facilities. Also the safety of the drivers. Can you talk to us about how raising the floor around training and safety provisions are regarded in the legislation?
Well, one piece, I can start off and see if my colleagues want to add anything as well. I think there was an interesting conversation we were having earlier as it relates to turnover, and how if workers are moving out of the industry quickly and new workers are coming in, you're not really having time for them to build up their own expertise and experience, including for safety issues, including for awareness of their rights as workers. So I think that is an important component as well to consider when we talk about turnover. I know the bill also contemplates training certifications that would have to be put in place. I think these type of things are always helpful. If we're trying to achieve greater safety measures in the city, we're not necessarily ourselves an agency that has great expertise in workplace safety or traffic safety, but that's why we work closely with other agencies like DOT for street safety issues.
Thank you. I'm turning over to Councilmember Banks.
Thank you, Chair, and good to see you again, Commissioner. Prior to this bill being introduced, did the DCWP collect and track complaints related to the last mile delivery facilities by location across the city? And how does the department use that data to identify, geographical patterns or enforcement priorities?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. I think in general, our complaint infrastructure is set up to address existing laws and rules that we enforce.
Right.
So we have not tracked that data that you have mentioned in your question. That said, we have already been in discussions with our colleagues at DCP that have issued reports around this industry. They have identified at least 50 last mile storage facilities in the city, representing close to 45,000 workers.
Right.
I think for us, we will have to continue to engage with our colleagues in this issue if we're going to be standing up a licensing a structure for this industry. I think generally, let me leave it at that and see if there's any more questions.
Well, has there been any type of enforcement actions taken by the...
Thank you. On the workers' side, yes, we have initiated 7 investigations at last mile storage facilities. I think the particular protection that we have in place for this industry relates to our protected time off law, the ability for workers to take time off if they're sick, if a loved one is sick, if they need to attend a public benefits hearing, if they need to, there's a state of emergency in place. So that's our current legal authority as it relates to the space.
And those 7 have been based around the last mile facilities.
They have to deal with the industry of last mile storage facilities, not necessarily anything that's contemplated currently in this bill.
Okay. Does the city currently collect or track any information regarding wages, benefits, or other employment conditions offered to the workers by the delivery service providers? And how is that information used?
No, we currently do not track that information as it relates to this industry.
Well, how does the current employment structure or where does drivers that are hired through the DSP's partners operating within a larger delivery platform affect the DCWP's ability to oversee work conditions or enforcement protections?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
How does the current employment structure where drivers who are hired through the DSP's partners operating within a large delivery platform affect DCWP's ability to oversee working conditions and enforce protections?
Got it. Thank you for the question, Councilmember. Apologies.
No, it's all right.
I think ultimately the subcontracting model, I think in many ways is it externalizes costs and liabilities for the parent companies.
Okay.
It makes it difficult for the workers to understand who their actual employer is at times.
Right.
You have the parent company itself that is dictating the schedules, the quotas, the workflow, the lives of these workers, while evading responsibility through a subcontracting model. In particular, that can have an effect, when a worker is trying to advocate for their own rights under the protected time off law and who exactly they have to go to.
Right.
So I think these are some of the instances where we see subcontracting is causing an issue for workers in New York City, and why we think this bill is the appropriate antidote for that.
Okay. And many of the DSP's partners or the delivery service partners operating in this space are most of the times they're small micro business owners. If this bill is passed, will DCWP think about the potential impact the legislation could have on their ability to continue operating their business? Or?
I think we want to be incredibly mindful as a city of any unintended consequences. I think the bill is already contemplating how we address concerns that small businesses might be raising. I would want to reiterate that, in many ways, large last mile storage warehouses use subcontracting as a cost-saving measures.
Right.
That gives them an unfair competitive advantage against other small businesses doing similar work. And we have heard ourselves from subcontractors of the difficult relationships they have with their parent companies, difficult financing deals, the skyrocketing costs for rental of equipment that makes it hard for these subcontractors as well to operate. So I think these are all nuances that we can incorporate into this legislation.
And if I may, can I just get 2 more questions? And thank you, Chair. Are there any safeguards or mitigation strategies that you're considering that should be considered important to prevent these small business owners from being forced out of the market if this bill passes?
I think the bill contemplates certain safeguards in place. I think there's at least a 1-year grace period that's in place. I think that's a conversation we need to have through redlining and with the law department. So I think we want to be mindful of small business concerns. I think it's important too to hear directly from subcontractors as well, not only existing subcontractors but former subcontractors that could describe their experience working with these parent companies and if there really are benefits to that relationship.
And the other impact of the bottom line workers, I know my district with this particular bill will be impacted tremendously with a large amount of folks who possibly can face unemployment. Has there been any consideration about any type of guarantee, employment guarantee, if this bill goes into effect because of the impact it may have, and it possibly can have unintended consequences?
Thank you. I think that's a really important consideration that you're bringing up, Councilmember. I know the bill has provisions as it relates to rehiring of former subcontracted workers, which we will be certainly approaching during the bill negotiations. I would also note that it has another important provision there related to notice of termination, which I think is important to make sure that we're trying as much as possible to keep down turnover rates in the industry, to make sure that workers aren't constantly moving in and out of jobs that create instability in their lives.
There's no way to compel these parent companies to hire these individuals if this bill passes.
The current bill does require an employee retention provision to address that issue.
So that would be the parent company.
And Councilmember Banks, if we do have a second round.
Yes, I'm going to wrap it up. That would be the parent company. Thank you. I'll come back on the second round.
Good.
Thank you.
Councilmember Osei, and we have joining us Councilmember Brewer as well as Councilmember Brewer.
Good morning, Deputy Commissioner and folks from DCWP. I think it's well acknowledged that Amazon has a long history of aggressive union busting, of intense surveillance within workplaces, within creating high pressure working conditions within their workplaces that have caused injury and harm to their workers. It's also well acknowledged that Amazon has spent a lot of money trying to push back against this bill. From the city's point of view, why is Amazon, a multi-billion-dollar company, aggressively pushing against this bill with a history of anti-worker policies within their own workplaces?
I think, Councilmember, I think this bill covers many more companies than Amazon. I think at the very least in this DCP report that we have analyzed, those FedEx, DHL, UPS are also potential licensees. And really, as we negotiate through the legislation, we can think about the definition of the universe of licensees. I can't speak to any intentions of any particular company of why they want to oppose legislation that is going to protect workers at the end of the day. It's going to protect New Yorkers in our streets. But I can certainly say from our perspective that this is an important bill that we support, and we look forward to implementing it should it pass.
Sure. I guess I just want to put on the record that in my past 4 years of being here in the city council, anytime I see a multi-billion-dollar company spending money against a piece of legislation that would basically improve the lives of New Yorkers, I am a bit troubled, right? I don't believe that they have the best interests at heart for workers. Them coming to the table now and saying that they're doing this for the best interests of people in this room seems a bit ironic based off of their history of harming New Yorkers and harming workers across the country. So I hope that we all acknowledge in this room that when a multi-billion-dollar company like Amazon is pushing back against a piece of legislation like this one, it's probably a good one.
Thank you, Councilman Ryan. And I would just add, I think.
Hey, folks.
And also, Amazon.
Honestly, hey, if people continue to do that, you'll be kicked out. So if you want to wave your hand in support or not, just please, respect the audience. Wave whatever you want to do. But if you're speaking, we're going to have to remove you from the chamber. Go ahead, Councilman Osei.
Thank you. And Councilman, I just wanted to say to piggyback off of your sentiment there, that DCBP, we certainly believe that it's a privilege to employ New Yorkers as workers. It's a privilege to engage them as consumers and as small businesses. And there are certain obligations that companies have to meet when they're doing that in New York City. And we certainly believe that we can't allow protections for New Yorkers to be held hostage to corporate threats.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Osei, thank you. I want to turn it over to Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much. I've been listening on my cell phone. So my question is, I don't miss a beat, said Councilmember Caban. So my question is, I got calls from the newspaper industry, needless to say. I think I'm the last person in the United States who reads a newspaper, but I do. And so my question is, when the delivery people would obviously be included in this law, I assume. So my question is, for those newspapers who have all been calling me, saying that, of course, it would be the end of the world if their delivery people are included, which I know is not true. But how would that work? These are small companies, generally, not Amazon. That's a whole nother world. And I guess they're part of the 50 or so that you mentioned. So how would that work? In other words, you've got delivery people, 5:30 in the morning, getting the newspapers out, and then they would, in fact, as a company, now be part of that company. I don't know if there are many newspaper companies, et cetera. I guess there are examples of the smaller, non-Amazon related, who would be an example of how that would work. So could you be specific about it? Because needless to say, I think all the newspapers called me.
I think,
like I said, I'm the last one in the United States reading a newspaper. Go ahead.
I think this is a point of collaboration between the administration and the council in terms of the definition that we're trying to capture, the activity that we're trying to address. Certainly some of the other companies that I've mentioned that are covered in that DCP report, my understanding is that they did not include newspaper companies.
Well, they have a delivery company. It would include, I assume, the delivery company. The newspapers contract with the delivery company to deliver. Would that not be considered a last mile company?
I think it really turns on whether or not how expansive our definition needs to be.
Okay.
Ultimately, I think there are certain companies that are engaging in a subcontracting model, that are engaging in practices that harm workers that we're really trying to address. And I think that's kind of our goal-oriented outcome is how do we stop that?
Yeah, and I just want to underscore, as the chair mentioned, there was a controller's report, there's been a lot of attention shown on these last mile facilities generally, but the value of a hearing like this and sort of the collaborative process and public engagement is to hear about different cases that maybe the proposed bill didn't consider, and that then the admin and the council can work together to change or tighten definitions. So it's important to raise these concerns, and we'll definitely take it into consideration as we move forward.
So people should be clear about that and then participate in any kind of rulemaking and discussion ongoing. That's what you're saying, basically. Okay.
That's correct, Councilmember. And we want to engage in a robust implementation process, should this bill pass, to make sure that these voices are heard and incorporated.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Brewer, I just want, you're finished?
Yes, I'm
All
sorry.
right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to second round. If members have questions, can I just give me an understanding of why the department supports licensing and what's the role of licensing industries for DCWP?
I think as a general matter of principle, we want to be very careful about licensing. You know, it does enshrine in law a particular process that's outlined for businesses and for the agency. We certainly don't believe that licensing is applicable to every situation. And in fact, in many cases, we have worked over the years to eliminate outdated license categories that we feel are no longer beneficial for the protection of New Yorkers. We want to make sure that a particular license is connected to an activity, that it gives us special tools to address that activity, and so that we can be effective as regulators in this space. So I think that's the general kind of viewpoint we take toward licensing.
And in this scenario, it seems like, as you've discussed, that you think licensing wouldn't be appropriate on these facts. Can you explain why?
I think it's appropriate. It can help us identify who the appropriate actors are. It can help us hold them accountable for certain egregious activity that we can identify. But let me see if my colleague wants to say anything, because I see it.
Yeah, I think it's best to think of it in where you have discrete issues that have been identified by the council or the admin that affects people in our core mandate, consumers and workers, and that there are issues that are then enshrined in the licensing scheme from an enforcement perspective, and then giving us the tools to be able to take action on that, and where necessary, use the stick of a license. That's all important, while still creating a license application regime that is not onerous and actually works for the interest of those who are going to be licensed, to make sure that the good actors are getting their license on a timely basis. These are all the considerations that we think about when we sort of look at one of these laws the council introduces.
And I would add too, Councilmember, you know, I think why this bill is good is because it does focus on these issues that we think we're good at in terms of protecting consumers or workers. There are times when a proposed licensing regime can be outside the scope, too far outside the scope of the agency, and touching upon issues that we do not have expertise in. And I think that's a moment we would share that feedback with the council to make sure that we have the right expertise here to implement a license.
So under these facts, it seems like you think licensing would be helpful to workers and consumers. That's what you're representing today.
That's correct, Chair.
Great. Do you have any concerns around enforcement? I know you mentioned timeline. Other concerns you might have?
I think, I think particularly for implementation is important to us. We want to be mindful of kind of our own calendar of things we're putting together. We want to be mindful of having time to have the conversations we need to stand up a good regime for folks. So I think the timeline perhaps is the thing that stands out most in my mind right now.
And have you contemplated the staffing needed to do enforcement around this?
I believe we shared an FIS with the council that contemplated approximately, I think 19 additional lines at $2 million in the initial year and then the out years.
And you think with those lines you'd be able to do the enforcement?
As a preliminary estimate, yes, we believe that's correct.
Great. We'll turn it over to Councilmember Caban for a second round.
I actually think I'm okay. I guess, one follow-up question to what you said is that, typically speaking, when you do enforcement, obviously you have to fund these lines to have the capacity to do them, the wonderful legal work that's getting done. And then, talk about a little bit of the return on investment.
Well, I think, we do have, as I mentioned in my testimony, we have had historic success, particularly last year, but even moving into this year, delivering, $44 million back to New York, back to workers just last year. And that's done by a small but mighty team of 40 individuals in our Office of Labor Policy and Standards. So I've always said that I believe this agency is pound for pound the best agency in the city because of that return on investment that you're alluding to, Councilmember, and I appreciate you raising that. We are very excited to keep doing that work, both on the worker side and the consumer side.
So when you're doing, I'll let you, no, I'll go ahead. I don't want to.
No, I was just gonna add to that, to steal a line from our commissioner, is that when you invest in DCWP, you're investing in consumers and workers of the city. So we think that there is that return on investment for everybody.
Right. Thank you so much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Banks.
Thank you, Chair. Based on the department's data or estimates, how many DSP providers are currently operating in New York City, and approximately how many of those workers do they employ?
I think working off of the DCP report that we had from 2023, I think we've identified at least 50 last mile storage facilities.
Right.
And those cover about 45,000 workers.
45, okay.
I think a part of the conversation we can have, alluding to the questions that have been raised earlier, is how broad or how tight we want to keep that definition of who's covered by this license.
There have been estimates suggesting that the legislation would lead to significant job displacement among drivers and potentially other workers. How has the DCWP assessed those? Have you assessed those estimates?
I think at this time, I think we're still very early on in this legislative process, this hearing being one of the first public forums to be able to receive feedback from stakeholders, receive data from stakeholders. I know this bill from the council is, it includes employee retention provisions to ensure that they're, I assume the intent is to avoid displacement as much as possible. But again, we're happy to work on that with you all to make sure we have a good bill.
I just want to get these questions off for the record because again, they're close to, there's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 6 council districts that would be directly impacted from this bill. And I just want to ask this question: how is DCWP evaluating whether certain districts or communities who will be disproportionately impacted by these changes, particularly neighborhoods within high concentration, that have high concentration of unemployment? Has there been any, have you looked into the impact that it may cause? And based off of a study that we read, it stated that close to, I believe, districts 28, District 20, District 31, District 37, 42 are most at risk of having workers impacted. That's my district. One of those districts are my districts, and I'm concerned about the impact. We support, we want worker protections, and we understand the spirit of the bill, and I'm on the bill, but there's still some concerns as to guaranteed employment and how can you compel these parent companies to hire these individuals.
Thank you, Councilman Moreno. I appreciate you bringing these concerns because it is fundamental that we address the issue from all sides. I'm happy to review that report that you're alluding to. I'm also happy to meet with workers in your district as well, and with any other stakeholders that have identified these concerns with you, and we can do that meeting together to make sure that those voices are heard, even outside of this forum. I think we all want to make sure that business is successful because business is employing our workers. And we want to make sure our workers are employed in New York City as well, so they're successful. And DCWP is here to be a partner in that.
And from DCWP's perspective, how is the intro 518 intended to address the enforcement, worker protection, accountability challenges that the department has identified in this last mile delivery sector?
I think, as we discussed, I think the licensing provision, the subcontracting prohibition provisions, I think, somebody mentioned earlier the training provisions. I think these are all addressing the issues that have come up in the industry that have been raised by advocates, by workers, in various reports that have been released. So I think that is how the bill is addressing, is that my understanding. Of course, should the council want to amend any proposal they have for the administration, we are also happy to review that too.
And what indicators or outcomes would the DCWP look into in order to determine whether the legislation is improving conditions without unintentionally harming workers or small business owners?
I think for us, in many ways, we approach this work in a very relational way. I think if we stand up a successful regime, we want to make sure that we have clear lines of communication with the industries that are impacted, with the workers that are impacted. And so we have on-the-ground information about their experience with licensing. I think New York City is hyper-national, but also hyper-local. And it's a responsibility that we have to be inside of districts, inside of places to understand what's happening to New Yorkers day in and day out.
Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember De La Rosa.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and for testifying in support of the legislation. I have 3 questions. The first question is, and I'm sorry if I missed this, I walked in after your testimony, but can you describe the enforcement mechanism from A to Z? Describe the entire process so that there's a full understanding of that. I want to know if companies that have worker violations, labor practice violations, how will enforcement happen for those companies? If there is a track record or a history of union busting from corporations, is that something that's being taken into account for this legislation? And then if you could go in a little bit further into the retention clause and how we foresee DCWP being able to enforce that clause. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. Let me start, and then I'll, of course, throw it to my colleagues if they have anything additional to add. Generally, when it comes to workplaces, our enforcement model, it hinges upon scope. So let's say we look into a business, or let's say we receive a complaint. When we look at that workplace, or when we look at that complaint, we're considering, do we think this is happening across the workplace? And if this workplace is, a business that has multiple locations across the city, is this happening across the city? So from there, we can actually take a single complaint and we can extrapolate dramatically to make sure that we're addressing all the workers that could potentially be harmed. So I think that's a similar approach we might take now, should we hearing about worker violations happening in this industry. I think this bill also maintains provisions to suspend, deny, or revoke a license for worker violations that are occurring, which I think is an interesting approach that we have seen in other categories. Let me stop there and see if my colleagues have anything else to add.
Yeah, there's a specific provision, at least in the introduced bill, about pattern and practice of violations for different violations at a last mile facility that may occur.
I mean, we know there are violations happening, right? A lot of us here on the dais have stood at picket lines with the Teamsters, for example, in front of facilities where violations are clearly happening. I was one of those members last year. We stood at the Bronx facility and we saw some of these violations up close. And while employment and retention are important, we want our communities to be employed. We also don't want workers to be exploited. And I think that the model as it exists has allowed for that. So I'm proud to be on this bill, and I'm happy to support Councilmember Caban and the committee on putting this forward. But I think it's important for us to also see how we can augment the enforcement mechanisms when there's a pattern and a history of union busting, when there's a pattern and history of exploitation happening in our communities. So I look forward to engaging with you on that. Can you walk us through the retention clause and how you all foresee sort of on the back end being able to contend with workers who may lose employment?
Sorry. Let me start again. Well, I think the retention clause effectively requires the last mile storage facility to offer to rehire any workers that have been terminated to perform the same work that they had previously performed. I think in terms of our enforcement, we would be looking at we could either do things proactively, or we could respond to complaints of workers that have not been offered those terms as is required under the law, under the proposed law.
And so that means that if a worker is working for a subcontractor at this moment, and under this bill, subcontracting is prohibited, those workers would be basically retained by a company, Amazon, FedEx, UPS, whoever the parent companies are. So would that then mean that the subcontracting companies would basically cease to exist? Or is there an engagement that will be happening with the city and those companies to sort of iron out what happens with, I assume that those companies aren't just gonna disappear, right? So what is the back end conversation?
I was gonna say on the first piece, yes, those workers would have to be rehired, or would have an offer to be rehired by the last mile storage facility. On the small business or on the subcontractor component, I would say that those subcontractors certainly have legal protections already in place relating to their agreements. The bill also contemplates a grace period. I think this issue that everyone is surfacing about agreements that might be in place by subcontractors and the parent companies is something that we need to make sure that we are addressing and reviewing with the law department as well. That's correct. That's currently in the bill. Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Alderbal.
Yeah, I kind of have a related question to Councilmember De La Rosas. So I just want to understand, how will licensing protect workers going forward, right? If they're licensed, you know, they can be terminated after they're hired by the parent company for, you know, any reason. Are there just cause protections for those workers? Workers who want to exercise their right to, you know, organize, may be retaliated against. And we know that, you know, the NLRB, you know, protects workers against retaliation, but I just want to understand more fully how licensing the parent companies, who will now be the direct employers of these workers, will protect the workers.
Thank you for the question, Council Member. I think there is a provision in the bill that relates to a termination notice, a 30-day termination notice to the workers, which I think is an important, although it is not necessarily as far as our current just cause protections in the fast food industry. You know, licensing is an interesting tool because it can help the agency hold a particular licensee accountable. For example, to Councilman De La Rosa's questions, if we're seeing worker violations coming up in this space, we can use that information to suspend, to deny a renewal, to engage in a conversation of what their pathway to compliance will be. Otherwise, they will lose their license. I think it's a delicate balance to make sure that we are pushing a business into the right pathway for compliance, and that those rights for the workers are protected too.
And I think there's you can think of it in two ways, Council Member, a broad and a specific. Broadly, and the reason why the administration supports this introduction is because we think this will have long-term benefits for workers in this space, to their safety, their pay, their dignity, like we were talking about before. And then there are specific provisions in the introduced bill that, again, will be part of the sort of ongoing legislative process to provide specific benefits, like a notice of termination, an anti-retaliation provision. And they're also, this is not direct, but important for our enforcement, and what Carlos was referring to, their record-keeping provisions that will allow us to be able to do effective enforcement so we can see that workers' rights are protected.
Thank you. Councilmember Aviles.
Yeah, thank you so much. I wanted to follow up on a couple of things here. So, Deputy Commissioner, you noted from the report account of potentially 50 last mile facilities over a certain size and 45,000 workers. Are these all the workers of the facilities? I want to get a sense of the subset of delivery workers that we are talking about here?
I apologize, Councilmember. I don't know if I have that information directly of who's the delivery subset there, but I'm happy to get that for you from DCP.
Okay, great. I think one of the things that we have seen is that while obviously this is not just relegated to Amazon, but while we see the city providing pretty enormous subsidies to corporations like Amazon in the likes of millions of dollars, we see very little evidence or none of any local hire. Do you have any evidence of local hiring provisions? Certainly, I have never seen all these facilities present any evidence that there is any substantial local hiring happening.
I'm sorry, Councilor, I don't believe we have that information on what local hiring practices are required of companies.
I think this is one of the, arguments that you will hear against wanting to raise and improve conditions for workers is that, there's going to be giant job losses in local communities that are directly impacted by these facilities. I just need to remind for the record, there is no evidence of how much hiring has happened in communities, particularly in directly impacted communities that house a good number of these facilities. And it has been a point of contention over many years. So it's important to be clear in the facts of the matter.
I think it's just to respond to that. I'm sorry. I think it's a good point you're raising there. I mean, certainly, I think last mile storage facilities, by definition, that model is based on proximity and locations within the city as well. I think, in my experience over these past almost 10 years, we've oftentimes heard of the sky falling on corporate actors because of new protections that are being put in place. Hitherto, I haven't seen that happen.
Yeah, no, that's right. And, again, I have to remind folks that these are some of the wealthiest corporations giving millions of dollars of subsidies and no evidence of local hire and impact on communities where these facilities are absorbing the brunt of all the other impacts that we're not discussing here today in particular. The other thing, you may have walked through this, so forgive me, but it is really important. I think the legislation notes training around particular conditions. Can you talk about the training that the legislation notes and why it is important and what it is trying to address?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. I think that I think the training is trying to address ultimately an issue that's coming out of the subcontracting model, whether that's high turnover, whether that's responsibility and liability, making sure that parent companies are responsible for keeping their workers safe, keeping our streets ultimately safe. I think the training provision is one way to get to that issue. Ideally, I would see as things like the direct employment, and I see the notice of termination as other mechanisms to reduce turnover and to ensure that there's stability in the lives of workers' economic lives, particularly.
Yeah, making workers aware of how they can improve their lives and how they can keep themselves safe, and making sure that their employers are providing that information is very important. It's a core tenet of sort of modern sort of worker protections. As Carlos has said, we're not necessarily the agency that has first order street safety knowledge, so this is definitely something where we will work with our sister agencies and we'll work with the council as the legislative process to get language that really makes sense to make sure that the goal of empowering the workers is achieved.
Thank you. I think it's important to note that the legislation is in fact attempting to address some serious issues that have been brought through workers, right? And when you have an industry that has incredibly high turnover rates and a consistent, clear evidence of, I will wrap up, Chair, clear evidence of not only exploitation, but really terrible practices and injuries, which there are many documented elements here of that behavior, it is important to note that this is about supporting workers and also setting a standard that you cannot come to New York, take millions of dollars of taxpayer dollars, and exploit and injure your workers with no recourse. And that is really important to this council as it is to me, and so thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. We have certainly seen the same reports from workers themselves about these safety issues, and we can certainly work with our colleagues to ensure that this licensing structure is complementary to the goals around safety.
Thank you. I know Councilmember Cabana has one final question, I believe.
Not a question, actually. I just appreciated Councilmember Avilas's comments and just wanted to name for the record that I think the reporting that you were referencing on retention concerns is the Vox reporting that they acquired a leaked Amazon memo that warned the company was running out of people to hire because of the rate at which they were culling workers. That's all. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I just want to make sure that what we're talking about here long term is about driver safety, motor vehicle safety. It sounds like that's underlying. Is that your assessment of what the goals here are legislatively as well?
I mean, I would defer to the council to describe to us the goals of the legislation. I think we have certainly come to this hearing in full support because of where we see our expertise being able to assist with addressing worker rights like the protected time off law, like subcontracting and issues that arise through there.
Great. Thank you. I think seeing no more questions from members, thank you for being here. Thank you for taking the time to testify, and I'm sure we'll follow up for additional questions.
Thank you, Chair, and we'll make sure we have people reviewing this entire testimony today. We know it's an important issue.
Thank you. So I'm now going to open the hearing for public testimony. I want to remind the public that it's a formal government procedure and we need to maintain a decorum. People, we need to be able to hear the witnesses and people testifying. So if you can, remain silent. If you want to say something, you can do it by waving your hands like in support or opposed, that's fine, but really want to keep decorum here. And people who want to testify, they need to take the witness stand. There's no recording or photographs allowed at the witness stand. And member of the public may not present video or audio recordings at testimony, but may submit transcripts of recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the record later. If you want to speak today, you can go to the back table and speak to the Sergeant at Arms. If you want to sign up to testify on Intro 418. If any written testimony you want to submit for the record, please provide copies to them as well. You can also submit that testimony to testimonies@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. And now I want to bring up the first panel. We have Matan Diner from the Office of the New York City Comptroller's Office, Lacey Talbert from the Brooklyn Borough President's Office, and Joan Moriarty from Strategic Organizing Center. And whenever you're ready, you begin. You have 2 minutes each. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Matan Diner, and I serve as Policy and Research Analyst for Workers' Rights in the Office of New York City Comptroller Mark Levine. Thank you to the committee, Chair Epstein, and Councilmember Caban for the opportunity to testify today. Intro 518 is an important piece of legislation that will usher in a sustainable system of package deliveries. The recent exponential growth in e-commerce locally has led to the proliferation of last-mile facilities located much closer to residential communities than warehouses historically have. To examine this phenomenon, last November, our office released a report on the industry entitled Fast Shipping, Slow Justice, which among other issues detailed troubling trends in traffic and worker safety. The report found that traffic crashes have increased in areas near last mile facilities. Between 2017 and 2022, after a new last mile facility opened, 70% of nearby areas saw more injury-causing crashes. The report also found a high frequency of workplace injuries among last mile facility employees. Between 2022 and 2024, the injury rate per 100 employees was 8.3, more than triple the national average for the private sector. In addition, the report also found that injury rates among Amazon's delivery service partner program, comprised of subcontracted firms that exclusively deliver packages on behalf of Amazon, were greater than the rest of the industry. Given these hazards, Intro 518 is a needed intervention that will establish meaningful regulations to ensure both economic growth and safety. The bill's direct employment requirement is critical, as it will result in the same operators that set delivery terms being liable for incidents on the road, incentivizing them to ensure safety in the routes and quotas they set. In addition, the bill ensures safety in the industry through training and strong anti-retaliation provisions. Lastly, the provision that gives the city the ability to deny, revoke, or suspend a license due to a recent history of violations will help to incentivize compliance with existing safety laws. If deemed necessary by stakeholders, the comptroller supports potentially mutually agreed upon amendments to this section that prevent the unnecessary loss of work. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Epstein and members of the committee, and thank you for holding this hearing today. I'm representing Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso, who is working alongside advocates and labor partners to call for regulation of last mile facilities. As a co-sponsor of both the indirect source rule and the last mile zoning text amendment, the Borough President's advocacy has previously focused on the significant environmental and quality of life impacts that these facilities have on the borough's environmental justice communities. Diesel-powered delivery trucks emit higher levels of toxic pollutants than gasoline-powered trucks, and recent studies have shown that these facilities are bringing hundreds of trucks per hour to communities such as Red Hook, home to the largest public housing development in Brooklyn. As you just heard, a report from the comptroller late last year also found that traffic crashes and injuries, especially truck-related, have increased dramatically near new last-mile warehouses. What's more, these facilities take up sought-after space in our city's shrinking manufacturing zones, pushing out the industrial businesses on which our city relies. But this fight has never been just about the environment, safe streets, or even space. Regulating last-mile facilities is also about the workers. The Comptroller's Employer Violations Dashboard identifies Amazon as the company with the highest number of open unfair labor practice violations in New York City. The U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York is investigating workplace safety issues at Amazon's warehouses. And surely you will hear countless stories today of worker mistreatment in the last mile industry. Intro 518 aims to address such issues by creating a licensing structure that gives the city oversight on safety, training, and employment practices to protect workers. This is not the first time that a coalition of advocates and labor has taken on dangerous industry to improve both environmental and working conditions. Many of the same organizations and unions in this room took on the corrupt and exploitative commercial waste industry and created an oversight regime called commercial waste zones in 2019. While the program is still being implemented, the initial rollout has led to improved conditions for private sanitation workers, more agency enforcement against unsafe driving practices, and a reduction in vehicle miles traveled in the implemented zones. Importantly, the sky hasn't fallen. It is possible to regulate an industry, protect workers, and protect the environment while allowing the industry to continue to serve its customers. Thank you.
Great. Good morning. Thank you for holding this hearing on this important piece of legislation. I'm Joan Moriarty, and the Director of Research and Campaigns at the Strategic Organizing Center. Since 2021, we have led the charge in using comprehensive data analysis to support workers' accounts of dangerous conditions in warehousing and logistics networks, including last mile delivery. The SOC unequivocally supports the passage of the Delivery Protection Act. Last November, we contributed to the report of the city controller that's been discussed, and was specifically on the issue of worker injuries, which really have exploded in the last mile sector, has grown in the US broadly, but also particularly here in New York City. Last mile workers experienced more than 2,000 injuries between 22 and 24. That's 8.3 injuries per 100 full-time equivalent employees. And these injuries are severe. More than 8 in 10 of these reported injuries require the injured worker to take time away from work or limit their work activities. Across all last mile facilities in New York City, the serious injury rate was 7.2, nearly 5 times the national average for these kinds of injuries. And Amazon workers experience even higher and more severe injury rates compared to the rest of the industry. And this matters. It matters because Amazon is the second largest US private sector employer and employs directly or indirectly more than a third of New York City's last mile workforce. And Amazon's subcontract DSP model makes this worse. Between 22 and 24, the same period, Amazon DSPs recorded an injury rate of 9.2 per 100 full-time equivalent workers, and a serious rate of 8.1. No matter how you cut it, the injury data speaks clearly to a severe worker injury crisis in the last mile delivery sector, a sector whose business model prioritizes speed and volume over workers' health. The outcomes of this approach are predictable. Injury rates are high, severe injuries common, and in the case of Amazon, their frigid model complicates the enforcement of labor standards. Thank you.
Thank you to the panel. I want to first start with the Comptroller's Office. I'm kind of like, tell us about this report, where you got the data, how did this data come together? I want to get an understanding of what got to this November report.
Yeah, so last November we released the report in part because there was not really any sort of comprehensive report about this last mile issues within New York City specifically. There had been some from SOC that were more broad. So the data about crashes comes from NYPD reporting that actually we access through Open Data NYC, so anyone here can go in and download it themselves. And that was analyzed. The data on worker injuries was what we worked with SOC on that, and that comes from OSHA and from OSHA injury reporting specifically. And then I didn't really talk about it in the hearing because it's less relevant to this bill, but we did do a demographic analysis. Then that comes from census data, and then our listing of specific last mile facilities comes from a list provided from DCP that I think DCWP had mentioned of the 50 facilities.
It's a stark increase in injuries and crashes. So, what do you assess those increases to be related to? Why do we see such a divergence in these last mile locations versus other industries?
Yeah, I mean, so in the report, we don't say there's a causal relationship because we can't prove there is a causal relationship, but we did find that crashes increased in half a mile radius around these facilities. And so I think that's sort of an indication that maybe more exploration is needed to get more to the root cause of it, but it is a troubling trend to see around there's this big increase around these facilities.
And these crashes are related to the last mile vehicles, you're saying, right?
We don't know necessarily that each of those crashes were last mile vehicles that were in those crashes, but we do know there was a drastic increase in crashes, including truck-related crashes. So it's not causal, but we see an increase in this half-mile radius, and that is a red flag that I think should be explored more and get more to the source of the problem.
And you saw that consistently throughout the last mile of facilities in the city?
Yeah, we looked at, there were basically between 2017 and 2022, there was a big boom in the number of increase of, there were more buildings being constructed, and among those, 78% of those facilities, there was an increase in crashes in those areas.
And that's related to other facilities, whether like a non-last mile facility, something that's also a facility where there are people driving, whether it's a post office facility or other facility where there's people driving in and out, you're seeing a higher correlation of crashes there for those last mile?
Yeah, I mean, again, there was an increase in crashes in those areas, and they don't necessarily all involve last mile, but it is notable that there was a 78% increase in the half mile radius by last mile facilities, and again, should be further investigated.
Yeah, and on the worker injury side, kind of what do you assess these increases in worker injuries, especially substantial worker injuries?
Yeah, I mean, so we, I mean, in general, there's, I think, an issue that was of concern is the lack of direct employment, and as I think the agency was talking about before, we would like to see a model where safety is built into the quotas and the rules set for workers, and we find that lack of legal liability is a core issue that is a cause in many ways of some of these injuries. Not purely a cause, but it is a major concern, and we think that this would be solved through direct employment and legal liability being brought back into this arrangement.
And do you see higher worker turnover in these facilities? What do you correlate that to?
Yeah, so our report actually didn't look at turnover rates. I know there was a different report that was mentioned, so we actually didn't look at turnover in our report, but we did, as was mentioned before, find that there's like the vast majority of injuries we looked at involved like workers days away, restricted or transferred. So like workers having to lose, not be able to return to work or be restricted to other jobs. So that's what we found, but we actually didn't look at turnover, so I can't address that specific part.
Thank you. And Joan, can you tell us about like your organization so we understand what the organization does and where this data comes from?
Sure. We are a labor organization that works with a number of labor unions as affiliates, and we do corporate campaign work to help corporate accountability on behalf of workers and other constituents, consumers, et cetera. And for years, we have been a pretty data-oriented, have a data-oriented focus around this data, and we've used what I think is really interesting about this data and what's important to understand is this is data that the companies have provided to OSHA. OSHA then publicizes this data, and then we do analysis of it. And I think another point that I think is critical is all of this analysis on the worker injuries that are so, I think, terrible, and you see people's reactions, is this is only what is provided to OSHA. This is a severe undercount of what's really going on because companies like Amazon underreport their injuries to OSHA. So this is a small amount of probably a relatively paltry amount of what's actually going on here. And this has been investigated in a lot of different places, most recently by the Senate Help Committee that put a report out that showed that Amazon has a internal log of injuries and then the injuries they reveal to OSHA. So I think that's important to note here. I couldn't get that in that 2-minute thing, but I'm getting it in now.
So just so I'm clear, you're saying injury rates here are higher than you see in other industries, and you're also representing that there's an underreporting to OSHA at the same time.
That's correct.
So even though you're seeing much higher injury rates across the board in these facilities, that is, you believe, a fraction of the overall injury rate for workers in this industry.
Absolutely. That's been documented by both OSHA, that's fined Amazon and other companies for underreporting, and was found in evidence submitted to the Help Committee in the U.S. Senate. They did a report in November of 24. I'd be happy to share.
And where do you assess that? Why would you see such a huge injury ratio here in these facilities versus other employment places?
Again, we didn't do a causal analysis, but from our depth of experience, I'd say it's the pressure, the production pressure, the pressure to fill the trucks as fast as you can in these facilities, and on the drivers to deliver as fast as you can. And you heard reference earlier to delivery drivers peeing in bottles and doing shortcuts, as we all would do when we're under intense time pressure. But in this instance, that impacts our community's traffic. It impacts, obviously, traffic violations, and it burdens the workers who have to work at an incredibly fast clip to even try to make their quota. That puts their bodies at risk.
And have you heard that reinforced by workers at all? That
Absolutely, we have.
And what have they represented to you?
I think it's overall, it's the intense pressure to deliver and make their routes in the time they are allotted. It is unbearable. It can be very, very bad, particularly during peak seasons. And in fact, in some of the reports that we've done, the injury rate skyrockets during peak season. Like for Amazon, that would be Prime Day, holiday, the little October mini Prime. The rates are already bad, and they escalate because of the pressure to deliver and fill the trucks and lift these boxes and put them in the trucks at a rate that it's astronomical.
And have you studied the quality of the vehicles? We've heard a little bit about conditions in some of the vehicles that people are being forced to work in. Have you heard much about that?
I've heard about vehicles. I've also heard about what it's like at the warehousing where this work is being done. The same issues you hear about broken machinery or things that are supposed to help workers do this more safely are not working. The same thing is true in the warehouses where these last mile trucks are leaving from. There's also problems, fraud in there as well. So yes, that's a contributor.
Right.
But I'd say overwhelmingly, it's just the sheer pace of the work.
And I just want to hear from the Borough President's office around, has the Borough President heard from constituents on this issue? Why is this brought to his attention? What is his experience kind of in this industry based, it's obviously the biggest borough in our city, so.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think we have done a lot of work over many years with a lot of environmental justice advocates and communities, and that was how it first really came to our attention, and especially from constituents.
Can you explain the environmental justice issue? Because I want to make sure that we understand it fully.
For sure. And I mean, we are working on this on multiple fronts. And with a shout out to Councilmember Aviles, who was here earlier, who's been working on the indirect source rule piece. In fact, at one point, this was all one big bill, and now it's a couple different ones. But we've been working on the indirect source rule and also the special permit to try to get at some of these issues, because what indirect source rule does is it regulates indirect source of pollution, whereas a direct source is, like a factory. Indirect source is all these trucks coming in and out. And so we're trying to figure out how can we lessen the impact on these communities that are already experiencing, issues with air quality and other stuff, just by virtue of having manufacturing zones, which we do support. But as I mentioned, we're adding thousands of trucks per day into these communities that are already dealing with environmental issues. And so they came to our attention really from folks in Red Hook who were like, we're breathing in this toxic air, we're dealing with street safety problems. And on top of that, we also have the worker issue. And that's really why we were like, hey, we've looked at very similar issue before when we did commercial waste zones. It has a lot of the same issues. You've got the truck vehicle miles traveled, pollution problems. You've got the safety of the fleets, which is an issue here. You've got the worker conditions and the pressure that you were talking about to work quickly, complete routes quickly, and the safety issues that causes for the drivers and for people on the streets. And so we see this as a really similar fight, protecting the workers, protecting the people in these communities where these facilities are located.
Can you talk a little more about that waste hauling issue and what did the former council member, now borough president, what did they identify there?
So as I said, it was really all of those things. It was vehicle miles traveled. It was treatment of workers. There are all kinds of similar issues going on, like wage theft and, exploitation of, for example, immigrant workers, things like that. And then also all these environmental impacts from the trucks, from the facilities themselves. And through commercial waste zones, it was an RFP structure rather than a licensing structure, but allows you to do a lot of the same things, where you're just getting more oversight on driver behavior, routing, in all the employment things that we can do. And also condition of the trucks. Are you using, for example, electric vehicles as opposed to, diesel trucks, things like that. So we've had a lot of success with that program so far. It's about a third of the way complete.
So tell us what the outcome you've seen. When you say success, what is that? How do you measure that?
Well, it allows the Department of Sanitation to do more enforcement. But in addition, we've actually seen more of the companies that are now participating in the program use union labor. There was an issue kind of with what we would call like sham unions in that industry, and now we know, there's more companies working with Teamsters than were before, so we know they're enforcing worker protections in a real way. But we also know, that the city now is able to have more oversight on these companies so that they can look at training requirements, fleet safety, as I said, routing. They have oversight on all of that stuff, similar to what we can do here with a license.
And have you seen injury changes in the injuries to workers? Have you seen safety issues?
That's a good question. I think sanitation does share with us their every month the violations that they've issued, and they are really targeting in the zones that they've rolled out so far. Just from what I've seen through that, a lot of it has to do with, drivers driving the wrong way or, leaking from trucks, things like that. Not as much like egregious behavior as we saw before, but this is just sort of anecdotal. I have to follow up on the data. I think they're a little reticent to share full impact until the program is rolled out completely, which is not going to be, unfortunately, till the end of next year.
All right, well, thank you. I'm going to turn to my colleagues. Councilmember Caban.
Yes, thank you all for being here. I want to start by talking about safety climate a little bit, and any and all of you can answer here. But what is your understanding of a safety climate and how it contributes to safety outcomes at a workplace?
I think it's a really critical element of being safe on the job and knowing that you're going to return home able to be a full participant in your community and with your family. So I think it's super critical. I think that in places with unions, as you were describing, or with strong safety requirements that are enforced by the government that covers that, the agencies that cover that, I think is really critical. It really gives workers the ability to say, actually, I can't complete this in this time frame, or I need someone else to help me lift all of these boxes. This is not something that I can do safely. Having that kind of a safety climate where workers can say that without risk of retaliation is critical.
Thank you. Why are anti-retaliation provisions important specifically for safety?
Because there's a pressure, right? The pressure is if you don't make your rate at Amazon, you get like 3 shots and then you're fired. That's like how it works there, right? And so if you feel like you can't make your rate without, and like, you're not going to the bathroom, you're not drinking your water, you're not doing like the basic human things that make things safe when you're doing like really intense activity, like filling trucks with boxes or running out your truck and delivering at people's doorsteps, feeling like you're gonna be retaliated against and get fired is like the ultimate fear. And so folks will push past what they know their bodies can handle.
Yeah, and just to add on, anti-retaliation protections strengthen enforcement because fear of retaliation is often one of the biggest drivers of why workers won't report directly to an agency if there's a violation.
Yeah, thank you. And I just actually want to share a story with you all because it's what it makes me think of. But my dad is a retired elevator mechanic, local one, Otis Elevators. And earlier on in his career, he was servicing, doing service calls, and he also had to do the inspections. And at the time, they were giving too long of a list of inspections for the time that he could do it in his shift. And so he was getting encouraged to fudge the numbers and just like skip through some of the inspections, which that's why, I mean, we're talking elevators, like these are machines that can kill people.
Right.
So my dad was a whistleblower and he spoke out about it, and his employer tried to fire him, but the union protected him and he kept his job, and he wasn't forced to fudge these, reports that really were critical to safety, like whether or not people should be riding in particular elevators at particular times. So I just appreciate that. And then lastly, I just want to ask you a little bit about, I know the other folks have asked about turnover, but and I know you might not have the exact data on it, but in your experience, like what are the characteristics or the shared features of job categories that suffer from high turnover? And are you and do you see a connection there with the last mile delivery industry?
Speaking broadly, obviously you don't have the exact numbers.
Yeah.
Turnover is often caused by lack of an attractive job, if it's low pay, high injuries, a bad work environment. And so when you have these poor working conditions, it creates incentives for people to leave their job and try to find other types of employment, because people can only bear certain bad jobs for a certain amount of time. So, yeah.
Yeah, I would just say on that, particularly when you look at these kinds of industries where the injury rates are so high, if they've not been injured themselves, they have coworkers they're working next to that have, right? And so that makes them want to get out of these jobs that are low pay as well, in order to protect themselves and their ability to make a living for their families in the future.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much. We spend a lot of time on delivery workers, and we're happy to talk about Amazon. In your studies, are you looking at other types of industries that are experiencing last mile, or is it hard to differentiate? Is it across the board, your data?
So in the report, we analyze for at least the worker safety section the whole courier industry, and then we compare that with last mile employers and find higher injury rates for those employees associated with the last mile facilities as opposed to the larger courier industries, which goes beyond just last mile delivery.
So it's by industry, not by company, basically, what you're saying.
Yeah, in the report, we break it down.
Sorry, I haven't read it. I apologize.
No, it's okay. We break it down by, last mile industry, the 50 last mile facilities that DCP identified versus the courier industry as a whole. And then we also compare that, the known DSPs with the courier industry as a whole, and finding higher rates for that as well.
Thank you.
Great. I don't see any more questions from members, so I want to thank this panel for being with us. And if you have any other follow-up, please submit it to committee staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I want to bring up the next panel, Antoinette Andrews, Ira Pollock, and David Cohen-Topf. Oh, and Jose Huerte. And I think Jose needs an interpreter. All right. I think David's on Zoom, so we'll take David first, and then we can go to the people who are in person. David, you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead. 2 minutes.
Yes, I was a DSP owner in Northern California for approximately 3 years, 2022, 2023, and most of 2024. And I'm attending today just to get some insight on how you're addressing safety issues with Amazon. I exited the business because I didn't feel I could remain profitable while still maintaining safety in the DSP work environment.
David, are you done?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Let's go to the people in front of me. I'm going to do the whole panel together. Thank you. I'm happy. I know Jose, we have an interpreter, so we could do that. Jose, ¿Es posible empezar? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. En español.
Sí, buenos días. Mi nombre es José Huerta y vivo en Elmhurst. He sido un conductor de Amazon en DBK1 por 4 años. Yo me enfoqué en organizar cuando en el verano, en un día de mucho calor, una trabajadora se desmayó y cuando ella llamó al dispatcher, la respuesta de él fue, siéntate, toma agua y después continúa con la ruta.
Okay. My name is Jose Suelta. I live in Elmhurst, Queens. I have been an Amazon driver at the station DBK1 for 4 years. I decided to focus on organizing after a particularly hot summer day when a coworker fainted. When she called the dispatcher, this was her response: sit down, drink some water, and then continue with your work route. Continúa hasta la ruta. Leíste hasta aquí, ¿no? Continúa.
A la semana siguiente, otra mujer le pasó lo mismo y ella misma recibió la misma respuesta del dispatcher. Siéntate, toma agua y después continúas con tu ruta.
Okay, the following next week, the exact same thing happened to another woman. She received the same exact same response when she called the dispatcher or Amazon. I saw this as an opportunity to tell my coworkers what they could do something to put an end to this mistreatment.
Por eso yo me comuniqué con los Teamsters y tuvimos la primera reunión con 10 compañeros de trabajo para aprender cómo organizar.
Okay, this is why I reached out to the Teamsters or members of the team. We held an initial meeting with 10 coworkers to learn how to organize the situation.
Un trabajador le dijo al manager y al día siguiente el dueño del DSP estaba en el estacionamiento esperándome para hablar conmigo. Yo no sabría sobre qué. Él me preguntó qué estaba haciendo. Sí. Yo le dije que trabajando. Él me dijo que no, que un compañero le contó sobre otra cosa. Yo le pregunté qué cosa te dijeron.
Okay, déjalo ahí. Someone tipped off the manager about what I was doing. The following day or the very next day, the owner of the DSP was waiting for me in the parking lot to have a word with me. I had no idea what could be about. He asked me what I was up to. I replied, what do you mean? I'm working. He told me no. A coworker told me you were involved in something else. And I asked him, what exactly did he tell you?
Él usó palabras fuertes e insultantes para mí intimidarme. Yo me negaba de lo que él habló. Él me dijo que si yo tenía otros negocios que hacer, que me fuera a hacerlo a otro lugar. Yo le contesté que me mostrara pruebas de qué estaba hablando. En ese momento, mi temor fue perder mi trabajo.
Okay. He used very harsh language and he also insulted me. He tried to intimidate me as I denied the allegations he was making about me. He told me, if you have other business to do or other business to attend, you should go and do it somewhere else, not here. I challenged him to show him proof what he was claiming about. In that particular moment, my greatest fear was losing my job in Amazon.
Esto no debe de pasar con ningún trabajador que quiera organizar. Uno tiene el derecho de organizar, incluyendo mientras estamos trabajando. No debemos tener que enfrentar con represalias cuando intentamos mejorar nuestros trabajos y nuestras condiciones laborales.
Segundo, okay. This should not happen to any worker, even Amazon worker who wanted to organize something. We had the right to organize, even we are on the club. We should not have to face any retaliation from anyone when we try to improve our job and our working conditions.
Con esta ley aprobada sería una forma más segura de seguir organizando y poder demandar lo que merecemos de Amazon. Les pido a todos que por favor aprueben esta ley para que nosotros como trabajadores y organizadores de Amazon tengamos más fuerza y podamos seguir organizando a los demás compañeros.
Okay. The approval of this law or this bill, right, will provide a safer way for us to continue organizing and to demand that we deserve from Amazon, to show them what we deserve. And ask everyone, please pass this law so Amazon workers and organizers can gain greater strength and they can continue organizing our fellow co-workers, Amazon fellow co-workers.
Yeah, and if you can wrap it up. I know we gave you double time because of translation, but if we could wrap it up.
Gracias. Sí.
Oh, Councilman, he finished already. That was everything.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're
I appreciate that. Great, and next is Ira.
I worked at Amazon for 6 years, from October 2019 to October 2025. I worked night shift at two different delivery stations in Queens. In my time, I witnessed Amazon's daily disregard for the safety of workers and the public. In 2020, in the early weeks of the pandemic, my coworkers and I caught Amazon trying to hide a COVID outbreak in the warehouse. We had to walk out to get them to shut and clean the warehouse. In 2021, one of my coworkers from inside the warehouse was driving her car with her infant son in the back seat when they were struck by an Amazon van whose driver was rushing to finish his route. Her son was killed in this accident, and Amazon denied liability. In 2022, deadly floods hit New York City. The governor declared a state of emergency, instructing residents to stay home. Amazon still required us to report to work. The subways and roads flooded, and we got stranded at the warehouse. When the trucks couldn't get through the floods to bring us the volume, we had no work. So Amazon tried to send us home in lifts without pay, endangering those Lyft drivers. Lyft drivers couldn't get through anyway. I often worked in traffic control in my 6 years at Amazon, where we direct drivers through the loading area. I witnessed firsthand how Amazon's obsession with speed endangers drivers and the public. In a rush to get packages on the road as quickly as possible, Amazon managers, not just the DSP owners, Amazon managers sends vans speeding all over the loading area while others work on foot in the drive lanes. I've seen managers yell at drivers to go, go, go and hit the gas while other workers are still loading those same vans. In the chaos, I've seen drivers hit posts, back into walls, and almost hit pedestrians. And Amazon claims it's not liable for any of this. In my time at Amazon, I even tried to find safety rules. I checked the employee handbook and our A to Z employee portal, and I actually found a document entitled Safety Guidelines, but it was locked. Employees couldn't access it. So I asked my managers and I asked HR to help me get access. They said they'd look into it. When I checked the app again, the document was gone. It had disappeared. Amazon had removed it entirely. You still to this day cannot get a list of safety guidelines as an employee at Amazon. Safety at Amazon does not exist unless they're using it to discipline workers, and then they just make up rules out of thin air. So this act will save lives.
Thank you. Good. Antoinette.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to be here. My name is Antoine Andrews. I'm a proud member of Teamsters Local 804 from New York City. I've been with United Parcel Service for the same duration of time, 25 years as a package car driver and 5 years in a warehouse. And the reason why I would say that I'm a proud Teamster is because of the benefits and the protections that comes along with it, right? But what good are these benefits and protections if I am not healthy and if I get hurt? I want all people in my industry to be able to work safely without fear of retaliation. The Delivery Protection Act will raise health and standards in every last mile facility. I see the race to the bottom every day. I do not want companies like UPS thinking the only way they can compete is to make my job less safe, or that they should subcontract my work. I want to see every delivery driver know that they do not have to get hurt themselves or to take out faulty vehicles because of pressure from their boss. I also don't want to see any members of the public hurt. UPS is not the only package delivery company in the industry. Every day I see FedEx and Amazon drivers doing the same job I do, maybe not as safe. When I see Amazon drivers dragging those huge bags, my shoulder hurts for them. When I see them struggling with overweight packages, my back hurts for them. When I see double parked vehicles in bike lanes, knowing that they may be responsible for paying for the parking tickets, my heart hurts for them and also the public. Nothing about the Delivery Protection Act is complicated. I know what a last mile delivery station is because I report to one for years, decades. UPS packages come in, they get sorted, they get delivered. At UPS, I have a center manager responsible for driving, dispatch, and on-road issues. UPS owns or lease every building. At Amazon, they want you to believe that this is all separate business. It only seems complicated because it's absurd. Instead of employing center managers, Amazon claims that the people who work in the Amazon warehouse dispatch Amazon trucks and handling on-road issues related to deliveries of Amazon packages.
You can wrap it up soon if I want to.
In closing, I would like to just share a brief story that I noticed this week of Amazon work.
Can we have the decorum here? Can you everyone in the back, just a decorum. You can't stay in the room. I want to respect the speaker. Just finish it up, please.
I've witnessed a delivery package, Amazon delivery driver, the same age of my daughter, operating the vehicle with packages in their cab area. No seat belts on, side doors open. This is a recipe for disaster. It is absolutely indispensable for this bill to be passed for the sake of the quality of life for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this panel? Councilmember Caban.
Yes, thank you. David, you still with us online?
Yes, I am.
Amazing. My first questions are for you. So you were a DSP owner. Based on your understanding of the program, what kind of capital is needed to join the program?
I'd like to start by saying all DSP owners are required to sign a NDA, and I'll need to be careful about how I answer my questions. But I think they publicize you need to show evidence of $30,000 in cash.
Okay, understood. So NDA, the 30 grand in cash. Is there a preference given to well-capitalized people or companies?
That was not my experience based on the other DSPs I worked with.
Is there a preference given to people or companies who already own a fleet?
Also, that was not my experience. Most of the DSP owners that I worked with were not former fleet owners.
And is there a preference given to people with a lot of experience in the logistics industry?
Certainly, it was a plus in my opinion, but the DSP owners that I worked with had a wide range of backgrounds.
Okay, so they might, so it might be a fleet of couriers who have a lot of experience. It might be a fleet of couriers where there might not be a demonstrated safety record.
Most of the DSPs I interfaced with were entrepreneurs with a wide range of backgrounds.
Got it. I want to understand the revenue and incentive structure. What is the relationship between the number of routes or the territory you were given and then the revenue and profit you make?
I'm not sure I completely understand the question.
Like, is there, I guess, well, I'll ask some different questions maybe to bear it out. Like, is there bidding over routes between the DSPs? Are there preferable and less preferable territories in terms of revenue?
I happen to be in a rural delivery station. I would say that some of your metro areas where you have higher package density tend to be more profitable. But you, as a DSP owner, you really have no sway in where you're assigned and what routes you're given.
And well, I guess if you had to, let's say, is the profit directly related to the number of routes? Like, what does it mean if a vehicle has to be grounded for a safety maintenance reason?
Yeah, I would say most of the profit comes from the number of packages that are delivered per route.
Okay.
So if you have high package density in your route, you're going to make a higher profit, and it was very bonus driven as well.
Okay. So then essentially, if you have like if you ground a van regularly for safety maintenance, you end up losing twice, right? Like the revenue from the route, because you're not doing the route that day, and then the cost of the maintenance, because you bear the cost of the maintenance of the vehicle. Is that correct?
The pay structure gets a little complicated, especially when it comes to the fleet. It would probably take more time than we have to answer that question.
I mean, you try. Is that all right, Chair?
And again, I've got to be careful what I share based on my NDA.
Got it. Okay. Can you walk us through selling your business? Like if you want to sell your business, does anyone besides you and the buyer have a say in whether the sale can go forward?
Yeah, I did not sell my business. I simply closed it. I think that's most often the case. I have heard of other DSPs who tried to sell their business, and whoever buys that business still needs to be vetted by Amazon. It's difficult to sell a DSP.
Interesting. Who issues credentials for the employees? Like, can you independently issue credentials for a driver to access the facility? The last mile facility.
I recruited and hired and onboarded all my drivers. The background check was coordinated through Amazon, and they held the criteria for those background checks they could deny based on the background check results. They also were drug tested. And then if everything passed the background check and drug test, that's when credentials were given by Amazon, where they could be entered into the Amazon portal.
Okay. So if Amazon, like if you hired somebody and then Amazon then denied the credentials, would you continue employing the driver?
If they did not pass background check or drug test, I could not hire them.
And could you credential a driver to access the Flex app without Amazon?
Not without Amazon approving it.
Okay. I have more questions, but I'll save it for a second round. I have questions for the panel. Thank you so much, David.
Yeah.
So, you work directly with Amazon?
Yeah, I worked at DBK1 in Woodside and DBK4 in Maspeth, inside the warehouse as a direct employee.
And so, what was that hiring process like for you?
I didn't apply. I signed up to work at Amazon.
Yeah. Did you know people who worked for DSP?
Yes.
And what was their hiring process look like?
They've got to apply to the DSP, then they've got to have the DSP and put them into the Amazon credentialing process.
Right.
And if it's approved by Amazon and the DSP wants to hire them, then they can get hired.
And what was their training requirements for people being hired?
It varies by DSPs, but generally, and I wasn't a driver myself, but of the dozens and dozens of drivers I know, sometimes it's, they get a ride along from a manager, or they get a ride along from a more experienced driver, or they get a ride along from a trainer, depending on, it might last. It might last longer for some than others. Again, I'm not a driver, so I haven't been privy to all that, but.
So you said it depending on the DSP, there would be different trainings per DSP?
I've never been involved in the DSP trainings. I just know from people I've talked to, so I'm not an expert on that.
So they've told you that, the different levels of training.
Yeah, there's an Amazon employed driver trainer that works with drivers, but basically they get put out on the road, and then it's up to the DSPs to take it from there.
Right. All right. Thank you. Carl, yeah, go ahead.
Just want to see what I want to hit here. Actually, I'll wait for another panel.
Right.
That's great. Yeah, thank
Great. Well, thank you for your testimony. I want to bring up the next panel. Randy Peel from the Brooklyn Chambers, Jessica Walker from the Manhattan Chamber, Lisa Sordin from the Bronx Chamber, and then Zach Miller from the Truck Something Association of New York. Oh, and then Sarah Whitfung is on Zoom. So Sarah, if you're here, can you join us first? Oh, Sarah's not with us? Okay, well, then when you all get settled, since I'm a Manhattanite, I will ask the Manhattan Chamber to go first. Once you sit, I don't want to, put pressure on you, but Not to be biased here, but you know.
Jessica Walker is the best. Thank you.
I have to stand up for my borough, you know? Hey, we have more Manhattanites here finally. There we go, Gail.
Good afternoon, Chair Epstein, members of the committee, and Council Member Caban. I'm Jessica Walker, President and CEO of the Manhattan Chamber of Commerce, representing more than 125,000 businesses across this borough. The Manhattan Chamber opposes Intro 518 in its entirety. Let me be clear about why, because it isn't the reason that sponsors might expect. I support every goal this bill claims to address. I want delivery workers to be safe. I want them paid fairly. I want our streets safer. I want real accountability. Those goals are not in dispute. What I oppose is the mechanism, because the mechanism doesn't achieve any of them, and it imposes serious collateral damage on small businesses and consumers in the process. New York City's last mile delivery industry is already regulated by 12 regulatory regimes, from DCWP and the Department of Buildings to OSHA and the NLRB. This bill adds a 13th without retiring any of the others. The right question isn't, should there be regulation? It's, are the existing 12 failing? And if so, why is the answer to create a 13th instead of bolstering those we already have? Meanwhile, this bill would eliminate many small businesses in New York City that employ thousands of people, totally put them out of business. It would force operators to either absorb workers on terms they never negotiated or relocate across the Hudson, exporting jobs and tax revenue while the trucks still roll through the same neighborhoods. This is the equivalent of putting a New York City tariff on every package that is brought into our city. 2.5 million packages a day, every one would be more expensive. That would be paid for by the family in East Harlem ordering diapers and the senior on the Lower East Side waiting on medications. So this is at odds with an affordability agenda. If this council is serious about safety, fund DCWP. I have other ideas if you'd like me to continue, but okay.
You want to just wrap up? I want to get to the other panelists too. Okay, I'm saying she can wrap up. I'm not sure where the outrage was there. So, just chill out, folks. But we were going to testify.
I will submit, in my testimony, I do have some real solutions for some of the things that this bill aims to address, but I'll leave it there.
Did you give us written copies?
I did not, but I will.
Okay, so do you want to go, just give us a couple because we don't have it in writing?
Sure, I'll be very quick. As I said, fund DCWP, regulate worker quotas directly, mandate vehicle safety technology, fix the streets around these facilities, which was highlighted in the comptroller's report, require public reporting of injury and crash data by facility. None of those are in this bill. None of those would require decimating the small businesses that are here.
Thank you. You know, I don't know how many times do people. It's really not helpful. It's really not helpful. If you you're allowed to have your opinion. We want to get testimony in. Just doing that's just going to take away from the hearing. Go ahead. I don't know who's next.
Good afternoon, Chair Epstein and members of the committee. My name is Lisa Soren, and I am the president of the Bronx Chamber of Commerce. The Bronx Chamber of Commerce is dedicated to supporting and advocating for 27,000 local businesses in our beautiful borough, especially that of the micro businesses. I am here on behalf of over 10,000 employees who will be severely impacted by this legislation, especially those in the Bronx whom I have had the opportunity to speak with. There is a strong misconception that the direct service providers mistreat their workers and that this legislation would improve worker safety by ending the DSP model and mandating that companies like Amazon directly employ all workers. When preparing these remarks on this bill, I took time to speak to some of those DSP small business owners. These are not faceless operators. They are entrepreneurs like Randy, Jordan, Ron, Bass, Ty, Emmett, Joe, Chris, and others who have built their business from the ground up. These 8 business owners alone employ over 1,200 people. These are all immigrants, veterans, first-generation business owners who often started as delivery drivers themselves and worked their way up. They have achieved the American dream and are now working for their employees to do the same. These DSP owners offer tuition reimbursement, workforce development. Many also provide loans, financial mentorship, housing assistance, often helping individuals transition out of shelters. Like many small businesses, offer something that large companies cannot replicate through direct employment. Deeply personal, community-rooted relationships. This bill is premised on the data that these business owners and their employees would be better off working directly for large corporations. May I finish? Taking away one's freedom to apply and accept a job of their choice is not only wrong on the policy level, but on the moral one. I know the supporters of this bill believe they are doing good. I ask council members to more strongly consider the desires of these workers whose livelihood will be impacted by this legislation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your ongoing commitment to micro businesses.
Thank you. And guys, I'll just remind people, if you continue to make noise, we're gonna remove you from the chamber. So this is the last warning that people are getting. So if people continue to make noise, we're just gonna have you removed, and then you will have the opportunity to testify. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Zach Miller. I'm the Vice President of Government Affairs at the Trucking Association of New York. Tanny is proud to represent a diverse group of fleets throughout the state of New York. We have fleet members as small as a single unit owner-operator, all the way up to large national carriers. The bulk of our fleet membership are small, mid-sized fleets, still family-owned and operated. That is why we strongly oppose Intro 518. We are seeing real growth in key areas such as warehousing, logistics, and transportation. Approximately 15% of New York City's private sector jobs are in the industrial economy, and roughly 70% of those roles do not require a college degree, making them accessible, family-supporting careers that underpin our broader economy and supply chains. Within this landscape, last mile delivery has emerged as the primary entry point into the trucking industry and small business ownership. While previous generations of trucking companies grew by servicing local factories, production facilities, or farms, these pathways have largely disappeared due to shifting economics and global supply chains. In their place, last mile delivery, particularly in dense urban areas, has become the modern on-ramp to entrepreneurship in commercial transportation. It provides real and accessible opportunity for minority and immigrant-owned businesses, military veterans, justice-impacted individuals, and those who do not receive a college degree. These are pathways to entrepreneurship. In a city like New York, last mile delivery is about far more than small packages. Furniture, appliances, and specialty goods are routinely delivered directly to homes, due in part to shifting consumer behavior and in part because retailers simply do not have enough space to store inventory on site. This system is essential to how the city functions. We do believe that given the level of investment we are seeing and the projected growth in freight demand over the next 20 years, the city should take a closer look at segment-specific training and education requirements, as well as thoughtful facility licensing framework. We commend the council for raising these important considerations and look forward to working collaboratively with both the City Council and Department of Consumer and Worker Protections to bring these ideas to life.
Randy? Yeah.
Randy Piers, President of Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce. So the licensing requirement is a red herring. Let's be real about that. This is not about the proliferation of these facilities in our communities, because you could address that through capping them or through proximity laws like we do with liquor licenses. This is not about large trucks, because we actually have these facilities closer to consumer. So when any of these facilities shut down, you're gonna have larger trucks coming in from longer distances in order to actually deliver these products. So it's really not about that as well. It's really about the direct hire mandate. That's really what this comes down to. And at the end of the day, this direct hire mandate puts a whole subsector of our economy out of business. This is a fact. Now, if you're comfortable doing that, that's fine. We keep using this term rehire. DCWP used this term, oh, but the workers will be rehired. They'll be rehired. They're not rehired. Okay, no court in the United States is gonna force a company to hire a particular classification of workers. So I don't think that holds water. So you need to think about that sort of long term. So the reality here is people are gonna lose their jobs. And the reality is we're cutting a full entire subsector of our economy, of small businesses, we're shutting them down. Last year was the first year since COVID we had more businesses closed than open in the city of New York. Last month, labor data showed that in 2025, we lost 20,000 jobs in this city. Do you really want to now shut down a whole other subsector of our economy? Do you really, really want to hurt entrepreneurs that have put their blood, their sweat, their tears, and their own capital into making these businesses a success? I really hope not, but that's what we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you all. I'm happy to any of the panelists. So, like the safety data we saw in the control report, did anyone here look at that control report from end of last year? Did anyone dispute the findings of the report found around traffic instances and increase in injuries to workers?
No, of course you can't dispute it. I mean, that's facts. But I think.
So I just not to be whatever, but so we agree with that foundational issue. There's increase in accidents and increase in worker injuries. I think foundationally that sounds like there's consensus on that, right? So then the next question is how we fix those problems, and I think that's what you were trying to address earlier. But if those foundational issues are real, we have to address those. Is that right? Does everyone agree that we have to address kind of increase in accidents and increase in worker injuries? Is that we have to manage those issues, right?
Yes.
I don't believe that by putting Intro 518 will resolve those issues, because I think there's accountability from the 13 agencies that Jessica had addressed, and the DSP owners are not looking to harm their employees. So I really think, mandating a company to hire or unionizing will make any difference. It's really about the owners. It's about the employees, and you have 10,000 employees who decide that's where they want to be. Why should they have to be forced to work where they do not want to?
I don't know of any other legislation that addresses safety concerns by shutting down an entire industry. So if you can show me one, then I'd be happy to kind of respond to that.
So it sounds like there's an agreement that worker safety issues is important. There's an agreement that we need to deal with issues of additional crashes that are happening in our city. And so the questions are like, how do you resolve those problems? And I think this legislation is at the core trying to help us resolve those problems. Sounds like you may disagree that will resolve those problems, but we don't have, we need tools to be able to resolve these issues in our city, because we can see this comparable data from other related industries, and we don't see those kind of injuries and traffic accidents happening, even though they are similarly situated companies or similarly situated situations that are direct hires. So we see it very differently if you look at carloads. Do you see that data?
No, we actually see the industry making incredible improvements in safety training, education, and the incorporation of technology. The trucking industry is operating safer than it ever has, and we have the data to prove it. Not only that, but in the state of New York, we are the safest large state when it comes to commercial transportation. These are facts. In addition, we are seeing the success.
So let's say the facts you're saying that the controls report, those are facts?
I question why that came from the comptroller and not DOT. The truth is, we are seeing the success of Vision Zero on the streets of New York City. Not only that, the industry has adopted a Vision Zero mentality where the culture of compliance is we find the serious crashes and fatalities unacceptable in the industry. We are making the investments we need to make to continue to grow and become as safe as possible. We all operate on these streets. Our employees operate on these streets, our families operate on these streets. Nobody is more incentivized to operate safely than the trucking industry.
So I'm just to be clear, you're saying that you don't believe the controller's report has actual factual
data? It's not
data?
about belief or not belief. I question why it came from the comptroller's office and not DOT.
Okay, but you don't disagree with the underlying premise that the controller's office report did?
I did not drive through the data the way they did. I do not have the resources to do that. I am not in a position to publicly say yes or no. I am saying what we're seeing in the industry is we have never been safer. We are proud of our safety, and we will continue to do whatever it takes.
So it sounds like you agree that we need to improve safety, and the industry is working to do that as well.
The industry is making every investment necessary in safety. We have never been safer. The streets of New York City, Vision Zero is working. We know it's working, and it is part of the industry's culture.
Great. Did you want to add something?
May I? I just wanted to say that I think also we need to put this in context, right? We now have 2.5 million packages arriving per day. That is double what it was before COVID.
Right.
We have a proliferation of e-bikes. I mean, the streets are a lot different than they were previously. So we need to take all of that into account when we're looking at that data.
So you're saying there's more e-bikes and trucks on the road.
Absolutely.
There's more electric mini Amazon vans on the road. We're delivering more packages. So that's a factor in determining how we proceed.
Absolutely.
And there's more accidents in industrial zones. Most of these facilities are in industrial zones, which are side by side with other types of industrial uses, including large manufacturers and others.
When we talk about last mile specifically, and we talk about e-bikes and quads and walkers, we are talking about how do we make sure that the operators of that understand the rules of the road, the density of New York City, to make sure that there's specific training there as more and more of that equipment becomes online.
And so you would support a unified training standard, it sounds like, to make sure that we're all getting the same information to the same people, to have training across the board to make us all safer.
What we support is specific segment training, and we would like to see it become a best practice.
Great. I don't want to take up too much time. I'm going to turn to my colleagues to see if folks have questions here. I'll go. The council member, I don't know.
Do you?
Do you?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I want to.
All right, thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for giving your testimony. One thing I just wanted to address is why would the comptroller decide to do a report? That's because the comptroller is the city's watchdog, and they audit a whole bunch of industries, and that's just simply their job. I don't think there's anything nefarious about that. So yeah, I just thought that was interesting. As far as I can tell, I know that there were comments about this would be tantamount to a tariff, but as the bill is written, there's no minimum wage or benefits that are mandated in the bill. There's no new fees or taxes in the bill beyond the $500 fee for the license. There's no restrictions or limits on the volume, the location, or the mode of deliveries. So I just wanted to name that. Gail, Councilmember Brewer, go ahead.
One question is, to me, I mean, you know better than I, but there's the smaller organizations like in the Bronx that you described that have built their business, and then there's Amazon and perhaps others that are equally large. Do you see a difference between how they operate and maybe where the bill should apply and where it should not apply, or is that too nuanced and too much of a cut? But I do understand what you're trying to say, but we do have different types of companies. Bronx, and then Jessica Walker always has to answer for me. Thank you.
You're playing that Manhattan card again, Gail. I see it.
Always.
I need my Bronx council support here. There is a difference, and I think the city does a good job in regulating. We talk about the accidents, Randy made a great point about industrial areas. When we're looking at small business, yes, the Amazons of the world versus DSPs. I guess my question is, if you're looking for safety, it's not a one size fits all. At the end of the day, Amazon is a massive corporation that does the way they work. That is a separate entity than those who work to deliver from these last mile deliveries. The accountability goes across the board. So I don't think it's a matter of size. I think it's a matter of equal footing. If there's a problem, then address it with the company that's having the problem, not a sweeping legislation that will hurt more than it will help. that would be coming from us. And the protection, the Bronx has still a high unemployment rate. The last thing we're looking as a chamber is to see that unemployment rate rise and small businesses, entrepreneur close.
Why do you think it would curtail or kill the small business if people are under this bill?
Well, because if you're forcing them to be hired by a corporation, those who own the small businesses, what are their options? Those employees who depend on these small businesses, the average employer for DSP that I had an opportunity to speak with, about 100 to 125 employees. That speaks volume. Even by one closing in an area like the South Bronx, you're losing a huge amount of people. And so,
Lisa, your own report, 30% of the square footage is operated by Amazon, 60% is operated by FedEx and UPS, that's 90%, and 10% is operated by these third-party logistics facilities. So by your own report, it already tells you what's going to happen to these workers, to these DSPs.
Thank you.
I also just wanted to add, because I forgot to add it, because you testified that there's, in terms of the reemployment, that there's never been legislation like that. Haven't seen it. I just want to name that we have worker displacement laws in New York City, hotel workers, food service workers, building service workers. In fact, this was modeled expressly after the hotel licensing law, so it does exist. Thanks, Chair.
So we'll see how that holds up in the court. You keep calling this rehire. It's not a rehire. You're having one company hire now a set of workers that you're telling them to hire that they weren't employed with before.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, Councilmember Audubon.
Yeah, I mean, I raised questions about how this would impact small businesses, and is there a way to have, some safeguards in the legislation protecting workers, safety. This is more than just about safety. This is about, protecting workers' rights, without fear of, workers should be able to, report, health and safety violation, wage violations without fear of retaliation. And we're talking about parent companies that really control everything from the policies of the last mile driver companies. In some cases, it's been reported to us that the parent companies have they hire, fire, discipline workers for reporting any issues, and the subcontractors are basically being squeezed by the parent companies from everything to they're liable for, any accidents that happen. They're liable to, their insurance rates. They're liable, to get sued. And the parent company basically has very little liability, even though they have a lot of control. So I think what I would like to hear from you is, rather than throwing the baby out with the bathwater, how can we improve this bill to safeguard, those entrepreneurs that you're speaking about? I've spoken to some of them as well. Lisa, you know me. But also safeguard those workers, those workers' rights that are being violated, essentially by a parent company that's dictating, to the smaller, to these small contractors, one. And also, the productivity rates are so high that the parent company is dictating the level of productivity to the subcontractors who, are facing the pressure of keeping up and having to put the pressure on, apply the gas, so to speak, on the workers, where they can simply hire more workers and reduce productivity to a reasonable level. And it will, mitigate the safety concerns that we have.
So, thank you. A few things. So, I mentioned in my testimony today you could pass a bill that would look at the quotas, the worker quotas, essentially. You might remember when I was growing up, we had a pizza company who promised you'd have your pizza in 30 minutes or less. And then they realized that
or it was free.
Exactly, and they realized that was not very good because then they had a lot of delivery workers who were speeding. So that's not a good idea. So you can say, hey, that is not an acceptable practice. That you can make that illegal today. You could do that. On some of the other things we talked about, there are laws now that cover retaliation that is already illegal, DCWP. I mean, all the DSPs are their own independent companies, and they do have to adhere to existing laws. And there are many in New York City to make sure that our employers are doing the right thing. So if there is a question of them not adhering to those existing laws, then that's about enforcement, and that's different than creating a whole new regime through this bill.
And Councilman, when you were describing the subcontracting relationship, I actually kind of felt like that's what government does to not-for-profits when they contract with them. They dictate all the terms, and then they don't even pay them, which is very interesting. So I think we need to sort of look at that more holistically.
And I'll add, simply, maybe we pause and we get back to the table and figure out a balance between this bill and something that can help so that it's not a sweep. We're willing to sit at the table and have these discussions.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to do some legal research on this, but I view the parent companies as a joint employer. When the parent company has so much, again, there may be one or two things in the criteria to define the parent company as a joint employer that these large parent companies have been able to skirt by saying, oh no, they have their own trucks and they have, whatever. There's got to be a way to hold the parent company responsible when they basically dictate everything that the subcontractor has to do and the workers have to do. So they're basically, the indirect employers of these workers, and it's unfortunate, but they're able to skirt labor law. They're able to skirt all the city laws, and the workers, like, who do they go to make the parent company follow the rules? And it's historically been a way for these large corporations to skirt labor law, to skirt, just cause laws, to skirt, sick day laws, to basically avoid all of that and not providing the workers what they need to be able to do their job, effectively and safely. And so we're just trying to make them responsible. They should be responsible.
Do you want to? Okay, sorry. So again, DSPs are their own companies. They do have to adhere to those laws already in terms of paid sick leave, all of that. They have to adhere to that. That is the current law. I lost my train of thought. Go ahead.
I think when I spoke to these 8 DSPs, what touched me the most is their benefits are incredible, especially for these small businesses, from tuition reimbursement and just the idea of financial education. All 8 of them came up with the same. These are opportunities and assisting them to become their own DSP workers. And I think if the challenge is so big with the parent company, as you say, then I think it's a sit-down conversation with how to handle the parent company. The DSPs are being thrown into the mix when, and I'm not an expert, when they're trying to do the best by their employees, because that's their business, that's their mom and pop business, and they would not risk their mom and pop business over another company because there's options for them. So my fear is that while it is believed that these major corporations are not doing the right thing, then it's the major corporations to be held accountable, not the small mom and pop stores that really are the ones that sustain areas like Hunts Point, like some of the South Bronx area where most of these businesses are held and where the residential growth is happening. So I think it's a mixture of looking at both and not competing, because I would be honest, I was completely impressed with the amount of benefits these DSPs offer their employees.
And they're here, so you're going to hear from them, and you'll hear from their workers too. So they, you don't have to take our word for it.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Banks.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I want to get to the middle. I want to get to a middle point of this particular bill, because I don't want to completely annihilate a group of small business owners who I know, some of them I know very well, who have stabilized some of our local communities with local hiring. But at the same time, there's a need for worker protection. And I think that's the middle where we come to. So I would want to ask you, can you give us or suggest some improvements to the bill so we can get to a middle point where we can have...
I mean, in the bill, I think you need to eliminate the direct hire provision. I mean, that's first and foremost. That said, in your own bill, you have recommendations or regulations around training. DCWP will designate a last mile facility training organization to conduct training for the last mile facility workers. I mean, that's a good thing. And we can come up with a standardized curriculum across different across Amazon, across FedEx and others, so that there's consistency in that. And that would give, I think, DCWP a benchmark to work off of.
And I know...
But can I just add quickly, because it's not Amazon, FedEx, it's last mile urban freight. It's
Correct.
The entire ecosystem that we would like to see best practice training and education. It's not about one company or another company. It's the segment.
It's a segment. And I know it was the testimony earlier that that there's no guarantee. There's no employment guarantee if this bill goes through. Is that everybody's in agreement with that? Yeah. And there's no way to compel any business or any parent company to hire if this bill goes through. Okay. Just want to get clarity on that. And hopefully we'll get other folks to give their pros and cons. But yeah, just want to get clarity on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it would end up in the courts and probably be denied.
Councilmember Banks, is that?
Thank you, Chair. That concludes my question.
Yeah, thanks. I think we should dig in a little, because I think there are some good, especially when a person's is hired from a company to do the same work for one company to the other. I think there might be some good case law on that, but I'm not an employment lawyer, even though I think was a lawyer back in the day. I'm not sure I agree with that assessment. It doesn't mean it won't end up in court, but I don't think I agree with that final statement you made. But I think we could leave that for other lawyers to evaluate. So have any of your entities, chambers, businesses been told by another company that you can or can't hire? Like, to me, this is an odd experience. I've worked in a lot of places over a lot of years. I've never had another entity, another corporation say, I can't hire that person. It seems like an odd arrangement where this other entity, which is Amazon, has so much power and control over whether you hire someone or not. Have you seen this in other industries where some other entities, like, you can't hire that person?
Certain government contracts.
So government contracts where you might have you got fingerprinted because you might be working with children, but this is not government entities.
Beyond that, agencies have actually wanted to see and have left.
Not government. I'm saying non-government. Okay. Yeah, non-government.
It affects my industry as a not-for-profit. That's the answer. The not-for-profits get affected by this all the time.
Sure, but I'm saying one for-profit affecting another for-profit.
Well, the closest thing that I could think of is a franchise model, right? And that is essentially what this kind of looks like, or the closest to it. And
So like Burger King or McDonald's would they say you can hire that person in your store?
I don't know. I mean, that's proprietary. It's supposed to be, right? I don't know, but there are specific whole guidelines that they have to take on to be a franchisee. I mean, that is part of the deal, and that's the closest thing that I can think of to this.
And just another question. I know you mentioned a lot about people losing jobs, but if this legislation were to pass, as is, obviously bills change all the time, they're still going to need someone to deliver packages, right? So there are still going to be those jobs. The only question might be who the employer is, but those jobs to deliver will still continue to exist. That's how I see it. I mean, if you see it differently, I'd love to hear that.
I guess I see it differently because if you have 1,200 employees over 8, and I'll keep using the same ones, who's to say that the larger corporations, whoever they may be, are mandated to hire those 1,200? They may be able to do it with 800, right? So what happens to those other 400? And then the second part to that, which is the one that I think about.
You agree someone has to deliver those packages.
Correct.
So the question is, you question whether those same 1,200 people will be hired, but you agree that people will have to be hired to deliver them.
They will have to be hired, but then it's easier to put them in a big truck and deliver them versus putting them in small and damaging mom and pops, because you're forcing them to hire. But then what happens to all the mom and pop shops that are the ones that hold that?
Putting the mom and pop separately, I just want to make sure that we have this premise that there will still be jobs.
There will
but not for everyone.
You might think there might be more, there might be less, depending on what Amazon decides.
A facility can pick up and move to New Jersey, or it can move to Nassau County, and they could deliver it through longer routes and bigger trucks. This is what can happen. And they wouldn't be subject to the same regulations.
So there'll still be deliveries in the 5 boroughs. Someone's still going to have to drop that off at someone's house.
That's right, but there'll be less of the last mile facilities here.
So your concern is that people will have a last mile facility outside of the 5 boroughs and bring bigger trucks in to do that delivery. There'll still be trucks in neighborhoods, and there'll still be people dropping off those packages. They might be off bigger trucks, is what your concern is.
There'll be bigger trucks, for sure.
And less competition. I mean, we want small companies, localized companies, to make as many New York City deliveries as possible. This will really hurt the competition. And part of what we're seeing...
You're saying because there'll be all Amazon, there'll be less competition through the DSPs?
Through small businesses in general. I mean, I think the risk is that we would create a system where only a couple of companies would deliver all the freight in the city.
Because they would be all direct hires from Amazon, you're saying?
Because there's no opportunity for somebody to start a trucking company. Like we say, our members start one person, one truck, one route. That used to be farms, that used to be factories. Now a lot of it is e-commerce. We want that competition. We want that pathway to entrepreneurship. We don't want 1 or 2 companies delivering all the freight. And we're still just talking about small parcel. New Yorkers are getting everything delivered to their home. That means smaller companies doing it, or larger companies on larger trucks from further out with more vehicle miles traveled, less economic opportunity to have electric trucks, to have cargo bikes, to have quads, to have the things that we want to see New York City scaling up.
But isn't Amazon buying those electric bikes? Aren't they their purchase? Aren't they the ones putting them in facilities?
I believe most of them belong to the small companies. I don't believe most of them are Amazon.
Okay. I'm going to go to my colleagues to see if they have other questions.
Councilman, may I just say, sorry. I
Yeah.
just want to say it also drives up cost.
Yeah.
It'll also drive up cost because when you're pushing businesses out, as Randy said, we are talking about the longer routes. It's still.
And I understand the concern that it could be, it might not be, and you're making a representation that it would be, but we really don't know if it was a different model, how different it would be, whether Amazon would just take over the existing facilities and continue to operate, or they might go to other locations, or DSPs would operate outside the 5 boroughs. You're making representations that may or may not happen based on changes, and we've seen this happen in other industries, like the hotel act last year. The sky was falling when we made these changes, and hotels continue to make profit. We've seen month of February, March, we had record turnout in hotels in New York. We've seen this fear raised before that this is going to, destroy an industry. And when push came to shove, the changes didn't result in that, the concerns that were flagged during the hearings.
I would say trucking is not like hotels.
Appreciate that.
Councilman, I would just say, today EDC announced the latest business formation numbers, 3 quarters in a row of more business closures than openings. There's an issue here. Yeah. And this legislation, I don't see any path, no matter how businesses absorb it, I don't see any path that does not drive up costs.
Appreciate that. I want my colleagues.
Yeah, so I have both a comment and I'll ask the question again. But the model that these last mile facilities have is to meet the demand that people have to have their packages delivered, within a day, within hours. They can't do that if they're remote in Long Island or New Jersey. Trucks are coming in from New Jersey and other places where they have their sorting facilities. They're coming into these last mile delivery places, and the reason that these last mile delivery places exist is because the demand to have packages delivered quickly has increased since COVID. And so what your premise that these DSPs are going to disappear and move someplace else does not fit the model of their the reason why they exist in the first place, and they want to be in urban centers so they can do the fast deliveries. The problem is that there's a productivity increase with the same number of workers and drivers, and productivity, the demands on productivity continue to go up and up and up and up, and that's untenable for workers. It's creating, safety issues. It's harmful to workers. It's harmful to our communities. And so we want to come up with a solution that's going to rectify that.
So regulate the quotas. And say that, maybe this New York will be the only place where people can't get packages in 2 days. I mean, you can say that if that's what you would like to do. But I'm just saying that is managing quotas as opposed to decimating an industry.
And I don't think we said the DSPs would pick up and move. I'm not sure that's exactly what we inferred. If we did, I apologize for that. That's not what we were inferring. Because
I've just reacted to what you said, that they're going to
90% of the facilities are already owned by the Amazons and the FedExes and others. So I don't think the DSPs are going to pick up and move. But there will be facilities owned by Amazon or FedEx and others in Nassau County, in New Jersey, that will figure out, because it's a simple equation for them. The more and more workers I have to take on here in New York City, there's an additional cost to that. And if I can just move that facility or those workers somewhere else and then truck it in from there, it's going to be cheaper.
And one quick comment, and I guess what concerns me is we seem to be focusing on one corporation mostly, and I think it's important, to his point and others, is that there's a lot more than just the Amazons of the world. I personally would love to be able to have the conversation as to how everybody fits into this mold, because there are other companies that may not be doing what you believe one other company may be doing. I just think that the use of Amazon solely, one bad apple per se, can affect the entire industry. If the problem seems to be Amazon, because the name has come up more times then I think the conversation needs to be had with Amazon, right? If that's the key problem here, if there's one company that you believe is not doing the right thing, then let's have that conversation instead of sweeping across the entire industry.
I I haven't mentioned Amazon once, but you know, Amazon has probably the largest market share of the, you know, the last mile delivery. So, you know, certainly, you know, Amazon is like, you know, miles apart, but, you know, and it's forcing, because of its policies and, you know, and its corporate model, it's forcing other last mile delivery companies to behave in the same way, right? So that's, you know, the issue is not just Amazon, but the impact that companies like Amazon, who have the largest market share of this industry, the impact that it's been having on smaller last mile delivery companies has kind of like it's been industry wide. So, you know, those are our concerns. And, you know, quite frankly, when you have a parent company, whether it's FedEx, Amazon, whatever the company is, kind of driving these policies through its subcontractors, it leaves the workers are left behind, because the subcontractors are telling their workers not to report things, because there have been companies who they report too many injuries, and Amazon or whatever company has cut them out. So that's another way that, you know, it's kept these subcontractors from, you know, reporting injuries, stealing wages, you know, all of these things. Like, not every subcontractor is a bad subcontractor. But the reality is that when you have a parent company that's dictating how you employ your workers and manage your workforce, it makes it difficult on both sides, and that's where you get these issues with workers' rights being violated, workers not reporting, safety issues, workers not reporting trucks that are or vans that are not well maintained, safety issues with equipment. They're just not reporting it because the subcontractors are afraid that the parent company is going to cancel their contract, and so then they're putting the pressure on the workers to not report, to do what you got to do to make it work.
60% are owned by FedEx and UPS, as per your own report. So it's Amazon's not the largest market share.
I want to thank this panel for your testimony today, and it was really helpful, and I'm sure the sponsors will be happy to follow up you after this, but thank you all for your time. I want to bring up the next panel: Richard Bloom, Thomas Giswaldi, Shane Mitchell, Danielle Akampu, and on Zoom is Brendan Griffith.
So Councilmember Epstein needed a short break, so we will start with Brendan Griffith, who is on Zoom. Did he disappear?
I'm here, Councilmember.
Thank you. If you can start.
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Brendan Griffith, and I am president of the New York City Central Labor Council, AFL-CIO. We represent over 300 unions and 1 million working people across the 5 boroughs of New York City. I want to thank Chair Harvey Epstein and the other members of the Committee on Consumer and Worker Protection for the opportunity to testify today, I am here to speak in support of the passage of Intro 518. Last mile delivery has become a reality in the city today. Many packages move fast through the hands of large multinationals and their subcontracted vendors to get to a customer as quickly as possible. Little time or attention, however, is paid by the average customer to the workers that do this work. The rules haven't kept up in the last mile industry, which means that workers and communities are paying the price in the margins and in substandard safety. For too long, big operators have hidden behind subcontractors. It's a pernicious practice across industries, including here in this sector. No one wants to take responsibility when workers get hurt or streets become dangerous. Low-road companies have to be compelled to do the right thing. What this bill does is it limits the opportunity for low-road practices that so many workers and communities have raised concerns about. The legislation requires last-mile facilities to obtain a license from the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection to disclose prior violations and to demonstrate that they can operate safely. If operators can't meet the standards, they should not be operating in New York City. This bill also requires workers performing core delivery and warehouse services to be directly employed by facility operators. Subcontracting these functions is prohibited. When existing contracts expire, operators are required to bring workers on directly with wages and benefits. And it's common decency for workers to know who they work for and who is responsible for their safety. This bill has real enforcement that makes a difference. Civil penalties, a private right of action, anti-retaliation protections, and authority for the Corporation Counsel to seek court-ordered compliance. Too many laws sound good on paper and mean nothing in practice. Crafted by advocates and unions with over a century in industry-adjacent experience, this is a solution that can work for
Time expired.
Please wrap up.
Sure. Just with 31 sponsors, the public advocate, and the Brooklyn Borough President behind it, this bill reflects broad agreement that the status quo is not working. The New York City Central Labor Council urges the committee and the full council to pass Intro 518 without delay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can start with the panel in front of us. You guys can decide who wants to go first. I don't.
Good afternoon. My name is Thomas Giswaldi, and I am president of Teamsters Joint Council 16. We represent 120,000 workers across greater New York. The Teamsters strongly support the Delivery Protection Act. Our members deliver everything that New Yorkers need. We have for over 100 years. The Teamsters organize this industry so workers have rights, so they have the wages and benefits to support their families, and so they can do their job safely. Amazon is upending this industry and causing havoc on our streets. 10,000 Amazon workers across the country have organized with the Teamsters Union because they are not willing to put their safety on the line for a paycheck that doesn't even cover their bills. Amazon forces workers to drive vans that are not safe for the road. Amazon pushes them to deliver more and more packages faster and faster. Amazon doesn't give them the training to be able to do their job safely. The chaos is not just unsafe for the workers. Amazon's recklessness is endangering everyone on the road. Amazon doesn't care. Why? Because Amazon has created subcontractors who shoulder all the liability for accidents and labor law violations. If one of your constituents or one of my members gets hit, Amazon doesn't have to take any responsibility. This is an issue not just for the Teamsters at Amazon and other last mile companies. It affects all our members on the road. When these companies drive up accidents and degrade the quality of training and safety for workers, that is a big problem for all our members out there making deliveries. We need licensing of last mile operators. We need an end to shoddy subcontracting schemes. We need independent safety training, and we need to ensure that the agency tasked with enforcing this bill, the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection, is properly funded. The City Council cannot wait to act. Please bring the Delivery Protection Act to a vote immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Blum. I'm a longtime member of the Association of Legal Advocates and Attorneys, UAW Local 2325. And I'm testifying today in support of Intro 518 on behalf of the UAW New York City Political Council, representing 20,000 members in New York City across a diverse range of sectors. In recent years, the UAW has been at the national forefront of militant action and organizing. and we've been active in New York City as well. We're acutely aware of the stratagems that large, wealthy, and well-resourced businesses and organizations use to defeat worker power. One of those tactics that these businesses use is to act as if they have no special relationship to their own workforce, the very workers whose labor makes these companies wealthy. They use methods of fissuring, as David Weil called it, to disclaim responsibility for their workforce and avoid liability under labor and employment laws. We've seen this, of course, in the ride-hail business and the delivery business with the apps, and so too in the last-mile delivery industry, where workers are either deemed to be in business for themselves or to be the employees of a company that actually doesn't have the full control over the terms and conditions of employment, including the safety conditions and the pay. These are really dictated by the parent entity, and at the same time, they disclaim any responsibility from the workforce, going exactly to the point that you were making repeatedly before. There's a recent Second Circuit decision involving a baker that had delivery workers, forced them to incorporate themselves, and then said they weren't transportation workers anymore because they were in business for themselves. And this is the kind of nonsense that we see in a variety of industries, but particularly in this area of delivery. So these fictions seek to prevent these workers from having the protections of labor and employment law. New York City does not have to tolerate these dangerous evasions of responsibility. And by the way, since someone mentioned franchising before, I'll just say that David Weil did a study a long time ago that showed that in fast food, where there's franchising, there's a far higher level of labor law violations.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thanks so much. I appreciate the David Weil shout-outs, but thank you, Chairperson Epstein and members of the committee for the opportunity to speak on Intro 518. My name is Shane Mitchell. I'm here representing the New York Hotel and Gaming Trades Council. We represent over 40,000 hotel, club, racetrack, and casino workers. Through our advocacy for the Safe Hotels Act in 2024, we've learned how powerful a tool licensure can be for workplace conditions, consumer protection, and NYC resident safety. As has already been discussed, this bill requires last mile facilities to be licensed by DCWP. The mere fact of licensure will bring sunlight to these businesses and some of the issues that they're having, and some of which are operating in unsafe and perhaps even illegal conditions. The employment relationships at these facilities can often be confused and unclear, and in the interest of time, I'm going to skip some of this because we've already been covered. But much like the Safe Hotels Act, this bill seeks to bring clarity to that employment situation by requiring licensees or their single operator to directly employ core employees. We saw in hotels how subcontracting relationships could lead to massive wage theft, abusive behavior by management, labor trafficking, and unsafe working conditions. DCWP oversight is now changing the hotel workplaces for the better. Licensed hotels, over 760 of them, are safer, cleaner, and less likely to engage in abusive or exploitative employment practices, again, because of the sunlight brought by DCWP. This bill would give workers and NYC residents the tools they need to demand higher safety standards from these businesses and would further empower workers to pursue dignity and respect on the job. We'd like to commend Councilmember Caban and every sponsor of the legislation for their diligent work on this issue. We appreciate the attention given to the concerns of working New Yorkers now and always. We urge you to vote yes on Intro 518. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Daniel Ocampo. Until recently, I was a senior staff attorney at the National Employment Law Project, and in that capacity, studied the contracting and subcontracting out of work across the economy, including in the logistics industry, and how it degrades the quality and safety of work. And I'm here to testify in support of this bill. And I just want to focus on one critical point, which is it's undeniable, as we've heard today, that last mile delivery is creating significant traffic congestion and street safety concerns that the city needs to address. When delivery vans stop in the middle of streets, it can block pedestrian crossings, bike lanes, and other traffic, forcing drivers and cyclists to veer out into the middle of streets into oncoming traffic, and of course puts the lives of delivery workers at risk as well. But the structure of these businesses, and here I'll speak specifically about Amazon because that's what I understand best, the subcontracting out to DSPs and to independent contractor flex drivers, that structure has made it incredibly difficult to address these problems from a public policy perspective and for the workers themselves. Because who is it that can actually change this behavior and abate these safety concerns? it's Amazon, it's not the DSPs. Amazon is the entity that's setting the routes, that decides the number of packages that need to be delivered in a given day, the order in which those packages need to be delivered, and when they should be delivered by, and communicates it then through an app to the drivers. And it then monitors those drivers using GPS tracking and in-van cameras, monitoring their every move. So, and it also, of course, designs and owns the vans and the safety equipment that workers use. So it's only Amazon and the other sort of parent companies that we've been discussing that can address these concerns, and that's why they need to be held accountable, and that's the fundamental public policy purpose of this bill as I see it. It's to ensure that the only entity that can fix these issues can be held accountable to them, and so that we can get a handle on this massive new industry. Thank you.
That was great, right? To the second, that was perfect. Can I talk about worker turnover issue? We've spent a lot of time today talking about it. How do you see us being able to reduce that kind of turnover? What tools do we have in our tool belt? And do you feel like this legislation will advance reducing worker turnover?
I'll answer for one thing that I'm through the whole hearing. What I'm seeing is this bill is about the worker, not about the contractor or subcontractor. We Joint Council 16. We have over thousands of employers, and I'm doing this for 30 years, and I've never once seen a company that has their name on everything, gives direction, hires, and gives their daily routines to everybody, that the worker cannot go to them with a problem of wage theft, of overwork, labor law violations, anything. They're in the middle. And the one thing I didn't hear today was that, on the other side, was that they didn't mention the worker once. The worker was never mentioned once about how they're going to protect that worker. When you heard all the testimony from Amazon workers of what went on, does the subcontractor, is he able to go to Amazon and say, well, wait a minute, my worker, you overloaded him, you did this, you did that, you got to stop that. I don't think that ever happened. They're subcontractors, but they're really payroll agents, and that's a great thing. There's nothing wrong with that. But the bottom line is the worker who we're here for has no protection. He has nobody to go to. The fingers get pointed in different directions, and that's what this bill is all about, in my opinion.
Great. I don't know if anyone else wants to comment on that. Otherwise, I'll go to my next question.
Why not? Just chiming in from the hotel workers' perspective, again, not our industry, so don't want to overstep my bounds here, but certainly we saw a very common pattern where if there were issues with the workforce, whether they're talking to DCWP, a lawyer, the union, or whatever, because you have this intermediary between them, instead of firing the workforce, you can fire the contractor. And so you're not violating labor law and retaliating against employees who are seeking their rights. Instead, you're making a business decision for your own bottom line. So that's maintaining a workforce requires a strong relationship between the employee and the employer, and having that intermediary will only drive further turnover.
So because you have this intermediary, you've seen this in the hotel industry, where the intermediary really forces the turnover because they, just by their own existence, mean that worker dissatisfaction will result in higher turnover?
Right, and if there's a workplace injury or some other incident, the hotel in this situation is not liable, does not have any responsibility, because they don't have the employer-employee relationship. And we've successfully organized subcontracted hotel workers in the past. I think most famously at the Margaritaville in Midtown, if anybody's been. But yeah, it becomes a real difficult prospect for workers to express their needs and concerns in a fair way with their employer when their employer isn't really their employer, so to speak.
Yeah, so it feels like they have two employers. They have the DSPer and they have the parent company. So when issues come up, it's hard to distinguish between the two, it sounds like you're saying.
Yeah.
Right. And how about safety? Like how, besides this, like when we talk about workplace safety and anti-retaliation, how does this work in these, where there's this middle entity? How do you see this playing out in this industry or in other industries?
Just going back to Dan's points before, if the entity that calls the shots and controls the conditions, right, has quotas, has time pressure on people, if they are not accountable under the labor law to the workers, then there's no way of addressing those issues meaningfully by going through the entity that does not have that control.
No.
And I was going to chime in, for the Safe Hotels Act, there was a training component, particularly with human trafficking recognition, and precisely because when there's, again, you need to have that employer-employee relationship to even know what's correct in the workplace, right? Like if the parent company doesn't have that same investment in what the day-to-day life of that worker, they're not going to care about injuries or what have you. So workplace safety requires that relationship that just doesn't exist in a subcontracted relationship.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you. I want to turn to my colleagues. Councilmember Caban. You good? Anyone else for this panel? Yeah. Councilmember Chantel Henry. Did I announce you before? Chantel Thomas Henry. Chanel Thomas Henry. Sorry, I don't know what's going on with my brain today. I'm sorry. Go ahead, ask your questions and welcome, and I apologize.
No worries, thank you, Chair. So I just want clarity on the last couple of statements. So are you saying, working for a subcontractor, the employees do not have the same labor protections?
We're saying that the entity that actually is responsible for the problem does not have, is not answerable under those laws. In other words, if, let's say, take Amazon, since we've been talking about Amazon. If Amazon is causing speedy, putting pressure on to require things to be done at a pace that requires worker injury or accidents, Amazon, if it's not the employer, isn't accountable to those workers for those conditions that created those accidents and those other injuries under the labor law, if it's not the employer. It's only the employer that's responsible. So you can say to the DSP, you shouldn't have caused these problems, but if it's not the DSP that's actually creating the conditions, the requirements that cause the problem, you're not getting anywhere with that. That's the problem with subcontracting.
But the employee themselves still has the right to those protections, correct? So you're not eliminating the protections for the employer.
They have the
it's harder for them to, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
They have the right to protections vis-a-vis an entity that doesn't have any control over the situation.
I don't see any more comments, so I want to thank this panel for being here. Let's bring up the next panel. Alan Abraham on Zoom, Drew Weber, Damon Gilbert, Theodore Moore, and Brian Kalachi. And if Alan's on Zoom, we can just start with you while the panel gets seated.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Chair and members of the Committee on Consumer and Worker Protections. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Alan Abraham, and I'm the Director of Organizing and Advocacy with the People's Plan. I'm here today to support Council's passage of the Delivery Protection Act and Last Mile Bill, and also support the future enforcement of this bill by advocating for the Make 'em Pay campaign, which pushes to double the budget of DCWP. First and foremost, this is a public safety bill that'll benefit all New Yorkers. Right now, the city is not able to adequately hold Amazon, a multi-billion-dollar company, accountable for trafficking and labor violations because it relies on a web of third-party contractors operating in underpaid, unsafe, and unstable conditions. The provisions of this bill, including licensing last-mile facilities, requiring direct employment, and structuring protections against retaliation, will reduce traffic violence, improve workplace conditions, and begin to hold companies accountable, including for millions in unpaid fees. And while Amazon is a key example, this bill is ultimately about setting standards for an entire fast-growing industry. But passing strong laws is only half the equation. They must also be enforced. Right now, New York City is owed at least $1.5 billion in unpaid penalties from large corporations and bad actors. Agencies like DCWP are tasked with enforcing critical worker and consumer protections, but they're under-resourced relative to the scale of violations they face. So when enforcement is weak, corporate bad actors treat parking tickets and penalties as optional, just as the cost of doing business. and our streets become less safe due to these violations, workers lose wages and consumers are exploited, and responsible businesses are undercut. That's why we're calling on council to significantly invest in DCWB's enforcement capacity, including doubling its budget and adding inspectors. This is about making sure like the last mile bill and DPA actually work in practice. It's about deterrence, fairness, and protecting New Yorkers. And it's a key part of the broader make and pay strategy to ensure corporate lawbreakers are held accountable across the board. Last mile drivers and workers deserve to be protected.
Time has expired.
From unsafe employment practices. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the panelists in front of us.
Good morning, Chair Epstein, Councilmember Caban, and members of the committee. My name is Drew Weber, and I am testifying on behalf of the Consortium for Worker Education, or CWE. CWE serves as the workforce development arm of the New York City Central Labor Council, partnering with 33 unions and their respective locals on training, education, and childcare programs. We are testifying today in strong support of the Delivery Protection Act. Amazon's DSP program has allowed the company to sidestep its obligations to workers, denying them the rights and protections they are entitled to. This bill addresses that directly through the establishment of licensing standards, direct employment requirements, and a robust independent training mandate. We are particularly encouraged by the bill's requirement that the DCWP designate nonprofit training providers to educate workers on safety and their rights, and that those providers retain ultimate discretion over training content. This is essential. For workers to exercise their rights, they must first know what they are. When training is offered only by the employer, there is an inherent misalignment between what the company wants workers to know and what they are entitled to know under the law. CWE has seen this firsthand. Our program, the Astoria Worker Project, is partnering with organizers from Amazon Labor Union Local 1 to educate their members through a peer-to-peer model on their rights under the Warehouse Worker Protection Act. We are doing this precisely because it's that type of independent, worker-centered education that cannot come from the employer itself. To strengthen this provision, we recommend that the Council add an explicit requirement that designated training organizations have demonstrated experience in Know Your Rights education, covering workers' protections under labor and employment law. The bill's training framework is strong. Adding this requirement would ensure that the organizations trusted to implement it are equipped to meet all the expectations set out under the law. CWE looks forward to supporting the passage and ultimate implementation of this bill. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you to the chair and the committee. My name is Theo Moore. I'm with the Alliance for Greater New York. Align expresses strong support for the Delivery Protection Act because of the rapid expansion of last mile delivery has created an urgent public safety, worker protection, and environmental crisis across the 5 boroughs. The Delivery Protection Act is a necessary step towards restoring accountability and protecting New Yorkers. While this legislation applies to all last mile operators, it is impossible to discuss this industry without addressing Amazon's outsized role. As an industry leader, Amazon has fundamentally reshaped consumer expectations around delivery speed, driving the entire sector toward increasingly dangerous and unsustainable practices. Central to Amazon's role is its delivery service partner program. This structure allows Amazon to shift risk and responsibility away from the wealthiest corporations in the world onto small contractors and individual workers. Under this system, drivers are pushed to meet extreme quotas without adequate protections, while Amazon maintains control over routes, performance standards, and delivery timelines. This arrangement does not represent genuine small business empowerment. Rather, it represents the outsourcing of risk and liability. Exemplifying this contradiction, Amazon recently held a contest offering $1,000 prizes to DSP drivers, those very people Amazon claims are another business's employees, to say they love their job at Amazon. The ills of the current system listed here are based on well-documented fact. Reports from the New York City Comptroller and federal investigations have highlighted the links between rapid delivery demands, unsafe working conditions, and increased traffic violence. These findings make clear that without intervention, the situation will continue to worsen. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you, committee members, for the opportunity to testify. My name is Damon Gilbert, and I'm with New York Lawyers for the Public Interest, and I'm here in strong support of the Delivery Protection Act. The expansion of last mile delivery facilities across New York City has created a system where the harms of our modern convenience economy are disproportionately borne by the same communities that have long faced environmental burdens and disinvestment. As e-commerce has grown, so too has the infrastructure needed to sustain it, resulting in millions of daily package deliveries, thousands of additional truck trips, and the proliferation of last mile warehouses embedded within dense residential neighborhoods. According to the recent comptroller report, these facilities are overwhelmingly concentrated in environmental justice communities, where residents are already exposed to higher levels of air pollution and industrial activity, which causes higher rates of respiratory disease and other extreme health issues. The result is a compounding of harm: more truck traffic, worse air quality, and heightened safety risks layered onto communities that can least afford it. These harms are a direct consequence of an industry model that prioritizes profit margins over safety, health, and accountability. For too long, this industry has expanded without meaningful oversight, leaving workers and their communities to absorb the consequences. This bill would begin to close the gap by tying the right to operate to basic standards of safety and accountability and shifting responsibility back to where it belongs, onto the parent companies that profit most from this system. For these reasons, we ask that you vote yes to pass the Delivery Protection Act. Thank you.
Good.
All right. Good morning. My name is Brian Kalachi. I'm the chief economist at the Open Markets Institute. We're an economic policy think tank based in Washington, D.C., although I live here. And what I do for a living is I research workplace fishing. I've heard David Weil mention a couple times, and what I call control without responsibility business models. And I just wrote a book on franchising. We've heard about some of the similarities between this industry and that. So yeah, among the most dramatic changes anyone with eyes can see into New York City streets in the past decade has been the arrival of a constant parade of delivery vehicles. They can be seen circling blocks throughout the city, often the same block multiple times in the same day, stopping only for drivers to emerge sprinting up front steps to drop off packages. By 2024, the number of packages delivered per day had reached 2.5 million, which is way up from the 1.1 million in 2017. Everyone's referenced the comptroller's report, but I'll just reiterate, that the congestion and air quality problems, particularly in communities designated environmental justice priority areas, has gone up. But the problem here is it can be extra challenging to hold last mile delivery companies accountable for safety problems because of the way that Amazon in particular, though not alone, has structured its delivery network. In terms of economic realities, Amazon operates a single integrated delivery network. The drivers wear Amazon uniforms, they drive trucks and vans emblazoned with the Amazon logo, and they follow precise routes and schedules prescribed and enforced by intense digital surveillance by Amazon. And yet, despite all this, Amazon disclaims it has any responsibility as the employer of these workers under liability or labor laws. Their paychecks for these workers technically come from nominally independent delivery service partners operating under the tight control and thumb of Amazon. I think the idea that these are independent businesses in any meaningful sense, I think, is a bit of a farce. So by using DSPs instead of its own drivers, Amazon managed to avoid all of these laws. What this legislation would do is bring back accountability to the business model.
Thank you all. So can we talk about franchises and kind of this, like, it seems like it's similar as you're claiming to a franchise model. What are I want to hear more about some of the downsides here, or, obviously we'll hear soon from some of the DSPs. What do you think the overall concern is around that franchise model related to worker safety and traffic issues?
So I think the issue is that, as other people have said before, but the entity that's in control of the conduct is, whether Amazon, is very hard. They can't be held accountable. They will disclaim liability if there's, under vicarious liability doctrines, things like that, and workers are not able to access the company that is in control of their working conditions, that's in control of their discipline, that's in control of the pace of work. All that stuff is not under the discretion of the DSP to fix. That has to come from Amazon.
Great. I want to talk to my colleagues to see anyone for this panel. All right. Thank you all for being here and testifying. Really appreciate it. Next one, Andrew Setlike, Rudy Cesares, Dwayne Ronan, and Joe Artus. And if you guys are settled in, one of you can start, it's fine. Well, I don't know, we have 2 other people joining. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Rudy Cazares.
Turn the mic on.
My name is Rudy Cazares. I'm a Marine Corps veteran, a New York City small business owner, and I'm here in opposition to Intro 518 because of its impact on jobs, small businesses in our community. I was raised in Elmhurst, Queens, by immigrant parents from Mexico. After serving 15 years in the Marine Corps, including 3 combat tours in Iraq, I came home and built my business in the communities I grew up in. Today, I operate Kazar Logistics, an Amazon delivery service partner, and Joint Ops Logistics, a FedEx independent service provider. Since 2020, our team has delivered over 20 million packages across New York City, helping keep this city running during COVID and beyond. Through Kazar Logistics, we've also made a weekly commitment since July of 2023 through a public-private partnership with the New York City Department of Veteran Services, HelloFresh, the Campaign Against Hunger, and Amazon, delivering over 140,000 meals to military families, veterans, and community members at no cost to this city. We employ over 100 New Yorkers and have hired over 500 through Workforce One. Those are facts. I've heard statements suggesting protections like guaranteed rehire between small business owners and parent companies. But any bill is only as good as its execution, and there's no guarantee that workers displaced from one company will be absorbed by another. May I continue? I came here today to give testimony, but what I'm witnessing is alarming. I don't know about anyone being forced to be here, but I do know there are hundreds of small business owners and drivers who volunteer to show up, and many of them are being kept outside at the gates of City Hall today. I'll finish by saying when small businesses like mine are pushed out, the workers we employ don't win, they lose their jobs. That is facts. I urge this council to consider the real impact on jobs and communities before moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Satellite. I own and operate a small package delivery business serving New York City. What started as a business has become something much more personal to me, because behind every package delivered is a real person. My company employs around 180 people, and our delivery associates come to work every day to support their families, pay rent, pursue educations, and build a future. We have associates who started with no experience and are now leading teams, training others, and growing into management roles. This is not just package delivery. This is economic opportunity. As a business owner, I carry that responsibility fully. I'm responsible for hiring, payroll, compliance, safety, and making sure every delivery associate gets home safely. Their well-being is not theoretical, it's on me every single day. We have built systems around safety, accountability, compliance, and growth because we care about our people and our community. This business is also how I support my family. It provides for my household, my 3 children, and our future. Like many small business owners, everything I've built is tied to this. It's not just what I do, it's how we live. And that responsibility extends beyond my home. I'm responsible for every driver we employ, their pay, their safety, their benefits, and making sure they have consistent hours to earn a living. Many of them are supporting families of their own. For some, this is their first real step towards stability. For others, it's a path to grow into leadership and build a career. We have worked hard to build something that creates real opportunity while maintaining strong safety standards. May I continue? And accountability across our operations. This is why this bill is so concerning. If this bill passes as it's written, it will put stability at risk, not just for the business, but for every family that depends on it. The people this bill is trying to protect will be the first to feel the impact, and the community will feel it through higher delivery costs, slower service, and less efficient operations across the city. We all agree of the goal of protecting our delivery associates. They are the backbone of our operations, but we have to do it in a way that keeps opportunities alive, not one that unintentionally takes it away. At the end of the day, this isn't just about policy, it's about families. The families of every delivery associate who depends on this work. We must make sure we won't create policies that ultimately cost them their jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right, my name is Joe Artis, and much like Andrew and Ryan here, I'm an owner of a delivery company operating in and out of New York City. I started my business in 2020 and named it after my father, a Guatemalan immigrant who worked for the MTA for 38 years, who passed away of lung cancer in 2016. I'm the youngest of 7 children, and everything I've built is rooted in work ethic and stability that he gave our family. Today, I'm trying to create that same opportunity for others. We actively hire through shelters, nonprofits, workforce development programs, much like Strive, Interborough, Urban Upbound, and Henry Street Settlement. These are organizations that focus on placing people who need work the most. These are individuals rebuilding their lives, supporting families, and getting a real opportunity through this work. At the same time, we've built an operating model that reduces congestion in New York City with walking delivery associates to complete routes in neighborhoods all like Harlem. In this bill, if it is applied broadly, the impact is real. Smaller operations like mine are going to struggle to comply and probably be pushed out. Opportunities for these exact workers these programs serve will shrink. And this system will shift towards larger, less flexible operations. I fully support safe conditions and smart regulation, but we need clear definitions and thoughtful implementation so that the policies don't inadvertently harm small businesses and limit access to jobs for the people who need them the most. I just respectfully ask that the council ensure that this bill doesn't unintentionally close doors for the very people we're trying to create opportunities for. Thank you for your time.
Thank you all. And so just a little more about your business so I understand. Do you own or operate or lease a warehouse?
We don't.
You own a space?
We don't operate our warehouses. We own our own company that employs directly our people.
Great. And then do you work with multiple companies who bring items to your warehouse?
No. The entity that I own serving New York City directly contracts with Amazon.
Other companies as well?
We do operate FedEx contractors in the upstate New York as well.
But in New York City, just Amazon?
That's correct.
Okay, and you said how many employees do you have?
180.
And full-time versus part-time?
All full-time.
All full-time? Great. And they're hourly or they're?
The delivery associates are hourly. That's correct. But we have multiple people that came up through the ranks, starting at the hourly employee became managers and directors.
And what borough do you service?
New York City.
All 5 boroughs?
I do Midtown East from 16th Street all the way to 68th Street, from 3rd Avenue to FDR Drive.
From 16th Street to 68th Street from?
FDR Drive to 3rd Avenue.
FDR Drive to 3rd Avenue. A lot of my districts, so thank you. And then, so they're all full-time, and is there an average delivery amount that each delivery service person is delivering a day?
No, it's not a set amount. Every route's different.
Every route's different?
Yeah.
Is there an average?
It's about 150.
150, and that's over an 8-hour shift?
Not necessarily. Again, every route's different. We deliver to a building that has 1,000 apartments. That takes...
Just one, yeah, they could take,
Right.
150 in that one building, right? And so are they in trucks, they're in bikes, they're on foot?
Right. I operate the Walker program, which is we deliver on foot.
So only foot?
Yes.
So how do they get the items from your warehouse to the building with 150 units?
So the way it works in our program is we have trucks dispatched from the fulfillment center, distribution center rather, to a specific area in New York City. And there are our walkers, we call them walkers, delivery associates, will meet the trucks, and we disperse the packages through, at the truck, to different anchor points.
So I'm clear. They take it. So someone drops off a truck in your
No, it's
drives
our
the truck.
employees. It's our employees. Our drivers,
So who's the stuff that's coming from a company? Those are your drivers too, or is
that's
this?
correct. So our drivers go to the stations.
And they drop off items at the station.
No, they collect the packages from the station.
But who brings the items to the station?
That's not us, that's Amazon.
So Amazon is dropping things at your station.
Correct.
Your staff or their staff is unloading it?
Their staff.
Their staff is unloading it into your facility.
Their facility that we operate out of. We don't have a facility.
Because you don't own a facility.
We do not.
They own and they lease it.
Well, we don't lease them either.
They own it, they manage it.
Correct.
And the trucks that are then driving in the neighborhood, are those your trucks or Amazon trucks?
We have multiple. We have rental, leased through a third-party company, and we have also leased through Amazon.
And where do those trucks stay? Are they do you have a facility for those trucks?
It's parked in Amazon warehouse.
It's parked in an Amazon warehouse. Okay, so there's Amazon truck brings thing to an Amazon facility. Your people, Amazon people, put them into the facility. Your people take it out of the facility and put it in your truck, and your people then bring it to another location where walkers are walking around with
That's
them.
correct.
Great, I understand that system. And these people are all full-time.
That's correct.
Great. And can we hear, is your business similar to his?
Yes, I'm very similar to his. To further clarify, the Amazon station will sort the packages and assign them to us. My company services all of Harlem from 110th to 140th, river to river. And just to emphasize one thing, and I can speak for him, I'm not about his model. We've never laid off a single employee ever.
That's great.
We have full-time everyone. We flexible hiring, our flexible shifts, weekly pay, all benefits, healthcare, dental, vision are available.
And yours are all walkers as well?
Absolutely.
So it's exactly the same model?
Just different location.
Different location. And just same thing, you don't own the facility, it's all exactly the same?
Correct.
Great. And can we hear about your business? Is it the same as theirs?
It's very similar. We operate out of an Amazon warehouse, and then my other company operates out of FedEx warehouse. Drivers are all hourly employees, W-2 employees, medical benefits, 401k, employer match, PTO, all pretty much the same.
And they're all full-time?
For the most part, they're all full-time.
So the most part isn't all. So you have some part-timers?
Yes, I do.
And then so you have one that's Amazon and one that's a different company?
FedEx.
FedEx. And then both the FedEx and the Amazon, it is their facility that your people are operating under?
Correct.
And you have walkers as well?
I don't have walkers.
So how do people then take those packages that are being dropped off by an Amazon truck, by Amazon staff into an Amazon facility?
We use cargo vans, electric vehicles, step vans to make our deliveries.
And those are your vehicles or those are not your vehicles?
They're either financed by my company, leased by my company, or rented by my company.
It's finance, so you own some that you're financing.
Right.
You rent some. Who are you renting them from?
All the different companies that are out there.
So are you not renting them from FedEx, or are you renting them from FedEx?
No, I'll rent them from, I'll buy them through a dealership, finance them, through a financing company. I'm renting vehicles from Ryder, Merchant Fleet, I've rented vehicles from Budget, all third-party companies. There are some companies like Wheels, Lease Plan, Element. It's another company that we rent our branded vehicles from.
And you say branded, what are they branded with?
Amazon logos.
So the vehicles that you own, lease, or rent all have Amazon logos on them?
Not all of them.
Some of them do, some of them don't.
Yeah, I would say about 50% of my fleet.
And the 50% that are to go to walkers, or do they just deliver around this neighborhood?
I deliver through the use of vehicles, so my drivers are the ones making those deliveries.
So those are in those little vehicles or in larger
Cargo vans, we have electric vehicles, customized delivery vehicles, step vans.
And who then maintains those vehicles? Do you do that or some other company does that?
Me and my team.
your team, so you don't hire an outside company to maintain?
We can, right? We have a list of mechanics that we utilize, depending on the capacity, depending on the urgency, depending on the situation. Could be an auto body, could be a mechanic. Depending on if it's an electric vehicle, then we'll use Rivian certified mechanics. We've got fleet managers on staff. There's some things that we may do ourselves, like changing out a light bulb. But yeah, we have a preventative maintenance plan and a reactive plan to be able to handle any kind of breakdowns.
And so the ones that are branded with Amazon, those are purchased, rented, or leased?
Those are leased.
Those are leased. And who are you leasing them from?
Either a company called Element or Lease Plan, Wheels.
And then the ones that are electric, how are those charged? Do you have a facility where it's charged, or is that within
the Amazon facility provides charging stations for us, and that's how we charge those fees.
And who services that charging infrastructure? Your staff or Amazon staff?
Probably be handled by the facility.
And this facility, you mean Amazon or a third party?
Amazon. It would probably be Amazon.
So Amazon's dealing with the charging, they're dealing with the vehicles, but you're taking the packages out with your team and then delivering it all over the city.
Correct.
And what part of the city do you deliver in, you said?
Currently in the Bronx, we're operating from New Rochelle down to Co-op City, all the way west to Yonkers.
And I'm sorry I'm taking so much time to my colleagues, but great, you said mostly full-time. How many people are you hiring a year? What kind of turnover does it look like?
Yeah, I think you asked that question before, and we're going to get you an answer specifically to what that turnover is.
Yeah, I think on the Zoom I asked you that question.
Right, exactly. And and this also, when we're dealing with a pilot program, if we deal with program, those are growth models.
Sure.
Then part-time situations where the expectation is that individuals are doing it either before another job or after, maybe they have other requirements.
Yeah, someone could be going to school and working at night.
Could be working on the weekends.
Yeah, exactly. We've all done that.
The flexibility of a 4-day work week allows for that, which is another benefit of being able to work with us.
So you have a 4-day work week that are longer hours, just 4 days a week?
Sure, 10 hours a day.
10 hours a day, 4 days a week.
Right, which is preferred by most drivers, by the way.
Great. And just turnover, I don't know for either, like how long, you said you've been operating for a few years. What kind of consistency with staffing? What kind of hiring are you doing every year?
So as far as our staffing, since we've never laid off anyone ever, we're always constantly hiring, and we're helping people move forward in careers, whether it be through taking other job opportunities or doing continued education. They can do all of that. We give them all the options and flexibility. And as far as to follow up on the part-time, our minimal part-time offerings are usually at the request of the employee. We have employees, I can speak to the employees I've hired that had to drop down to part-time due to shelter restraints that don't let them make enough money to do anything else they require to make less hours. We're flexible with those as well. So we have various ways to support them and do what they need and get them work that way.
Yeah, so if someone wants to work full-time, they can work full-time. You're hiring regularly because you just have kind of regular turnover. Great. And is your facility any different?
No, it's the same thing.
Same thing. Yeah. Great. All right. I want to turn to my colleagues to see if folks have questions. Yes, Councilmember Thomas Henry.
Thank you. So my questions are across the panel. What does, since all of you do contract through Amazon, what does training look like? So you hire someone, what is the length of time that they're trained? Is there ongoing training throughout their employment process? What does training for your workers look like?
Yeah, it actually starts during the recruiting process. I mean, we want to find the most qualified individuals to put behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's the responsible thing to do. So there's a certain amount of years of a license that they're required to have. Cargo van driving experience if they're going to be in a cargo van, DOT driving experience if they're going to be in a DOT step van. We don't just take random people off the street and put them behind a vehicle. We put them through the recruiting process, the onboarding process, where we introduce them to what our culture is and what our core values are. They'll go through about 2 days of training with an Amazon trainer that includes a road test. And then day one, they'll be with an experienced driver, but they're riding around with half of a route for the first several weeks as we build them up, getting them acclimated to the areas and where they operate, used to the vehicle, and as well as the package volume that we're assigning to them. And then if for whatever reason, if they fall short of expectations, our managers are coaches. They're those individuals that coach to specific metrics that we're looking for them to improve. For example, if it's service quality, if a package, for whatever example, maybe doesn't get to the customer, we look into what those reasons are. If it's safety, we utilize our AI cameras in our vehicles to keep our drivers from being complacent, and because it's very easy to do that when you're behind a vehicle for 10 hours a day. So we help coach them and showing them, here's an opportunity for you to improve. If you're rolling a stop sign, or for whatever reason, if your following distance is too close, maybe you're waiting for a text message, you get distracted by your own cell phone. That is how we utilize the technology to benefit not only the company and the driver, but also to our community.
So for our hiring process and training process, the part of what we do right away is once they finish onboarding with us, they had to do a classroom training first. And after the classroom training, I personally contact every single employee. I have every employee's phone number I've ever hired in my phone now. And I have a conversation with them. We go over scheduling. And part of that is I tell them the same thing, that while I own this company, I treat it like I work for you, and closed mouths don't get fed. And what does that mean? It means that they're going to do training with our guys too. So the first day they will shadow one of our trainers. Then the second day they come back and the trainer will shadow them. And then we tell them that closed mouths don't get fed. If you need more training, you let us know, and you can get as much training as you need until you're comfortable delivering packages. And that's our process.
Yours?
Pretty much the same. I mean, for every new employee, they go through about 4 or 5 days training, but everyone learns differently. Some people have to go through 2 weeks of training, right? But the main, I think, approach that we do is we assign a team lead to that specific new employee to kind of observe their performance and how they do things, just to kind of walk them through what we do and how we do things. And then we do evaluations after 30 days, 60 days, and 90 days. But the training is ongoing. It never stops.
So it sounds like it's different training for all 3 entities?
Yes.
So there's no like standard, especially if you're specifically just delivering for Amazon, a standard training process to follow for all these drivers, so it's consistent?
Well, I think their model's a little bit different because it has walkers, but like for my trainers themselves, we have DOT certified trainers through third parties that go through a certification course to become trained trainers. And we utilize those individuals to obviously improve the driving safety portion of the training specifically because they're driving vehicles.
But in this instance, where Amazon is the corporate partner, they don't mandate a specific training. You independently, as independent owners, do your own training.
They're required to go through the initial training, the couple of days with an Amazon trainer.
Okay.
And then they also assist us by providing us lighter routes throughout the first several weeks of the employment, the individual being employed.
Okay. For the 2 entities that do both FedEx and Amazon, do you see a difference in terms of volume of packages, any best practices between the 2?
I think the 2 model, although they're similar, but they're completely different in the sense that, especially the model, right? I mean, I deliver the Amazon contract in Manhattan, where the FedEx we deliver in the upstate New York. So it's a completely different model. In the city, we have to deal with density. We have to deal with a doorman building, although a lot of times we're called the last mile delivery, we are not in those type of buildings, right? Because those buildings have their own mailroom and processes that they have to go through. And the FedEx side in the upstate New York, we are similar to like what Rudy has in the van model. It's 1 van per route, and those drivers we decide on the routing the night before on how to maximize productivity. At the end of the day, I mean, everyone is held to a standard of performance. How we decide that performance is how we build our business.
And just to piggyback on the differences, no area in Manhattan, like you all know, every 3 blocks, it's like a whole different world, right? So for him being in Midtown and me being in Harlem, very unique set of challenges in both. Where he may have freight elevators, we have large New York City housing complexes. So the training also has to be spec'd out to the territories. There's no one size fits all with this type of training. While there is a general classroom training for all the employees that Amazon has us do, they just learn standard work on what the expectations are. We're the ones out there teaching, and if this bill were to go through, that would all disappear if it was one general training.
Exactly, and so there's not a one size fits all. I think people get fixated on the number of packages that are in a vehicle. I'll give you one example. We used to deliver to St. John's University. We used to cram 400 packages in one cargo van. That driver was done within 2 hours versus delivering maybe 100 packages, but you're going up and down flights of staircases in Co-op City. It's not a one size fits all, but what's important is to understand that it's not just the Amazon, the FedEx standards that we're looking to meet, but it's the customer demands that we're looking to meet while being safe on the road. And that's the most important thing that I think maybe is lost here, is understanding that as a small business owner, I have a vested interest not to go out of business, not to see my people get hurt, not to see my insurance rates rocket. And so it's a balancing act every single day, and I think it's very important to understand that we are there to try to get the job done and be safe at the same time.
And do you see any best practices between FedEx and Amazon? And you do both in the city, correct?
Those best practices comes from me and my team. Okay. We are the ones that are out there learning, understanding the areas where we can park, where we can't park, you know, the houses that have dogs in them, right? The challenges we deal with, you know, taking a big package up a flight of staircase that's a 4-story walk-up. These best practices come from the field, from our team members. We're able to capture that information and then implement changes. Can you imagine the bureaucratic structure that would exist to try to incorporate big corporations in that? That is the reason why we exist.
And do you see a difference in the quota in terms of just the stress on the workers, those who are delivering Amazon packages versus those who are delivering FedEx packages?
I think you know, the stress level is still the same, right? We understand we need to meet the customer promise of delivering those packages, but it's understanding we're gonna commit, and we have committed to doing it safely.
One more question as it relates to the vehicles that you lease. Those vehicles, be it Ryder, Amazon branded, et cetera, where are they parked?
In both my businesses, they're either parked at an Amazon station or FedEx station.
So do either of those help you maintain those, or do you have to take those out to independent auto bodies yourself to get them maintained?
100%. We're responsible for preventative maintenance and then any kind of repairs that exist.
Is there a checklist every day before? We've heard from drivers that some of the vehicles may have a missing taillight, mirror. Is there a checklist that your drivers have to go through every day to make sure that those vehicles are in safe and operating condition?
It starts and ends with a pre and post-trip inspection. That is a driver responsibility. It's in a job description. Anything beyond that gets escalated to a manager to make a decision. I think there's every contractor that's out there that operates in the last mile delivery space understands the need for spare vehicles. It's keeping those spare vehicles on hand to issue them out whenever a vehicle gets identified for damages.
Councilmember Banks, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just as far as the vehicles, how many vehicles do you own?
Own myself, probably.
Well, I'm talking, yeah, the company.
The company itself probably owns 11
vehicles, and the rest are all rented.
Yeah, the rentals were probably in the 30s.
Okay.
And then leased were probably in the 50s, 40s or 50s.
And to go back to the benefits, and I think I would love to get on the record, each of you, what are the benefits that you offer your employees?
Yeah, so we offer one, it's medical, dental, 401k with an employer match depending on the contribution. We offer PTO, and then we also offer the 4-day work week.
Very similar, dental, vision, healthcare, 401k, tuition reimbursement. We offer. We also have incentives if we finish our days, they're guaranteed hours. Even if the job is low and we finish early, they still get guaranteed hours daily.
same what he says. I mean, we added also incentives on high performers. If they perform at the highest level, then they get certain additional bonuses that we do on a weekly basis.
If this bill is passed in its current form, what will happen to your business and to the employees that you hire?
I think the notion that Amazon will absorb every employees from all DSPs are false, right? If you ask a lot of my employees, not many of them would want to work for Amazon. So what would happen then to them? So out of 180 employees, I would, assume after talking and having conversations with them, not even 20 people would want to work for Amazon.
Got you. Okay.
I would just say, as far as current employment, I can't vouch for how you guys can force anyone to hire anyone. But what I can say is that all my future employees that I work with, all these workforce companies, that are the people that need it the most, they wouldn't stand a chance finding work this way without people like me to go there and help them.
Yeah, I think it was made clear that this would decimate every small business out there that's in the last mile delivery space. That's been made clear today. But in terms of what would happen, the level of uncertainty that exists right now around this space is what's going to kill jobs. Individuals that would have wanted to come work for me now are probably going to think twice because of this bill, because of the level of uncertainty that it's going to exist over the next 12 months. And there's no way that there's any kind of guarantee that these drivers will be hired by Amazon or by FedEx.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Alderbal.
Hi, nice to see you again. So part of the benefit of the DPS model, according to the parent companies, is for small local businesses run by community members. The growth of these small businesses. However, independent reports have indicated that DPS owners are not directly in control of their businesses or employees. That in fact, these parent companies have, direct control over the policies and how workers are hired and disciplined and fired. The other thing is there doesn't seem to be across your industry kind of like, I don't want to use the word standardized, but some safety, standardized safety criteria across all of the small businesses. And Amazon has access to surveillance, can set routes, and again, dictate the policy. As a small business owner in this DSP industry, how do you mentioned a little bit about your safety programs, but does Amazon set safety protocols that you have to follow as an employer?
Yeah, I would say that what they've done is a game changer in a positive way. I mean, to introduce AI-driven cameras in our vehicles, that isn't Big Brother watching, that's Big Mama, right? You wouldn't do something, if you're not gonna do it in front of your mama, you probably shouldn't be doing it at all. And that's the point of what we're trying to do here. We're trying to make things better and safer. And so what I would say is this: not only are we meeting those expectations, but most companies that are here today or outside today are exceeding those expectations, because that's what the community's asked for, and that's what we're delivering on. And so I would also say, yeah, maybe there's not a one-size-fits-all, which is kind of part of what we do, being small business owners. But as a small business owner, you're gonna be smart, and you're gonna learn from the person to your left and to your right on how you can do better in continuing to improve safety within your organization, management of your fleet, and continuing to build on the culture of your team that exists. This is not an absentee owner model. This is an owner-operator model. You have to be very involved and engaged with your business to be able to survive. And that's just fact.
So tell me a little bit more about the benefits. You said that your employees are eligible for 401ks, which they have to pay into, and you would match. The same with healthcare. workers have to pay for a portion of the health care. What are the average wages and how realistic is
Can
it?
I ask the witnesses, instead of nodding their heads, actually verbalize? They're just helpful. Yeah.
How realistic is it for workers who, earn, and what's the average wage that folks are earning in your?
Well, I would say you could ask any New Yorker that question, right? Healthcare rates are just ridiculous. That's a problem. That's not an industry problem. That's a New York State problem. And there's more that we can do to improve that. My rates go anywhere from $20, $23.75, $24.75 to some of my other drivers are in the $27 range. During peak season, some of them are above $30 range. Even at $35, try to find an individual that can afford a good healthcare plan. I agree it's a problem, but the small business employers are not going to be the ones to fix that. I think that's a bigger problem that we need to talk about. How do we leverage the state of New York to help us out with that?
Yeah, I think it's a parent company problem, but to make healthcare accessible to employees and 401ks as well. If you have to pay into it and wait for matching, that's also an issue when you have people earning, $18, $20 an hour. Or even $25 an hour. It's, people have to pay rent, put food on the table, and make decisions about, whether I get health care or I pay my rent, right? So, it's a concern that you have a billion-dollar company that's not responsible from ensuring that people have access to health care, pensions, even paying into a 401k. And if those workers want to, add additional contributions, they can do so. But it's not fair to ask workers to pay for their benefits, which is essentially what you're saying is happening. Am I correct in that?
I think we can agree to disagree.
Okay. I think that's my last question. Yeah.
I just want to. So Rudy, just on the e-bikes, you said there's training. You do require a license for an e-bike?
You don't require a license to drive an e-bike,
So you don't, and you're saying the law doesn't, but you don't either.
We prefer they have a driver's license. This way we can't, a biker can't use the excuse of running a red light by saying they don't know that because they haven't taken a driver's license test. Our team has assisted DOT in building out a safety guideline for e-bikers because we believe in it, right?
So you don't require an e-bike person to have a license, right?
I do not require.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure about that. And you mentioned AI. So I'd just be interesting to know, is someone monitoring the cameras that are in the vehicles? Is it being monitored? How's that being used? You said it's used for training purposes. That's what I heard you say,
I wish we could monitor it every hour that we're on the road. Obviously we can with the amount of vehicles that we have on the road. We use the AI technology that's built into the camera to send out notifications to myself, my management team when there is a violation. Comes with a video.
Right. I see it goes to your phone through an app or something like that?
Yeah, it goes through a phone, goes through a portal, goes through via email.
Thank you.
There you go. We're getting some right now.
Around City Hall, but...
Hopefully not.
So when people are getting their routes, are those routes set for people? How does that structure work? Anybody can answer that.
For us, since we're in the walker model, we have designated locations for our trucks to park based on the volume of packages we have. We try and find the most efficient way possible so that the walking delivery associates have a delivery area that isn't crazy, that's closer to where the truck is.
But you control that?
Yeah, we control that.
And then do they log into an app to be able to follow that, the walkers?
Correct. There's software that they log into that allows them to scan and deliver packages.
And so these are apps that you control the credentials to get in. Is this an app that's under your control or someone else's control?
It's an Amazon provided Flex app for delivery software. They provide it because it allows the scanning technology that will scan the packages themselves.
So Amazon has an app that your workers then log into, and Amazon controls the credentials to get in, or you guys do?
We control the credentials, so we will, they call it rostering. We add the employee on to work on those days, and then they sign in and deliver them.
And the only people who can take someone out is you, or Amazon can do the same thing?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Like if it's an Amazon app, but you control the credentials, does that mean you can only control people have access to it or not, or does Amazon have that power too?
If they don't, they have no ability to roster or unroster employees. We add them on ourselves so that they can work on the day.
Great. And is it the same, I assume the same for you?
That's correct.
Great, and the same for you?
Yeah, within my FedEx business, I have the ability to build my own routes. With Amazon, we rely on their technology, and to be honest with you, the amount of work that goes into building these routes on a day-to-day basis without capturing the information from the driver on a day-to-day makes it very difficult to have efficiencies while on the road without using technology.
So you're doing it remotely and setting it up for the people to put it into the app, so you'll decide where the route is, and you'll figure out based on the speed of travel, like where someone can go from point A to point B, or like how do you decide?
Yeah, I wish there was that much science into it. It really just comes from experience when you're building your routes, and this is for my FedEx ISP business, but when it comes down to the Amazon DSP business, we rely on the routes that are being built for us based on the amount of experience that's been gathered in making those deliveries possible in those given areas.
So is it based on the driver or based on prior experience?
Based on every single driver that's in that area for the previous however many weeks.
So like someone's been dropping off 150 packages in that area for those 3 blocks over the last 4 months. We're going to assume the next driver can do the same, drop off the same 150 tomorrow because we've been doing that for the last whatever period.
And I'm not an engineer, but the science behind it makes it possible to understand some of the logic that goes into it. Is it perfect? Absolutely not.
Yeah. And do you get this app for free from Amazon? Do they give you this access to it? You don't have to purchase this app?
Correct.
But you're required to use it though, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then what's in the app, can anyone besides you, like, remove a stop? Let's say a driver's like, there's some condition, how do they take, building X off that, or how do they manage that on site?
Sure, there's a couple of ways. One, we have what's called rescues where employees can help each other out if someone's struggling, so no one's left behind. So especially with the Walker model, especially in service area I service, we have what's called buddies where people work together because of the challenges and the density in Harlem, and we make sure that they can help one another. That's one way of doing it. Secondary, we have self-hired dispatchers that work with them and troubleshoot with them. And then if those fail, we also have the ability to work with a support network from Amazon to give suggestions on how to work around it based on technology.
Yeah. Okay, good. My colleagues, anyone? Okay, thank you all very much. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you for your time.
I just wanted to also very briefly just say thank you for bringing your testimony today.
Right.
Thank you.
I want to get to the next panel, which is Christopher Basmagi, Mark Chusano, Jawan Martinez, and Bashir Yagski. Sorry if I made a mistake on those names. Right. I just want to remind people, I know the last panel mentioned that there are people still waiting. We've been letting people in throughout the day. There is no one waiting outside. If you know someone who wants to get into the hearing, it is a public hearing. We do have fire code and capacity issues, but upstairs is now fully empty. So if you do know people who want to come in, encourage them to. And if you haven't signed up yet to testify, we do have 16 panels left. So, but please encourage people to sign up. All right, go ahead. Let's get started. Mark, you want to go first? And we keep it down. I want to be able to hear the next panel. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Council. My name is Mark Chisano, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify today opposing Intro 518. The growth of the delivery in New York City raises real questions around worker protections, sustainability, and how we manage our streets. And this dialogue is very necessary that we're having today. I've personally worked in the logistics industry for over 40 years, including helping launch one of the first and earliest last mile delivery operations of its kind. What I've seen firsthand is that increasing the amount of deliveries to the community members of New York City doesn't have to mean more vehicles and emissions on our streets. In fact, it can mean far fewer trucks and reduced emissions. In Upper Manhattan, our operation in Washington Heights supports about 100 employees on a daily basis, serving neighborhoods, hospitals, and businesses from 125th Street to 220th Street. While freight enters the city by truck, the final mile is completed almost entirely by foot couriers. This approach reduces congestion, cuts emissions, and is designed specifically for dense urban communities. We have also helped pilot Blue Highways initiatives using the New York waterways to move goods instead of relying solely on the roads. I take pride in being an active member of the New York City DOT Freight Advisory Committee, New York Vision Zero, the Urban Freight Lab, and numerous other industry and community associations and charities. Just as important, this model creates real career pathways. Nearly every one of our dispatchers, supervisors, and managers started out as couriers. We're not just moving goods more sustainably, we're building opportunity within the communities we serve. I support safer streets. Can I continue? Chair? Can I continue? Thank you. I support safer streets, stronger worker protection, and sustainability, but this bill is not the way to get there. Intro 518 will eliminate small businesses like mine, cost local jobs, and make it harder to invest in the very solutions that are reducing congestion. I urge the council to reconsider this legislation and work with the stakeholders on solutions that protect workers without eliminating small business and local jobs that we've worked so tirelessly to create. I also urge the council to please take a look at the copy of the New York State Department of Labor guidelines for determining worker status for the courier industry. It clearly states on page 10 of the guidelines that within the messenger industry, it is a standard practice that bike and foot messengers are considered to be employees of the messenger
I know I'll
companies.
give you more time. If you can just quickly wrap it up. I know we got
Sure.
a lot of other people.
I highly urge you to look at the guidelines that I've left a copy of. There are more than 60,000 improperly classified bikers in New York City being deemed to be independent contractors when they should be employees like what we employ in our businesses here.
Thank you. And just remind people, I know we have a bunch of panels left. We may get kicked out of here between 3:30 and 4 and have to go across the street. So if people can try to keep to their 2 minutes, I want to not make us all get up and try to keep going. So 'cause there's an event here in the chamber tonight.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for allowing us the opportunity to testify today. My name is Bashar Yazgi, and I'm here in opposition of this bill. I'm a first-generation American raised by a Palestinian family. My parents came to this country 36 years ago with nothing, not even a dollar, chasing the American dream. I grew up watching them struggle, making ends meet. That struggle built me who I am today. 3 years ago, I started my company, Logistics Express, and today we employ 150 people. I'm not just the owner, I know my team very well. We hire people from all backgrounds, including people who faced real challenges and just need an opportunity to get back on their feet. I've seen employees go from living in shelters to having their own apartments, their own cars, and continuing their education through our tuition reimbursement. We offer real opportunities, health, vision, dental, 401k, and that's because we care. And I want to address a few things directly. First, the idea that our employees are not safe, that's simply not true. For my company, we run approximately 45 routes a day, and over the past 2 years, we've had an injury rate of roughly 0.02%, with less than 0.006% of time away from work. That's because safety is our culture. Second, the claim around wage theft that I've heard a lot, we use audited payroll systems. Every hour is tracked, documented, and paid. We follow labor laws. We provide benefits that exceed the minimum requirements here in the state of New York and the 5 boroughs, and we stand behind how we pay our people. To broadly label small businesses like mine as engaging in weight theft it's not only inaccurate, it's unfair. And I'm also hearing about pollution. 70% of my fleet is electric. It's already electric, and we're working towards 100%. So we're part of the solution. This isn't Amazon pushing back. This is us, small business owners and our employees. Nobody is being forced here today. People chose to work with us because we offer something different that big companies won't offer. I'm almost done. But this bill puts pressure on small businesses that we cannot absorb. And when small businesses get pushed out, it's not the big companies that suffer, it's my 150 employees and families. This is personal. Please don't take this opportunity away from us, hardworking people who've built their life around this. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Juan Martinez. I'm a small business owner that operates out of Brooklyn, New York. Dear members of the New York City Council, I'm here as a small business owner that operates in New York City to express serious concern regarding the proposed Delivery Protection Act and its potential impact on companies like mine, our employees, and the communities we serve. Let me be clear. We support smart, fair regulation. Government has an important role to play in establishing guidelines that ensure safety, accountability, and equitable treatment of workers. In fact, those principles are core to how we operate every day. We prioritize safety above all else, provide strong wages and benefits, and actively create opportunities for growth and advancement for our team members, all of whom are New Yorkers building careers and supporting their families. However, this legislation goes far beyond setting reasonable standards. It risks dictating how businesses must operate rather than allowing responsible operators the flexibility to meet those standards in ways that work effectively. By potentially restricting widely used operating models and imposing significant structural requirements, the proposed law would place an outsized burden on small and mid-sized businesses that lack the resources of large corporations. Ironically, policies like this may achieve the opposite of their intended goal. Instead of protecting workers, they risk forcing small businesses out of the market, reducing competition and opportunity, driving jobs out of New York City, increasing costs for consumers across the 5 boroughs. So large companies may be able to absorb these challenges or these changes. Small businesses cannot. The result could be a less diverse, less competitive marketplace, one where independent operators are replaced rather than strengthened. New York City thrives because of its small businesses. In the delivery and logistics sector alone, hundreds of us, if not thousands, of local companies provide stable employment. We have strong benefits, I'm almost done, and real career pathways for New Yorkers. These businesses are not the problem, they're part of the solution. We urge the council to reconsider the current approach, focus on setting clear, enforceable standards for safety, wages, and accountability, but allow businesses the flexibility to meet those standards without imposing. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Chris Basmaji, and I own a delivery company that employs over 150 employees across Manhattan. These aren't just numbers to me. These are people I know. Some of them are in the room with me today, by choice. They are people who rely on this work to support their families. I've seen that firsthand. I'm part of the Walker program from the panel that you spoke to previously. We have literally taken people out of homeless shelters and given them the opportunity to walk around and drink Starbucks. They rely on this to support their families and people we've built something with over time. Again, the 2 individuals in the room have been with me since I started 3 years ago. I want to start by saying I support the goal of protecting delivery workers. In our company, every driver is already a W-2 employee, as you've heard from the other owners in these panels. We pay for payroll taxes, we provide workers' compensation coverage and accountability built into how we operate every single day. We've made a real effort to build a stable, responsible business for the people who work with us because that's what matters the most. What I would ask the council to consider is how this bill will work in practice across the current delivery system as it stands. This is a complex, high-volume network, as you've seen by the questions you've asked these panels. Small changes can have massive impacts to this industry, as you've seen. Small businesses would be impacted the most, and how deliveries actually get completed every day would fundamentally change. My concern is making sure that in trying to solve one problem, we don't unintentionally create others, as you've seen. Whether that's disrupting existing jobs, limiting opportunities for entrepreneurship, or making the system harder to operate effectively, which I think you've seen. I would respectfully ask the council, and I'm almost done, to take a close look at how this would be implemented so that the final version of the bill truly protects workers while also reflecting how the system currently operates. Thank you.
Thank you all. And a quick question. Well, from the last panel, does everyone function basically in the same model as the last panel talked about, whether you're walkers or drivers? Do you have the same structure?
Yes, but I'm a bit of an anomaly. As I said, I've been in this industry 40 years. I've been in logistics well before Amazon hit the streets of New York City.
Right.
I'm a bit different.
Okay.
And I've got operations in warehouses in Connecticut. I service thousands of clients. And this would affect not just Amazon, but, and I'm curious, I'd like to ask the council, let's take someone like Best Buy as an example.
Can I just suggest, maybe, I know we have limited time, but it sounds like you're different because you're a bigger company. I want to make sure we get to the other 15 panels of people who want to speak.
Understood.
I operate a little bit differently. I was a pilot program that started the larger e-bike program for Amazon, which is something that Amazon is putting together to address urban delivery even more.
So you're an e-bike based?
E-bike based.
Okay.
Yeah, and my company, we utilize cargo vans, electric vehicles, as I mentioned before, to deliver packages to the consumers.
Not walkers?
No, we don't do walker model.
And you, same?
I'm in the walker model.
Great. I don't think we have other questions from my colleagues, so thank you all for being here and staying so long.
Thank you.
I want to bring up the next panel. Maria Montel Dagante, Luz Alberto Renee, and Latrice Johnson. And when you're ready, do we need interpreter? Okay, I do think we have an interpreter coming in, so. All right, and whoever's ready can just start. Whoever on this panel is ready, if you want to just start. I know we do have an interpreter here, so. You can start, ma'am, at the end. Ma'am, you can start, and we'll collect your testimony. Yeah, they'll come collect it. You want to just go ahead and start, that would be great.
Hi.
Oh, Latrice, your mic. And everyone can be quiet in the back. We're trying to hear.
Hi, my name is Latrice, and I worked as a driver at DBK4 for about 2 years. Us drivers, we drive Amazon vans, we wear Amazon vests, and we deliver Amazon packages. We all work for Amazon. Yet, they constantly tell us we don't. One day while I was at work delivering those packages, my brother's life was taken. When I found out later that night, I let my DSP management know. The next morning, I was with family, grieving, when I got a call from the manager asking, "Where you at?" It was that same morning I came into the station to express to everyone in the station what I had just experienced. An Amazon manager got involved. They told me that they wanted to help and gave me some phone numbers to call so I could get access to services they had offered to workers. When I called, they connected me to a grief counselor. Later, someone else reached out to let me know that I didn't qualify for any of the services Amazon offered me because I didn't work for Amazon. So after some time, I had to return to work because I couldn't afford to take more time off. At times, I cried delivering packages to doors because I was still grieving. Amazon is the one that pays the DSP, And because the DSP needed me there at work, they didn't care at the moment what I was going through. They just wanted the packages delivered. And when we all decided to stand up for ourselves and unionize, that's when Amazon wants to retaliate against us. I lost my job with all my coworkers when Amazon illegally cut my DSP's contract. We got no warning, even though under the WARN Act, we are supposed to get at least 60 days of advance notice. The next day, I had no job, and I had to figure out how to get another income. I have my daughter who depends on me to put food on the table. Amazon keeps getting away with this because they can put all the blame on the DSP. Amazon will continue to break the law until we hold them accountable. That is why we need to pass the Delivery Protection Act. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and I'm so sorry to hear about your loss.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Bonsoir. Non pas M. Luc Albert René, moi j'étais Jamaica Queens et moi c'est un chauffeur pour Amazon depuis 3 ans.
Good afternoon. My name is Luke Albert Rene. I live in Jamaica, Queens, and I have been an Amazon driver for 3 years.
Amazon pas intéressé avec vie nous. Amazon pas intéressé avec vie moun qui dans la rue yo. Amazon seulement intéressé avec profit pal.
Amazon doesn't care about our safety or anyone's safety on the road. Amazon only cares about Amazon's profits.
Lèm te commencé travail pour Amazon, m'bat vraiment gen un entraînement. Premier des jours m'te travail là, yo bon yon machine qui plein avec produits pour me délivrer et yo mette délivrer dans route là pour comme. Mon pas de compte qui ça m'ta fait, mais m'te obligé de dégager pour m'te finir journée pour comme.
When I started working for Amazon, I didn't get any real training. It was my first day, and they gave me a van full of packages and put me on the road. I didn't know what I was doing, but somehow I made it through without hurting myself or someone else.
Li pas prendre longtemps pour moi que Amazon pas intéressé avec vino et un jour m't'a délivré quand elle t'a fait un pile la pluie. Bon trottoir, moi t'ai glissé et m't'ai tombé fort sous genou. Et m't'a à peine capable de marcher. L'aimerais les station moyen et moi demandé qui ça pour me faire parce que me blessé. Question yo t'ai posé c'est est-ce que me capable de finir route moi.
It didn't take too long for Amazon's total disregard for our safety to catch up with me. One day, I was delivering in the pouring rain. The sidewalk was slick, and I slipped and fell hard on my knees. I could barely walk, but when I called back to the station to tell them about my injuries, their only response was, "Can you finish your route?"
Et ça m'te fait m'te continuer travailler en bas douleur. Parce que me connais si me porter produit ça yo tourner, m'a gon seul ba qui ka river. C'est que ça ka arriver de même ba gen l'autre route. Et moi ça arrivé non seulement moi-même mais avec l'autre amis pareil moi yo k'ap travail. Et situation ça li pas bon pour nous. N'a mette propre vie nous en danger, propre vie nous non paquet de stress.
Thank you. And you know what? I did. I walked through the pain because I knew that if I brought those packages back, there might not be a route for me the next day. I've seen that happen to too many drivers. If we say a van isn't safe to drive and we put our own health first, then all of a sudden there isn't a route for us. I want to be able to make a career in this industry. I want to be able to put my safety and the public safety first.
C'est peut-être ça m'a demandé nous aujourd'hui là. Pour City Council l'an passé avec ça. Nous besoin pour nous passer Delivery Protection Act là parce que c'est lui-même qui a protégé nous tous. Merci en pile.
That's why we need the City Council to act. That's why we need you to pass the Delivery Protection Act. Protect us so we can protect all of you and all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Good.
Hello, my name is Jerome Sloss. I live in Brooklyn and have worked as an Amazon delivery driver at DBK1 for almost 2 years. When I arrive at our lot in Astoria, many of the vans I'm expected to use are consistently lacking basic safety features. I've had to reverse into busy streets with vans that don't have functional backup cameras, so I cannot see behind me. Sometimes they cut out halfway through a maneuver. It's anxiety-inducing, and it poses a grave danger to my safety as well as the public. I also frequently have to use vans that lack 3 points of contact with no runner step or handlebar, which requires me to strain my body, basically having to jump in and out of the van with each package. I've asked my manager to perform this very same maneuver in action, and he's been able to do so. This repetitive strain leaves my knees, lower back throbbing after work, and pain pills don't help. This eventually led me to the emergency room with a work-related injury. I woke up with my thighs soaked in blood, and the doctor confirmed it was due to stress from heavy lifting and continuous movement from my growing on the job. I have grounded these vans to get repaired, but I would still see them on the lot and in use the same week. While managers would remind us that we were responsible for our vans, there was also consistent pressure to not report van issues, so that we have enough vans to fulfill our heavy routes that we're assigned. Sometimes I feel like I have to choose between the lesser of two evils, to get a van with the functional runner step, or if it's lacking a functional backup camera. It's mentally and physically exhausting to complete these routes determined by Amazon algorithms. Neither we nor the supposedly independent DSPs we work for have any say-so over this arrangement. This is not safe for me or the public. This is why we need to pass the Delivery Protection Act, because Amazon refuses to take responsibility for these vans and the strenuous routes that risk drivers' well-beings. Thank you.
Empezar, por favor.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Montiel, residente de Oakland Garden, New York, conductora de Amazon por 2 años 3 meses en DBK4 Maspeth, Queens. Porté el uniforme, manejé las vanes y repartí paquetes de Amazon. Y aún así, Amazon dice que no soy trabajadora de ellos. Me considera trabajador de DSP, como Champion y posteriormente Focus.
My name is Maria Montiel. I'm resident of, I didn't see. My name is Maria Montiel, and I'm a resident of Oakland Gardens, New York. And I'm driving for the company Amazon for 2 years and 3 months in DBK4 in Maspeth, Queens. I was wearing the Amazon uniform. I was driving their vans. I was also delivering packages for Amazon. And even all these things, Amazon keeps saying that I was not working for them or I was not a worker for them. I consider myself an Amazon worker and also working at the DPS as a champion, and previously I was an employee of Focus as well.
En septiembre del 2024 cerró el primer DSP para que él trabajé por casi 2 años, en el cual 87 familias, incluyendo la mía, quedamos en el desamparo. Y solo 3 meses después cerró el segundo DSP.
In September 2024, they closed the first DSP, who I was working for a period of 2 years, and 87 families, including my family, we were left hanging, we were left in the despair. And also 3 months later, they closed the second DSP.
En los 2 casos, no tuvimos 2 semanas de aviso antes de perder el trabajo. Esto fue una experiencia muy difícil, no solo por la inestabilidad laboral, sino por la incertidumbre constante que genera no saber qué pasará mañana.
Okay, está bien. Okay, in both cases, we will not notice in advance by Amazon or by the company. They never let us know until I lost my job. This was a very difficult experience because I had like very bad labor instability, and also it was a period of uncertainty because I didn't know what was going to happen tomorrow or what was going to happen later on.
Cada vez que un DSP cerraba, sentía que todo el esfuerzo y dedicación se desvanecía, sin que yo tuviera la culpa ni control de la situación. Amazon cerró los 2 DSP, aun cuando las métricas eran excelentes.
Every time that DSP was closing, I'm sorry. I noticed that my big efforts, my work dedication to this company was vanishing, was going away, and was not even my fault, right? And I didn't have any control of the situation. The company Amazon closed to the speed. Even the metrics were excellent. Chairman, I think what you mean with metrics, I mean the ratings of the employees were excellent. They were still fired, Okay.
Todo esto me generó mucho estrés de no saber cómo iba a poder llegar a pagar mis cuentas el fin de mes o cómo iba a poder alimentar a mi familia, ya que mis 3 hijas dependen de mí en un 100%. Amazon se escuda diciendo que los conductores no son trabajadores directos y evade responsabilidades.
Okay. All this caused me a very big stress because it was a lot of uncertainty. I didn't know how I was going to pay my monthly bills, and I didn't know how I was going to feed my family. I had 3 daughters, and my 3 daughters are depending on me, right, for what I do for them, right? They're depending on me 100%. But Amazon is using like a shield, like to protect themselves, is saying that the workers like us, we are not direct workers for them, but we are like independent workers, and they are trying to avoid or to not to deal with the responsibility they had to do for us.
I think I know we've gone. I don't know if she can just finish up if we can.
It's only 2 paragraphs.
How many more paragraphs?
Mr. President, only 2 small paragraphs only.
Okay, if you can just wrap it up.
Sure. Okay. Tranquila. Sé que es difícil.
Recibí un entrenamiento de 2 días que fueron videos y para ser aceptada las respuestas me fueron dadas. Considero que si la ley es aprobada, las familias no pasaremos nuevamente por el estrés que se vive cuando suceden estas situaciones. Tendríamos más que solo 2 semanas para poder reorganizar la vida y conseguir otro empleo.
Okay. I received a training for 2 days, but this was just like a video training where I was watching the videos in this platform. And we didn't have any like examination or tests. And also they provide us with the answers. Amazon provided us with the answers to those questions that they were giving us, right? I consider if this bill project is approved, the families will benefit from this, and we don't have to deal with the terrible stress we are dealing and the terrible situations we are facing. We will have to, we're dealing with these terrible things for 2 weeks. We need at least 2 weeks to be able to reorganize our life and to obtain a new job or a new employment. And now is the last paragraph.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, it's just one more. The last one now. It's coming.
I think she can submit it in writing. I think we've gone well over time, so I want to be respectful of everyone.
Chairman, they have the email address in order to send it, right?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to go to members to see if they have questions. Councilmember Caban?
Yes, thank you. So and anybody can chime in here, but can you talk about what some of the problems you're regularly seeing with the vehicles and also how frequently you or your workers find a problem like you might describe?
Yes, and the problems that I just described, the malfunctioning backup cameras, you not being able to see what you're backing up to is a really big danger, not only for people's property, but for their own body. You don't want to hit people in the street when you're backing up. There's also the issues of the vans cutting off while we're en route. That has been a consistent issue since I've taken this job. They do not properly maintain these vehicles, which is why they're grounded so very often.
Cutting off like they stop running while you're in the middle of driving? Your route?
Not so much that, it's like cutting off because they lack proper battery, or like if you leave on your hazards for too long, like they cut off just like while you're on route, and it slows you down, which is a big issue because the routes are so heavy to begin with.
Can I just follow up on that? If a vehicle gets grounded because of some of these, like how does that affect how many routes are available for the DSP, and also once you do that, like what happens when you report a problem? Yeah.
Well, I can't speak from a business standpoint of how it affects the overall business, but it's how it affects the drivers is you have to wait a while before they can find an available van for you. So it puts you really, really behind when you do actually start your route because they're looking and scrambling to find a functioning van. And what was the second part of your question?
Oh, just what happens when you report a problem, generally?
Like I've already stated, like the vans are there the same week with the same persistent issue. Like, and I don't know what they're doing to pass these inspections, but it can't be right because the issue still persists when we're given the vans.
Yeah. Do you ever? This is my last follow-up for you. But like, have you ever felt any pressure not to report a problem so that the vehicle doesn't get grounded? Because obviously you're saying vehicle gets grounded and then you're behind on your quota and you can't meet it.
Yes, I have. The exact wording that's been given to me more than a few times is, drivers, please, before you report issues with the vans, please consult your lot manager first. It can be an issue for us. Please consult us first. That's the language used, and it's been a while since they've done that. I believe they've kind of pulled back on that language ever since me and the Teamsters have been more active on the lot, so they've been very, very careful in the language that they use. But before that, yes, the language used is please report to us before you ground vans. It can be an issue.
Does anybody else want to just talk about any of the problems that you regularly see with the vehicles and how frequent they are and what it means for your experience on the job?
Yes. For an example, the DSP back then, I remember when we used to have the gas van, basically you couldn't even pull the parking brake on those vans because as soon as you do it, the van won't move. Even though you release it, the van will stay stuck. They don't really proper maintain those vans. That's the real issue. They don't even take the time to clean it. I think that's not really something that's important for them. Basically, we get EDVs now where you get inside the van. If you're trying to just blast the fan, you see dust coming out. I reported that to my DSP owners, and literally every 2 weeks the vans got cleaned. I just never get the luck to see it. And those issues, because of that, it's electric. It's not properly maintained. It's gonna give them way more issues than a regular gas van. I even drove EDVs where the EDV just cut off. Just see there's a system error. The van will give you time to adjust. If you're on the highway, make sure you adjust real quick. The van will stop, shut itself, and turn back on. But again, I reported that to my DSP owners. It's not like something you can control, but get to that at a certain point.
All right. I'm going to see if any of my other colleagues.
Answer the question.
Hi, Ms. Cabana. Sorry for the interruption. The lady would like to ask something else. It's something like short.
If it's about the issues with the vans are on the job.
About the cars. Basically, she said that the Amazon cars, right? When they are driving those cars, right? When the camera is not working, Amazon doesn't want them to park the car from the from the front, but not from the back, but from the front, because they don't want to spend money to repair the camera or to repair or money in repair services for the cars. This is how they are. They don't want them to park the car that way. So, the camera will not record anything.
All right. Councilmember Caban. Yep. Councilmember Thomas Henry.
Thank you. I have a question about when you're hired. So, because you see all of you have on Amazon, and when in your testimony talked about what Amazon didn't do. When you first get the job or when you meet with the DSP, what is your understanding in terms of who you're working for and what your benefits are?
So basically in 2022, September 2022, when I applied for the job, I just thought I was working for Amazon, honestly. It's happened like after a few months, the DSP owner told us, hey, no, you don't work for Amazon, but you work for us, the DSP owners. Because the training, the 2 days training is to an Amazon trainee, not with the DSP. And also behind the wheel training, they just have you drive around with an Amazon trainee. And then that one day, either you have a driver, from that DSP, just gonna do something they call ride along for 1 day, and that's it.
And when you report an incident, like in your instance, you fell, and other incidents with the vehicles, who are you reporting it to?
So when we got incident, that depends on the incident itself. If you get injured, they say reach out to the DSP owners, or managers, whoever's there, or your dispatcher.
Just for clarity, who's they? Who tells you to reach out to those people?
So
Is it
gonna be the DSP.
Oh, okay.
Yes. If it's other issues related to packages, for instance, either the DSP can help you, either they will refer you themselves to Amazon to solve that.
We heard earlier testimony that every day when you go out, there's a checklist to take out the vehicles, and then when you return them, how does that process work in real time? Because everyone is testified about issues with the vehicles.
Yes. So Amazon put that in place. I see the purpose on it, if I gotta be honest, but they don't apply it at all. For an example, my DSP, they say, oh, it's a 90-second DVIC. But next thing you know, Amazon called them, so depends on the DSP. For my DSP, there is a turkey. They say, hey, go down right now. Basically, drivers will sit inside the van and just click next, 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 next. Unless you have one driver who's really gonna be like, oh no, I'm not taking this. They're gonna click on it. Because if you look at things they have on so-called inspection, and that vent that's going out, you'll notice that nobody really paying attention to that, as long as the vent can go in and out. Like he said, I don't know how those vents pass inspection, honestly, because when we do this, that inspection will be done with an Amazon employee. Depends on where you're loading your vent, and they are putting a sticker on it. And somehow, some vents won't go out, and some vents will go out.
Yeah, I would say that checklist doesn't really apply. As long as the van has working hazard lights, headlights, half a tank of gas, and up-to-date tags, it is going out on that road. Their checks do not include the backup camera, so when they have Amazon inspectors there, they're just checking tags. They're not checking the inside of the van. They're not checking for runner steps. They're not checking for handlebars for 3 points of contact. They're just checking for up-to-date tags, headlights, and the hazard lights. And that's what they consider roadworthy.
Thank you.
Thank you. My other colleagues, just one quick question. We heard a lot about routes being set and speed time. Are you being told how quickly you got to get from point A to point B? Is there in the app, are they telling you what to do, or you have some freedom to make sure you're not going through red lights or making sure you're parking appropriately?
So basically, to the routes, based on my understanding, like the DSP told us, each route are assigned to our drivers, and of course the DSP can choose to do, move here and there. But basically, on our route, before we unionize with the Teamsters, they keep saying we have 10 hours, but drivers weren't able to take their breaks. And that's why it became so frequent. Now they change it. Okay, we gotta take your break. But Amazon has a system in place, they show the DSP, where certain routes, even though you got 10 hours, but that route could be done in 5 hours, 6 hours, and 7 hours. And I had instance where I'm on break, and I still receive a text message. It'd be like, hey, you know what, just trying to pick it up, you're behind. While you're on break, Amazon system keep moving on, saying that driver been stopped, and then you behind, and that your name is on red, basically.
All right, thank you. You want to add something?
I would just add that you're pretty consistently moving all day. You're supposed to get a 30-minute lunch break, which you do because they enforce it now. They shut off the app, and you have to stop at 1:30 at our DSP, and you're supposed to get 2 15-minute breaks. But it's not possible with how heavy the routes are. If you take those 15-minute breaks, you're not finishing on time. If you do that, then you're going to have to get a rescue. And if you get too many rescues, it becomes an issue where you're taken off the route.
All right. Thank you all. I appreciate it. Unless other people have questions, let's move on to the next panel. Heaven Sanchez, Kevin Velez, Luis Lendoff, Jordan Rodriguez, and Ryan Bonilla. If the next panel, they are here, they should come up so we can get this next panel up.
You also know where the speaker's office is reaching out, right?
All right, go ahead, sir, you can start.
Good afternoon, Shay. My name is Kevin Velez. I'm going to keep it very brief and short. With the abolishment of getting rid of the act and stuff like that, if it does come forth to that, we don't have any guarantee of being rehired again, especially those that have been given a second chance at life. And with the background checks and stuff like that, we don't have any guarantee of being rehired, especially if we have kids and families. And myself as a young man, with my DSP, I've been given PTO, health benefits, expenses paid for by my kids without even having anything to do with the DSP or any programs. So the DSP owners are for the people and are for us, and it does benefit us in the end of the day. That's really much it.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon to one and all. My name is Jelani Jarvis, and this is my testimony. I came to the United States on a school scholarship. Then I became a delivery driver for one of the best companies in the Bronx. When I first started working with this company, our rate was $20 an hour, and this was 2014. From day 4 to now, this company rate has tremendously rises to 24 plus an hour, which therefore helped many of us, and my colleagues, in many ways. For example, we get free tuition, we get bonus hours. For me, I work 33 hours a day, 5 days a week, I get paid for 50. Most companies are not doing that. And my favorite one is my 401k. My boss, he matches my 401k at a good rate. And moving on, I was able to afford an apartment, my car. I was able to help my loved ones back home, travel, and all that. We against this bill to put an end in the intro 5118 case. So either me or my fellow colleagues will face such a hard situation that would definitely make a hard impact financially and mentally for most of us. And then you're probably gonna ask why we don't work for a bigger company. Working for a bigger company isn't gonna give us numerous of opportunities to be recognized, whether it's small or big. A flexible schedule and a great CEO, that's what we got. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Joshua Villegas. I'm a delivery driver in the Bronx. I've been delivering for a little over a year, and in that short time, I've been able to gain financial stability. Before starting this current job, I had a large amount of debt and was struggling to find a well-paying job that allowed me flexibility to take care of my family, as well as gaining financial freedom. This job has given me both, and I'm better off for it today. I'm not the only one either. My colleagues and coworkers have all been able to better themselves and progress in their careers in life. I've seen multiple of my coworkers get promoted and have the ability to grow and provide for themselves and their families. This bill would put all our jobs and futures in jeopardy, so I just ask you to think about us, the people, and not like the larger corporations that it would actually affect the most, your constituents. So please vote no. Or say.
I'm sorry. Hey, my name is Louis Lindorf. I'm a delivery driver for Logistics Express, and I'm here today to speak about how important this company and the small business is for people like me. I didn't come from an easy background, I ain't gonna lie. And I used to be making bad decisions, and I've ended up in a bad situation. I went through a hard time, but I don't know.
It's all right, take your time, you know.
Yeah, I used to be in the streets, making bad decisions, and I ended up doing almost 5 years in jail. That was a hard time in my life, but it also changed me. When I got out, I knew I wanted to do better, but it's not easy to get opportunity with a record. Logistics Express gave me the opportunity. When I came home, this small business helped me get back on my feet. It got me a way to make honest money and stay busy and stay out of trouble. He got me a structured responsibility and a second chance to rebuild my life. Today I'm working, I'm focused, and I'm moving forward. This company is not just income for me, it's stability, and it's what keeps me on the right path. I'm not the only one here. There's a lot of people like me who make mistakes, people trying to do better, people who just need a chance, and this small business give you that chance. That's why I'm here, because anything that puts these companies at risk, putting people like me at risk of going backward instead of forward. I'm asking you to think about people like me when you make this decision. This is small business changed life. It changed mine.
Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Bonilla. I'm here opposing Intro 518. I'm a delivery driver for Amazon, for Logistics Express. I was born and raised in Spanish Harlem. Before joining this DSP based out of the Bronx, a job was just a job. You show up, you do your work, you go home. Logistics Express didn't just give me employment, it gave me opportunity to grow, to learn, and to become better professionally and personally. It's not only about numbers and metrics, it's about us as a team. I feel seen, supported, and valued. This kind of environment pushes you to do your best, not only because you have to, because you want to. In larger corporations, it's easy just to feel like another number, another employee, another delivery driver that can easily get lost in the shuffle. But here, that's not the case. At Logistics Express, your voice matters, your work matters, and most importantly, you matter. If this bill passes, not only does it affect me, my team, but also my family. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Heaven Sanchez. I'm 25 years old and I lived in New York all my life, specifically the Bronx. Being born and raised here, I've seen firsthand how difficult it could be to find real opportunities to make a real life living without the right credentials. 2 years ago, after a period of unemployment, I was given a chance at Logistics Express. And I can't fully express how grateful I am, not just for the job, but for the company and for my boss, because I am not employed by Amazon. I am employed by Bashar, and he takes care of me. Just wanted to add that, because that's why we're really here, for the small business owners that do it. I get bonuses, I get vacation time, tuition for school, tuition for CDL license to better my life, to continue to grow in this world we live in. Today we are all here standing, trying to make our voices heard. We are united in opposition to this bill because it threatens to take away opportunities from families like mine. This is not just a policy for us, it's personal. I urge you to think about the real lives behind this decision. Think about the families who will be affected, the people who are working hard every day just to survive and provide. Please stand with us, vote against this bill for me and my family and everyone here today standing.
Oh, thank you. I want to make sure to see if my colleagues have any questions. I'm going to start with Councilmember Caban. Do you want a question?
I'll yield to Councilmember.
No, go ahead. I'll go to Councilmember Banks
you
first.
had made mention about working 33 hours, and you said that you get paid for 50 hours, right, for a week, per week. And the background checks, brother. You know, I represent a district that you have a lot of individuals who are justice involved and who they're discriminated against for their background and the mistake that they made. You're saying that if this bill goes through, that you would actually be discriminated against because of your background?
I truly believe so, for the simple fact that if they're gonna have to go through licensing through, I believe it was the DOT or the CB something, I do know that there's more theoretical requirements that have to be processed for them to receive that licensing, meaning who they hire is also gonna be required against to have a certain kind of background or experience towards that. So with me being a first-time driver coming home after my sentence, it was more or less, it was hard to get back into regular life. So Jordan, as the owner of the One Dream Logistics, he gave me the second chance and opportunity. Although my background did pass, but it was over also the paperwork that I had to bring forth and providing the right paperwork to be able to have the right credentials to work. And that's mainly it.
Yeah, so this bill currently as it is will take away that second chance.
Yeah, I strongly believe that, for the simple fact that if we're not guaranteed of being rehirable as they claim,
Right.
then I have no other way to feed my 5 kids.
Thank you.
Councilmember Banks, that's it? All right. Councilmember Caban?
Yeah, thank you. I was just curious because we heard about the different models. Do you guys work on the walk model, or are you working directly out of the van? What structure do you
We're
have?
drivers.
You're drivers. Got it.
Oh, I'm a driver. We're drivers. Yeah.
I'm a driver as well.
Okay. So nobody here does the walk model. No. You guys are doing it. And when you're doing your deliveries, what kinds of equipment do you get?
We get everything we need for the road, as hand trucks,
Yeah.
battery packs, just in case if we're in a gas van, we have battery packs. We can charge up the battery ourselves.
To like jump it if you have to.
Correct.
Yeah.
And electric, we have extra batteries for the fogs, key fogs. That's the only thing that's really messing up on the electric van. We have hand trucks, we have flashlights. We even have things for dogs, beepers to take, so the dog, if there's a dog in a fence, we might beep it so they can go away, flashlights when it's dark.
Do you guys, so, obviously you're doing a big job, you're delivering a ton of different packages. Is there anything that you think, like, that you would name that would make your job better, easier, safer? Like, what changes would you make if you could make any?
Everything is open to succeeding and, like,
It doesn't matter what borough.
or what company or what kind of, what you work for. Everyone has room to grow.
Yeah, but I'm asking, like, what are some things that you think might help, if anything?
I can't say.
I firmly believe that there's nothing that should be changed. It depends on your work ethic and as a person, as a man or a woman delivering packages. Truly, we already equipped with the gas cards. We're equipped with hand trucks, gloves for the cold, jackets with thermal inside of it. We're equipped to everything. So it really is you as a person and how you work and how you deliver in your work ethic and your itinerary and what you decide to do on your route. It depends on your day. It goes on your day.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Done? Yeah. You do?
Yes.
Yeah. Councilmember Thomas Henry?
So Logistics Express, is it? Is this the only DSP you've all have ever worked for, or have you worked for other DSPs?
Everyone's different, but I've only worked for this
My
one.
only DSP.
And it's the best.
It's my only DSP too.
I see the love in the room. So when you are loading up these trucks, are there other DSPs,
Correct.
companies in? Do you see a difference between those DSP workers and yourselves?
Well, we can't speak for other DSBs and how they run their companies, as in
Not how they run their companies, but you guys said you have the nice T-shirts, you have the
that's
hand
what our
warmers, you have the
boys-
trucks, you have everything. What I'm trying to understand is if the services that you receive, I understand you're all very happy with logistics, are they consistent from what you see at the warehouse with other DSPs? Or
Yes.
are you guys kind of like the creme de la creme and
No.
other people want to work for logistics? Like, is it consistent that your counterparts that work for another DSP have the same?
They consistent, they do about the same.
So it's not DSP specific. So are those things being provided by Amazon or your individual DSP?
Individual DSP.
Individual DSPs, and I just want to make it clear that One Dream Logistics, I'm not like with logistics. I'm with One Dream Logistics in the Bronx on Morris Park.
Okay.
And we're for sure guaranteed everything is there every day, whether it's toe warmers, hand warmers. We have everything, no matter
Snacks.
what. And that's with all throughout. That's why all
and if
throughout
not,
DSPs.
we're supposed to vouch for ourselves. This is our job. If we gotta go in the morning, I come in to work and my battery pack isn't working, that's on, and I didn't check it, my phone is dead and I didn't check it. These are things that affect me and me only. I was supposed to check it in the beginning of my day so that they can fix it, whatever that is.
Do you have any vehicle issues when you're out on your routes?
Usually no.
If we do have any issues, it is supposed to be up to us, the driver, to make sure. I do understand that a lot of people and other DSPs maybe just click through the checklist and just go to get done quickly, but we don't. You know, we actually look around, and if there are anything wrong with the vehicle, a flat tire or anything, or some of the lights don't work, then we either get it fixed if it is possible there, or we change to a van that is in like good condition, as well as there are at least once a week coming back to the station, the Amazon employees will check the vans as well for lights, if it's like the step on the step van or anything to make sure it is all up to code and stuff.
Thank you.
Can I ask just two questions? Has anyone here been involved in like an accident where you got involved with a?
No.
No.
Thank God, not yet.
Great,
Thank
great.
God, no.
Good drivers. I appreciate that. Unfortunately, I have in my life. So, but turnover. We've heard a lot about turnover. Is where you work. Are there new people coming in regularly? Is it pretty consistent, the workforce?
It's a pretty consistent thing that we have a lot of people being hired.
You still have new people coming in regularly.
Absolutely, on a regular.
Okay, so like
People still need their packages, you know. So
yeah, more people, more people, right?
And we got everybody's supposed to work 40 hours. We in logistics love our jobs so much. Most people work 6 days. Some people work 5 days. You know, just to be out here.
Right.
Just because I'm gonna be honest.
I appreciate you being honest. Thank you.
I'm from the Caribbean, right? All my family live in the Caribbean. My boss, he's like a father to us. Like, he look out for us outside our job, inside the job. You understand?
Yeah, I'd love to hear that. That's great. That's amazing.
And to add on to what he was saying, if I come into work and I have anything personal going on, I don't feel like I'm not in the right headspace, they won't even put you on route. They will make sure that there's always a replacement. So if you're not in that right headspace, there's something going on, they will take you off without hesitation. So.
All right, thanks for sharing that.
They will always make sure you're good to go on the road, mentally and physically.
Good. All right. All right. Thank you very much for this panel. Unless anyone else has questions, I appreciate you all. Next panel, Jesus Reyes, Cole Stallone, Michael, LeBron, Christian Timboli, and Manuel Martinez.
Good afternoon. I don't know in which order. Want to go right to left, left to right?
I'm happy to start.
Thank you.
My name is Cole Stallone. I was born and raised in Lower Manhattan. I've worked at UPS since 2023 and was an e-bike delivery driver for most of 2025. You may have seen these new vehicles around, but ironically enough, Amazon doesn't consider them vehicles nor us drivers to avoid DOT regulations. This is just one way Amazon has manipulated the law to avoid regulations and failed to provide protections for those that make Amazon the second largest company by revenue in the world. E-bike training was run at an Amazon facility in New Jersey by Amazon employees with minimal experience doing the job we do in New York. The process was more like onboarding rather than something designed to create safe couriers. Actual driving time consisted of less than 15 minutes on the bike, driving and reversing in an empty parking lot. Many of the unsafe events I have witnessed during my time can be blamed on Amazon's failure to directly employ us and properly train us. I witnessed my DSP owner get hit by a new rider at a slow speed, and they allowed that rider to continue their route due to low staffing and pressure from Amazon. A majority of on-road accidents were caused by sending new hires out alone on their first day, again due to low pressure or low staffing and pressure from Amazon. After complaining to Amazon and our DSPs about broken carts filled with the packages we deliver, I witnessed a cart fall off a truck and injure a young worker with no formal training in the task. That worker was later disciplined and fired. Only Amazon benefits from the current arrangement, not the DSP owners caught in a liability trap, nor the workers risking their lives on new equipment with limited training. Amazon does this to maximize their profits at the cost of a city that is less safe than it should be. This is why we need the Delivery Protection Act, to hold Amazon accountable as the employers they really are, and to create real consequences for their failure to provide meaningful safety training and protections from all kinds of retaliations. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Christian Trimboli. I'm from Fresh Meadows, Queens, and I was an Amazon delivery driver for about 1.5 years. While working at Amazon, I was Employee of the Month and the front runner of my DSP within the year. I would anxiously follow rules and always try my best. I took pride in my work. One of the many reasons I decided to organize a union at my workplace was because I felt like drivers had no real job security. Even when you worked hard and did everything right, your schedule could still be cut, your route changed, or worse, your job taken away. The idea we have any job security under the DSP model is laughable. The day before Thanksgiving, I noticed my manager surveilling me while having a conversation about union organizing. I was talking to my coworker about how they felt about the job, about how Amazon was completely capable of treating us better here. By the end of that same day, I was fired. No notice or explanation until I confronted them about it the day after Thanksgiving, where they claimed it was because I didn't lock my van doors one time while delivering to a house right in front of it. This is not something we were ever trained on or were told was a fireable offense, and my coworkers struggled to believe that I could be fired for such a petty reason. To think that our job security meant so little to Amazon and our managers. Even when I applied for unemployment, my application was denied based on this reason, which I know is thanks to my DSP owner and Amazon trying to avoid responsibility. I felt really frustrated and personally disrespected that this company went out of its way to deny me a basic benefit after all the time I had worked for them. I couldn't believe it. We are the face of this company, and we give Amazon its good name, and we should not be retaliated against for trying to make this a safe and sustainable career. This is why the Delivery Protection Act needs to be passed, because it is clear that Amazon cares so little of the hardworking men and women who work in Amazon for the bills they have to pay and the families they are trying to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, how you doing? My name is Jesus. I was born and raised in the Bronx. I'm here representing One Dream Logistics. I just want to say that I honestly had an amazing experience. I've been there for about a year now. I make a year in about 2 weeks, and I honestly had an amazing experience. I learned so much from my manager, my coworkers, and I also learned a couple things that I could take with me in life as well. Every morning we do a stand-up. So basically, the owner of One Dream Logistics will come in, talk to all the drivers that's going out on the road today, give us a motivating quote, and basically talk us through the day, tell us how the weather is, and basically give the drivers a pat on the back for the top performing drivers for the previous day. And also another thing as well, every week he does like to give out rewards to the top performing drivers. So that also is an incentive to push the drivers to perform better and safe as well, because safety is everything. We all have a scorecard, and if we all complete our route in a safe manner, there's a chance, there's 3 winners that get picked at the end of each week. If we get a perfect scorecard, we have a chance to rent a gift card, or it could be anything. So that's also another thing. Another thing I could say, that my manager honestly basically didn't look at my background. He basically took me in as one of his own, and he also basically showed me what it is to be a business owner as well. And hopefully I do have goals of owning my own DSP as well. I don't know what this situation might mean for the future, but as a small business owner, I see him helping families, helping churches, and he's doing that, I'm sorry about that, he's doing that off of his own free will, and that's motivating to me, and that's also inspirational to me, and that's why I have hopes of one day of owning my own DSP. But that's pretty much it.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael LeBron. I work at JFK Fulfillment Center, Staten Island. But before that, I worked at the delivery station called DYX2. I'm here today to speak about the safety violations I witnessed in the last mile facility and the broader lack of accountability at Amazon. At DYX2, there's a process called TDR, trailer docking and release. It's a critical safety role when workers secure those trucks to make sure that it's safe, load the packages, because it's so dangerous at times. And if done incorrectly, all workers must be properly trained and certified yearly just to do that role. But in my experience, especially during peak season, like Prime Day and the holidays, those safety rules went out the window. When things get busy, management pressure myself and my coworkers who are untrained to load and unload the trucks anyway. People without certificates were put in positions where one mistake could seriously hurt someone. I saw coworkers rush into these roles confused and unprepared just to keep up with production. This creates a dangerous environment, not just inside the building, but for the public too, because if trucks aren't properly secured, those risks follows onto the streets. And we've already seen what happens when safety fails. In April 2025, a fellow coworker named Leonard Chevalier was killed during my shift at JFK 8 by being struck by a reversing box truck. After his death, Amazon avoided responsibility by saying both him and the driver were contractors. For workers like me, that sends a clear message. Even when someone loses their life, the company can avoid accountability. We were never told what happened or whether it was a safety issue. When something that serious happens and workers are left in the dark, it shows an oversight of how little Amazon really cares about us. That's why the Delivery Protection Act needs to be passed. It would ensure companies like Amazon follow the law and that all workers, no matter how they are classified, are protected by real safety standards and enforcement. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Manny, you want somebody to read it for you, or you got to?
Where's it at? Good afternoon. My name is Manuel Martinez. I live in Far Rockaway, and I travel all the way to Staten Island JFK warehouse. I've been employed there since 2021. I am a blind employee, and there are many like me that's in the facility. In this facility, there is a green thick layer of tape we call the Green Mile. This Green Mile helps people who are visually impaired and blind associates to navigate through the facility. With this green tape, there's supposed to be a clean, clear walk pathway for us. A lot of times it's not. I am here to speak on a safety violation that has been violated a few months ago. There was a fire alarm that went off during the shift. No management or staff came to me or any of the blind associates to let us know or instruct us what was supposed to be done. We took it upon ourselves to walk out the facility because if there's a fire in the building, obviously it makes sense to leave. As we get to the exit, we hear commotion, chaos, and people disputing. Literally, management and staff were blocking the exit, preventing employees to exit, even those who have disabilities. If there's a fire in a facility, a potential fire in a facility, wouldn't it make sense to leave? Make that make sense. Still to this day, there has nothing or any kind of accountability through management and leadership that have been processed. That's why I'm in favor of this bill. It will help keep Amazon accountable and make them more proactive instead of reactive, and make sure that management can no longer get away with any kind of violations, even those who are disabled. I think that we could do better. Thank you, and have a good day.
Going to my colleagues, if anyone. Okay, Councilmember Hall.
So you were fired by your DSP or by Amazon?
I mean, my DSP owner fired me, but, you know, being that none of my coworkers and I felt that we were safe to talk about union organizing on the job, I feel it's safe to believe that these DSP owners and managers are briefed on watching out for people like us because we are a threat to them. So I like to think that big picture, Amazon also is targeting us, but it's the DSP owner.
Were you able to file a complaint or a labor board complaint?
Like a lawsuit? Like an unfair labor practice? Did you go to the labor board, or did you go to the worker protection? Yeah, the Teamsters, they have my back, and they filed a unfair labor practice lawsuit for me on my behalf, yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Vaughn.
So, and I know I've noticed that you guys have been sitting here for the entirety of the hearing. Earlier, we heard testimony that someone said that essentially what some of the normal practices is that when the workers at a DSP organize and vote to form a union, that what they're seeing afterwards is that Amazon then terminates the contract with that DSP. Is that something that you've seen or heard of?
Absolutely. I know people personally, including people in this room, who have had their DSP contracts cut as soon as they tried to fight for something better. And I read about this experience on the internet all the time. Yeah, it's very common, and it's a very easy way for Amazon to essentially nullify our right to unionize our jobs by just cutting the contract.
Thank you.
Thank you all for staying and for taking the time to be here. Louis, Leandri, Zach, McHugh, Joshua, Villegas, Gerard, Basmagi, Sheriff Smith. Matt McGarry? I thought I said that. Zach McGarry.
Oh, Zach McHugh.
Whatever. Is anyone else on this panel here? Okay, we're just gonna call more people then. Matthew Maltari, Tristan Martinez, Connor Spence, Kenan Jones, and Jeffrey Arias. And if okay. I'll take it. Yeah. We did that one, right? Yeah. Okay, whoever's ready to go, please go ahead.
Hold this down? All right.
Yeah. When it's red, just make sure it goes red.
Got it. Thank you. My name is Matt Moltari. I live in Astoria, and I drive for Amazon at DBK1. So I want to tell a story today. One day on the BQE, I'm driving between stops, and my van's transmission is shot, so I couldn't accelerate past 25 miles per hour, and then the transmission just randomly switches to neutral. So I'm stuck on a highway in New York traffic, decelerating well below the speed limit because the van's in neutral. I'm unable to control my vehicle, and I'm just trying to make it to the next exit safely. When I pulled over, my heart's racing, my ears are ringing, and I just had this thought that I almost died dressed like a tube of toothpaste. And I'm here today to make sure that that doesn't happen to anybody else. How does Amazon endanger public safety through the DSP model? By pushing DSPs to have us drive broken vans. My DSP has told me that Amazon requires them to keep enough vans available to fill routes, and we know routes can increase on a day-to-day basis, sometimes the night before or the morning of. It doesn't pay them enough to afford all repairs. These are things that I've heard from my DSP. The fact is, Amazon uses DSPs to avoid paying for van repairs and then pretends to care about safety to save face, as if they had nothing to do with these vans falling apart. Amazon also dictates how we do our job down to the smallest detail. If we go slower than it wants us to go, if we can't deliver all the packages, if we don't follow the exact order of stops it tells us to follow, which are often inefficient, you'll have stop 25 and stop 52 on the same street, like 10 feet away. Managers tell us we're in the red zone of the performance graph. The truth is, DSPs are constantly terrified of getting axed by Amazon, so they pass this fear down and try to keep us terrified of getting axed if we go too slow. Hustling in New York City means violating traffic laws by parking at hydrants and driveways and doing so in vans that are falling apart. City Council, please pass the Delivery Protection Act. Let us do our jobs safely, with equipment that works, and then without being forced into dangerous situations by algorithms and people who have never had to lift 100 pounds of fancy mineral water up 5 flights of stairs. Amazon's a threat to the people of New York, so please put it in check. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Connor Spence, and I'm the president of Amazon Labor Union, International Brotherhood of Teamsters Local 1. I'm here speaking in support of the Delivery Protection Act. As corporations like Amazon become wealthier and more powerful, the more theoretical the law becomes for them. Instead of serving as a tool of justice, the legal system becomes a toy, something to manipulate, a tool that allows companies like Amazon to exist in a state of constant contradiction. I'm one of the original organizers of the union campaign at Amazon's JFK facility in Staten Island, the warehouse where we won a historic union election in 2022. 4 years later, Amazon still refuses to honor the results of that election. They are illegally refusing to come to the table and negotiate with workers, despite being ordered to do so several times, including as recently as last week. In our case, they argue they don't believe the NLRB process was legitimate because it didn't reflect the will of a majority of employees. So in response, over 30 units of workers at facilities across the country have unionized through a different process, one that starts with a majority of employees asserting their union status and giving the company every opportunity to challenge that majority. They claim that process is unfair too. To Amazon, no process is legitimate when workers win. They went to federal court to argue that the National Labor Relations Act was unconstitutional and that we need to throw out a century of labor law. But when workers sought to have labor violations addressed at the state level, Amazon intervened and said those cases needed to go to the National Labor Relations Board, the same agency they believe should not exist. They always want to have it both ways. This company does not operate on principle. They don't believe in the law. Their only North Star is the pursuit of profit, and they'll do and say whatever it takes to make the most money possible. So when Amazon tells us delivery drivers are not really their employees, even though they wear Amazon uniforms, drive Amazon vans, and work under Amazon's complete control, are we really supposed to believe that? Or are we going to acknowledge that, as usual, they want to have it both ways? They want to be the boss without being the employer. We need the Delivery Protection Act because we need stronger guardrails around what a company like Amazon is allowed to get away with, how they're able to impact workers and our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Jeffrey. I worked at DBK Ford Management for about 2 years as an Amazon driver. Have you seen Amazon drivers drag a bag-like box across the ground while delivering? It's because we need hand trucks to be able to do our jobs properly. As delivery drivers, these hand trucks are extremely important. They take loads off our body and it helps us move the packages efficiently. One day I was clocking into work, I picked up my pouch with the Amazon van key and dispatch had a limited amount of hand trucks. I didn't get one. I had many heavy, oversized packages and my management said, Amazon won't provide it for you guys and they don't pay us enough money to buy hand trucks. This is Amazon's fault. However, when I go to Amazon directly about these issues, it is often neglected because Amazon states I do not work for them and tells me to contact my DSP about my issues. So while Amazon gets their way, gets their profits, the DSP is there for no reason, just to take responsibility away from Amazon and exploit us. As Amazon drivers, we usually are not provided hand trucks, and this is one reason why Amazon drivers are frequently getting injured. I always went home with aches and pains in my back, my shoulders, my legs, and I'm still dealing with it to this current day, and I'm only 24 years old. You may think a hand truck isn't a big deal, but as a delivery driver, this is extremely important for our safety. This was not a one-time occurrence, but one example out of many to show how Amazon hides behind their DSPs to avoid responsibility for our safety. The Amazon drivers that deliver your packages every single day are suffering. How do you expect Amazon drivers to do their job efficiently, save their body from injury, and have a career job without the key tools to deliver safely? Please, we need to pass this Delivery Protection Act. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at this hearing.
Hi, how you doing? My name is Tristan Martinez. I live in Staten Island, and I'm a worker at Amazon's JFK facility for the last 7 years. I have been organizing with the Amazon Labor Union since before it was formed in 2021. I was part of the campaign that made JFK the first unionized Amazon facility in history. I am here today because I have seen firsthand how Amazon breaks labor law and how they continue to get away with it. Before our union election, Amazon ramped up its union busting tactics. One of the main tools they used was something called captive audience meetings. These are mandatory meetings where workers are forced to sit and listen to anti-union messaging while we're on the clock. For weeks leading up to the election, we were pulled off the floor with no explanation and required to attend these meetings over and over again. In those rooms, Amazon managers and consultants spread misinformation, telling us lies about union dues and false claims about potential leaders and union leaders at that time to try to scare us out of organizing. In 2024, the National Labor Relations Board ruled that these types of captive audience meetings are illegal because they interfere with workers' rights to organize freely. But that didn't stop Amazon. They just found a new loophole and instead now require that all new hires be exposed to a anti-union propaganda on their very first day. They were told it was optional as a part of their day one orientation, but they were not told what it actually is. Most people stay because they don't want to risk their job on day one. It is coercion designed as a choice. That is why I support the Delivery Protection Act. This bill would require companies like Amazon to actually comply with labor laws. And if they want to keep running their last mile delivery operations in this city, if a company is breaking the law, they shouldn't be able to keep doing business as usual. Please pass this bill. Thank you, City Council, for holding this hearing and allowing workers like myself and everyone in this room to say their piece. Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Keenan Jones. I am an Amazon driver from DBK4 in Maspeth, Queens, who was unfairly and wrongfully terminated in 2024 for simply exercising my right to organize with my union. The truth is, we are fed up with the unfair and unsafe conditions we are forced to work under for the sake of productivity and profit. The vans are unsafe for the public and frankly disgusting for drivers. I've been forced to drive vans full of garbage, bottles of urine, and even blood and vomit. When to cut costs, they send people home that could at the very least make sure that the vehicles are sanitary. And as you being an Amazon customer, do you want your packages coming into your home from a van with urine, blood, and vomit? Many of these vans are not safe to be on New York City streets. I've been told to drive vans with low tire pressure, dirty windshields that we couldn't clean, and doors that were held in place with bungee cords. Although we did have to perform pre-trip inspections, the worst thing you could do is ground a vehicle. If I disrupted Amazon's profit in the name of safety, I knew that I could be terminated or punished by losing days of work. How do you feel that there are unsafe vehicles on the road that pose a very real danger to you and your family? This is not an attack on private enterprise. This is a plea for human dignity serving the public. I am also here on behalf of the 2,000 plus drivers that used to work at C&P Logistics, now known as Net Zero, owned by Mark Chiasano, who were terminated unfairly and unjustly as well. Stop letting Amazon pass the blame to the delivery service partners who are also cutting corners to maintain their companies. Please pass the Delivery Protection Act to keep you and I safe and hold Amazon accountable for their employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Audubon.
Yeah, so I have a question. Who did the orientation meetings and the captive audience meetings? Was it your DSP or Amazon?
It would be Amazon.
Amazon?
Yeah.
Same, yeah, you work.
Yeah, in our warehouse, it was Amazon. They would fly in special people from out of state to come and run these meetings.
Yeah.
Same with us, but the DSP would also participate. Like the DSP managers would speak in addition to the union buster.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Councilmember Caban, but while we have a tour of the balcony of the Scottish Parliament delegation, thank you for being with us and joining us here at City Hall.
Thank you. I want to ask about the tracking. Well, as you're making deliveries, you're being tracked, right? Can you talk about like how you're being tracked, what the app does, what kind of system it is? It tells you if you're like on pace. Like just describe what it does every day. And
So they have an algorithm when you're delivering packages. So it might say you're certain stops behind, you're certain stops ahead, and everywhere whenever you're logged into the Flex app or the Mentor app, you get tracked anywhere you go. It could be, and if you forget to log out of it, and if you use your personal phone, because often the phones die, you may have to log into your personal phone to deliver packages because the phone may not work or may not be charging or they can't get a charger to you. So you may log on your phone and then you may forget to log out of your phone, your personal phone, the Flex app, because you're delivering packages on your personal phone, and then they can track you at your door, at your house, or wherever you go after work, even after you clock out. They can see from the computer at the dispatch table.
Does anybody else have other info to add about the app and how it tracks or what it tracks? Yeah, go ahead.
Tells you how many stops are in your route in total, and then you see it's like a bar, and it goes down as you deliver. Same thing with the number of packages, and then you have like a map, which is your itinerary, so you see where the stops are on the map. So as you're doing it, they tell you sometimes if you ask like a manager the pace, but you mostly learn just from other drivers and experience. Usually it's around like, between 10 to 20 stops an hour sometimes, maybe a little bit faster, maybe a little bit slower depending on the route volume. But if you're like way below like 5 stops an hour or something, and you haven't done a certain number of stops in an hour, they will probably call you.
Got it. And who calls you? Your DSP or somebody else?
Yeah, like your dispatcher.
Okay, got it. Because we heard earlier that Amazon is sending it to the DSP, and then the DSP is sending it to you, the driver. But do you know if your DSP designed the app that you use, or could they turn off the app for you if they wanted to, or?
No, this is designed by Amazon. It's Amazon Flex.
Got it. Okay,
Yeah, and Amazon can ban your account. So it wouldn't have anything to do with the DSP. If Amazon sees something they don't like or somebody reports something, you can get your account banned directly from Amazon, and then no DSP will ever be able to hire you again.
Got it. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, and thank you for your time and staying this long to this panel. I want to bring up the next panel: Amit Sharma, Danyan Brook, Lou Ahmed, Mark Fassini, Joseph Watson, and Charlie Yu. All right, go ahead. You can just start, sir. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Danon Brooks, and I am a representative for Kaizen. I do not work for Amazon. First and foremost, if you flip this bill, it would diminish a lot of the small-time businesses to help other people grow and who are interested in making their lives much better. Like I, for myself, I'm 53, I have a senior citizen, no mother, and I was homeless. Kaizen gave me the opportunity to make my living arrangements much better instead of trying to be in a set of a shelter and depending on the city or the state to help us. So the dependency is upon me and my senior citizen mother. Right now, I live in an Airbnb. I don't have a home, I have an Airbnb, so basically I'm still homeless. But I work with Kaizen, and they give me the encouragement to do better, to take care of my mom and find a home for us. I just came back to New York about a year ago. So being with them has gave me more inspiration to do good for a business that's not for everybody else, being independent and growing. It gives me inspiration to do better for the company and my.
Can people in the back be quiet? We want to be able to hear. We can close the door. Go ahead, sir. Continue.
And my coworkers. I've been put in a position to teach about safety, reliability, responsibility, being held accountable for all your responsibilities on the job. So I enforce that for all the younger people who are with me, that work with me. And if you pass this bill, you're just taking away from us that are struggling, trying to make it, trying to keep our head above water. That's all that I have to say. And really, basically, the issue here is Amazon. So I'm quite sure there's other ways to work around and get past it and help enforce safety for those with these little companies. But the main character is Amazon. They need to be held accountable for and not giving money under the table to politicians.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
My name is Sarah Thompson, and I am here in opposition of this bill. The true and immediate effect of a passing of this type of bill is thousands of people, including myself and the 100+ people I employ, would be quickly out of a job, and for many more people out of purpose. I'm an e-bike business owner here in New York City, which I am passionate about for so many reasons, including because it's a great operation in the one and only New York City community. Our method is a new wave that's great for the environment. We are green and lean but mighty, and already a visible niche in the city, delivering smiles safely to every corner. I teetered with the idea to launch my business after being in cargo and logistics for over a decade in the airline industry, which Chairman Epstein utilizes the same model. That's another industry where for-profit companies contract other for-profit companies. They dictate eligibility, background screening requirements, wages for employees, scope of work for the company, training. Parent company owns and leases the facility. This is a model that is used in various industries. But I digress. I moved forward with launching my business when I saw a woman that looked like me excel in entrepreneurship, and words can't illustrate how powerful and inspirational it was to see a small business owner, female, first-generation female from the Caribbean, a true pillar in her community, contribute to economy, and today, now that woman is me. I do not subcontract anyone. I directly employ every person that joins my team, W-2 employees. I hire people from all walks of life trying to grow and better themselves. I offer 401k, health, medical, dental, vision, benefits to all my employees, including my many part-time employees, tuition reimbursement, childcare subsidies, you name it. And this bill is limiting the options delivery associates would have to go to for employment. I offer livelihood and occupation to anyone who needs it. I have offered single mothers in need of flexibility, students wanting to excel in their first job, New York City transplants, please. New York City transplants just trying to get their foot in the door at a place where they're looking for opportunity to grow in leadership positions. I give grace to people that need access to decision makers instead of this bill forcing direct employment, which would simply diminish voices for people in that faceless corporate grinder. This bill and so much of this conversation dehumanizes the true touch and impact my company and others like it have on everyday people. This bill does not protect workers. In plain English, in my opinion, it is a war on mom and pop logistics shops. It's literally trying to eradicate small business that in a world and society where conglomerations have a monopoly on almost everything, we have resiliently and in partnership etched a way into existence. Also, a comment made by Councilman Asi earlier about the attention that Amazon is giving this bill. Amazon is taking a major hands-off approach here because they're not interested in battling city council. All the attention and chatter you are experiencing is from company owners and people on the ground. I shudder at so much of this conversation that seems more like political agenda and war against one or two corporations, with a full understanding that small business is left in the dust and the worker is even more exposed to job insecurity.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mark Fasheen. I'm born and raised in Queens, lived there my whole life. I own a small package delivery service company, and I vehemently oppose the Delivery Protection Act. I started my first shipping company in April 2013 by purchasing a route which serviced Midtown Manhattan that employed 1 full-time driver and 4 full-time helpers. Later in 2013, I purchased another route adjacent to the first that employed 1 full-time driver and 3 additional full-time helpers. The drivers that were running and managing those routes are still employees of mine 13 years later. From there, I grew our logistics business, and as of today, we currently have 225 delivery associates, 25 field managers, and 10 dispatchers. I believe the most valuable asset of any business owner is their employees. I've been blessed to be able to grow our business because of the dedication of our people and the amazing team we have built. Our management team is not only responsible to make sure our day-to-day operations run flawlessly, but more importantly, that they are in constant communication with our team members to make sure the work days run as smoothly as possible. Daily stand-up safety meetings for both our drivers and walkers are mandatory operating procedures. Making sure each of our employees' safety, whether on the road while driving or walking on the streets while delivering, is our top priority. The reason I got into this business is because I saw the emerging growth of e-commerce, and I felt it was a safe, small business to invest into. Owning and operating a logistics company requires a lot of upfront capital and access to lines of credits to make sure we keep our fleet of trucks current, safe, and mechanically sound. If the Delivery Protection Act becomes law and New York City Council is able to stop our operations, how will I and my fellow logistic business owners pay back our loans? While I cannot speak for everyone, a lot of us have personal guarantees to the SBA for loans we took to start our businesses and EIDL loans we took during COVID to keep our businesses afloat, bank loans, lines of credit, and credit card balance to make sure our bills are being paid properly. I own and operate a completely legal business in the state of New York with our own DOT number, carry every mandatory insurance, only have W-2 full-time employees, and pay all of our taxes as required by New York City, New York State, the federal government. What is City Council proposing is to make a draconian law that will force my legal entity to shut down.
Good afternoon, Councilman. I'm Amit Sharma. I am another small business owner. I'm from New York. I operate out of New York, Bronx. The why I got into business, I came from a corporate world, but over there, I feel another drop in a big ocean. I took a pay cut, a salary cut, because I felt like I can do more with the community if I am a small business owner. The entire fabric of this country, this New York City, provides an environment for people like us to create an opportunity. People like you provide us the power, give us the platform so that we can thrive on that platform and create an ecosystem. So this small business ownership is because of you guys, because of New York City, and that's how I was able to build this small business from scratch. We have almost 125 plus employees, and they are my team members. I have role to do. As an owner-operator, I have my responsibilities. Each and every employee of my team, they have their roles and responsibility. With this bill, it will entirely scrap off that fabric. I will lose that connection. My employee will lose that connection. I humbly request, please look into the technicalities. There are definitely areas of improvement, and I'm all for that. But definitely don't look through one lens. There are so many spectrum. It's one ecosystem of small businesses supporting so many ecosystem of other small businesses in Bronx. There is a shop, there is a mechanic who is tied to us. There are so many people who are relying on us. So please, I humbly request to look into the bill and technicalities of that, and I'm hoping for the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My position, I'm opposing the bill. My name is Jordan Rodriguez. I'm a Dominican kid born and raised in the Bronx by immigrant parents. I grew up in Section 8 housing in a household where my parents struggled to make ends meet. In 2020, during COVID, I started off as a delivery driver for a DSP. After a year, I worked my way up to a manager position. By 2024, I was given the opportunity to start my own DSP in the Bronx. Today, I employ 180 drivers, including my own father. My company isn't just about delivering packages. We give back to our community, from back to school supply drives for local schools, to turkey giveaways, to partnerships with organizations like Robin Hood and L'Oreal to donate hygiene products to homeless shelters. We also invest in our employees through Amazon's Next Mile program, helping them pursue higher education, and we open doors for those who need it most. I actively hire from workforce programs and homeless shelters, giving people a real second chance at stable employment. And I want to be clear about something. Safety is not just a policy for my company or the fellow business owners. It's personal. We have dedicated safety officers within our organizations who started off as drivers, whose job is to train drivers and ensure they are operating safely every single day. My company alone has had 0 work-related injuries in the last 18 months. Because from my experience and as an owner who is present every day, I know how to keep my people safe. 75% of my fleet is electric, which also reflects our commitment to safer, more sustainable operations. If the allegations being made by them about unsafe conditions were true, companies like mine wouldn't even be in business. Our insurance, our ability to operate, and our revenue are all directly tied to our safety scores and the condition of our vehicles. We are held accountable every single day. And let me say this, these employees need and appreciate having direct access to an owner, someone they call a brother, a mentor, someone who shows up. That's what we provide. This bill puts small business owners like me at risk. It threatens the livelihoods of nearly 45,000 workers across the 5 boroughs. I am living proof that this program creates opportunity, real opportunity for people from communities like mine. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to be mindful of, we are going to get kicked out of here at 4:30. So we may be able to go across the street and get a room, but I'd like to, if we can try to get through everybody if at all possible today. Thank you.
Thank you, council members. I appreciate you listening to all of our opinions. My name is Ron Shaw, and I'm a first-generation American-born in Queens, New York. I own a small delivery business in Bronx where I employ over 80 W-2 workers, and I am here today to speak against the bill. I believe I represent what many people call the American dream. My father came to this country nearly 40 years ago with very little. He worked 2 jobs, sometimes 3, including working at the local bodega and doing whatever it took to build a life for our family. Through sacrifice, discipline, and determination, he taught me that the American dream means working hard enough to one day build something of your own. I spent over 7 years working at Amazon, working my way up from warehouse operations to running one of the top performing sites in the country. Eventually, I earned what is truly my dream job, a corporate role where I traveled across the country making operational changes that saved millions of dollars for one of the largest companies in the world. That dream job mattered. I worked extremely hard for it, and I was proud of it. But what mattered even more was the people. The associates I work with every day, the people behind every operation, were what drove me to go above and beyond. They reminded me that success is not just about numbers, it is about creating opportunity for others. That is why I made the hardest decision of my life in my career. I gave up that dream job against the advice of my immigrant parents and risked everything to start my own delivery business in the Bronx. It has been the most difficult thing I've ever done in my life, but it's also the most rewarding because now I can directly impact the lives in my own community. This bill not only impacts small businesses like mine, it impacts the local bakery where I buy breakfast for my team, the local mechanic shops that keep my vehicles on the road, and the many neighborhood businesses that depend on the small operators like us every day. And just like my drivers, I know these people too, all on a first-name basis. I know all my drivers by name, and more importantly, I want to create real opportunities for them, whether that means helping them continue their education through tuition reimbursement, advance their careers, or even take steps towards buying their first car. This is who you're voting against, real people, real families, and real small businesses deeply connected to the communities they serve. Thank you.
Hello, council members. Thank you for having us. My name is Lou Ahmed. I am a small business owner, a DSP, an e-bike DSP. You know, if 518 passes, you know, small businesses across the city will not slow down or restructure. They'll just simply close. And if we want to have a conversation about, you know, how we can move the needle on safety and some of the other topics discussed here, I just don't think it should come at the sacrifice of all these small businesses who have worked so hard. I moved here from Kentucky, Louisville, Kentucky. Immigrant parents, pregnant wife, left my job, and I'm like, I have to look her parents in the face and say, yep, I took your daughter to New York City from the suburbs to risk it all. And I think that's what the American dream is. I don't know why I'm so emotional right now. I think just because we've put so much blood, sweat, and tears into this. E-bike program runs from 2:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. And so while I was building my team a year ago, guess who was there? Those hours, 7 days a week, I was. And I got to meet so many great employees who are still with me today. Not all of them, but all of my non-driving employees have been promoted from within, with the exception of my HR manager. I think this bill paints with an extraordinary broad brush. It treats a complex, layered industry as if it were a single problem and a single fix. And that thinking will produce consequences no one in this room has fully mapped out yet. Supply chains, employment relationships, community contracts, employment relationships, all of it is, disrupted by legislation written as if none of that complexity exists. The damage does not stop at us. Mechanics, I think, all kinds of local vendors, as people have spoken to, depend a little bit on DSPs as well. I came to New York with a dream, and I just thank you for your guys' time today, and I hope you guys oppose this bill.
Thank you, and thank you for this panel. I don't see any of my colleagues with questions, so I want to thank you all for spending the time here. I'm going to go on to the next panel. Ada Alcantara, Jocelyn Vega, Duran Cunningham, Don Mosley, Fuj Osam, and Christine Chan. I might need more people. These are next. All right, if any of those folks are here, please come up. If not, I want to get additional people on this panel. Timothy Dennis. Dahali Gardner. Alexander Marlua. Tybren Barnes. And O'Neill Washington. And one last one, Cosmo Jen Hill. If you're here, please come up too. And you just start with your name so we know which, for all the names I read, just make sure you're here. Go ahead. Press the button. It's red. Yeah.
I am a delivery service partner owner called Highgate Logistics based in Harlem, New York. I'm feeling very emotional listening to this testimony. I've been in logistics for 20 years. I love local logistics. I started off at 26 years old being a courier operations manager. And I kind of fell into the career, even though I'm like a nice girl from Queens, Stuyvesant High School, college degree, because I just did not fit into a corporate environment as a gay woman 20-something years ago. I won't tell you exactly how long, not to date myself. So I felt really out of place in a big corporation. And the logistics industry really embraces weirdos like us. And I found a place leading and managing delivery teams and doing something I found very fulfilling. And I just really so value my employees and growing and developing them. Again, I've been in this for 20 years. And I think, again, I've heard from the testimony of the people that have been affected by poor safety standards in some of these businesses. And I am appalled by them, by the way, because I think you've only heard from 1 or 2 locations. Let's face it, all the testimony has been coming out of 1 or 2 locations. There are over 50 last mile facilities, he said, in New York City with a certain square footage. There's actually more of that, where ours is very small. It's only 10,000 square feet, so you might not even be counting us. And all these, we've had hundreds of people here, employees, that are passionate about the type of opportunities they've had working for small businesses. Because we give opportunities, most of the small businesses, we really need help, right? And college kids with like fancy degrees are not gonna come work with us. So, it's a mutually beneficial relationship. We work with our guys that are appreciative and are hard workers, and we develop them. And I've been doing this for 20 years. I just think that it would be a shame that, again, we were here during COVID. I was pulled out as an essential worker, managing my team to make sure people got their stuff, right? And now you're saying you want to outlaw my business. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Danielle. I'm here today because Bill 518 would take away something I worked hard to build. Before this job, I was bouncing between DoorDash and Uber, logging on whenever I could just to try to scrape together a little money with no real stability. This job changed changed that. I started out on an e-bike making deliveries. I worked my way up to dispatcher, then HR supervisor. That's not luck. That's me showing up every day improving myself. I have 3 kids, and this job fits my life in a way that most jobs never could. Flexible schedule means that I don't have to choose between a paycheck and being there for my children. Weekly pay means my bills gets paid on time and real benefits. That matters more than people realize when you're raising a family. And let me tell you, Amazon actually does care about us. I know this firsthand. I had emergency surgery, and I had the proper paperwork, and I did everything right, and UPS blacklisted me. My health crisis cost me my job. But here, my boss genuinely cares about me, and she cares about every single one of us. I know without a doubt that whether I had emergency surgery or went on vacation, my job would be secured. That's not something that you take for granted when you've been burned before. During the past couple of snowstorms, Amazon shut down operations, not because they had to, but because of safety. That's not a company that sees us as disposable. That's a company that sees us as people. This is the longest job I've ever held. Let that sink in. Not because I couldn't keep a job, but because nothing else worked for my life until this did. And it's not just me. The people I work with every single day, they all come from somewhere. They all have a story. Single parents, immigrants, people rebuilding their lives. We found something here that works for us. And to everyone in this room, without us, you wouldn't be able to get your last-minute deliveries. We are out there every single day keeping the city moving. We help run NYC. Bill 518 doesn't protect workers like me. It disrupts the very thing that's keeping us stable. Don't take the flexible schedules away, the weekly pay, the community, and the opportunity to grow. For a lot of us, this isn't just a job. This is how we survive.
Hello? Okay, so I'm here because I'm really appreciative of what the DSP program has done for me. I'm gonna be open, like, I have autism, so it's like I've faced a lot of like prejudice, like trying to get a job, you know? Like no one would believe in me. You know, no matter where I would go, it's like 3 months later, that's it, you know, you're out. But, you know, these people, they really believe in me. I feel like they really care about me. You know, I'm a driver for North Star Logistics. You know, I really feel like we're a family. You know, like every single morning, just seeing the same faces, like we're not just a number, you know. I'm gonna be honest, if we work directly for Amazon, we would just be a number and, you know, they wouldn't care about us. But I really feel North Star Logistics, you know, they really care about me because, like, even when I was going through something, you know, well, I was attacked on the job, and, you know, they really like comforted me. Like I was crying, and, you know, like, you know, I really appreciate whatever they've done for me. You know, I don't even know where I would be. Like I don't have like just the experience like they've provided for me. It's been a big blessing. You know, I don't know. I probably wouldn't have found that anywhere else. And you know, I think they deserve to exist. You know, I don't think that I think that I just have one thing to say that
Sure.
I think that we're painting the DSPs with a broad brush. Not all DSPs are bad. You know, some of them actually really care about us. You know.
Thank you for sharing that.
And that's all I have to say for now.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. Good afternoon, all. Chair and council members. My name is Tyree Barnes. I'm affectionately known as Ty Barnes. I'm the owner of North Star Logistics in the South Bronx, and Timothy is one of my employees. Actually, one of our favorite employees. I am the son of...
What are you going to say to those other people now?
Well, I said one of them. I am a son of teenage parents who struggled in low-income housing. I have been a DSP owner for 2 years as of today, April 9th. Today is my 2-year anniversary.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Hopefully we'll be here, you know, indefinitely going forward. and I operate a fleet of all-electric Rivian vehicles and have delivered over 4 million packages and smiles to residents of the South Bronx. Safety is our top priority, and I employ my father, who is a retired MTA bus driver, to help train my drivers after their initial training with Amazon, as well as my operations manager. I do not support Bill 518 and the Delivery Protection Act. I am from the Bronx, and I use my life savings for this opportunity to own and operate my DSP business in the South Bronx. I employ over 120 full-time employees, and most of which were hired through the Workforce One program. I provide healthcare, dental, vision, PTO, 401k at a 5% match, tuition reimbursement, 4-day work weeks, guaranteed hours, and bonus hours. In addition, I'm a resource to all my employees who apply. In addition, I am a resource to all my employees who want to apply for any full-time state or city jobs, and I fully fund that out of my own pocket, all testing fees included, because that's something that I want to do because I care about all my employees and advancing their careers, whether they're with North Star or whether they're with any city or state agencies. As a DSP owner, I support my community by providing over 500 meals during the holidays. I support children with special needs by donating school supplies to District 75 schools as they need the most resources. And I know this firsthand because my son is a District 75 student. It's important to recognize the value of having a CEO of a small business who came from the same community in which the business operates. Many people can't say that they have a personal relationship with the owner of a company in which they work for. I am an inspiration to my community as they can put a face and name to the company and be inspired to be an entrepreneur as well. With the direct employment,
If you can wrap it up, I know. Yeah.
I'm just trying to do my part and make the city a better place. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, yes, my name is Joseph Gatesy. I live in Manhattan Valley. I work in this city every single day. I'm here to tell you that Intro 518 would hurt people like me, not Amazon. I didn't start where I am now. I started as a driver. I was behind the bike, making those deliveries, learning this industry from the bottom up. Through hard work, real hard work, I worked my way to management. The DSP model made that possible. It gave me a ladder to climb when a lot of people in this city never even get shown where the ladder is. That's not a small thing, that's everything. This bill would end the delivery service partner model by forcing companies like Amazon to directly hire every driver. When that happens, Amazon doesn't suffer, they absorb, they automate, and they move on. But I'm gone, my station is gone, and the next driver out there with the work ethic and the hunger to move up the way I did, that path is gone too. This bill forces last mile facilities to either make massive operational changes to shut down entirely. I'm not a corporation with a legal team. I'm a guy from the neighborhood who earned his seat at the table one shift at a time. I'm not here defending Amazon. I'm defending myself. I'm defending every driver who thinks about their future the way I once thought about mine. I'm defending my boss, a great owner who's built something real, who does right by her employees, who deserves the right to keep running her business the way she's earned the right to run it. Don't close that door and vote no to Intro 518.
They're here. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, chairs and members of the panel. My name is O'Neill Washington, and I am in opposition of this bill. I'm not here today just as an operator. I'm here as a voice for the men and women who have their jobs on the line. The same workers who carry this city through the toughest times, the same workers who show up in the rain, snow, and heat, the same workers who don't get to work from home. Those are the people whose jobs and pay are on the line. Let me be clear today, this is not just policy, this is people's lives. Every new restrictions, every added cost, every decision made without understanding what happens in the field with DSPs. It doesn't hurt corporations first, it hurts workers. I've looked my team in the eyes, I've seen the stress, I've heard questions. How am I still going to be able to have a job? How am I still going to be able to provide for my family? And today I should not have to stand here without answers for them. That is unacceptable. We as a team, we are committed to safety, we're committed to compliance, we are committed to doing our part, but we will not stand by while our workforce is squeezed out. So I'm asking you directly, stand with the workers, not against them, protect our jobs, protect our pay, because if you don't, real people will pay the price. And that responsibility will not be invisible.
Thank you. You, sir, go ahead.
Hi, good day. My name is Cosmo Joel. The name of my company is Chrysler Inc. I'm an ISP with FedEx. I've been doing it from 2009. I started as me and another driver, 2 trucks. I drive one, he drives the other. We've been doing this for years and delivering and helping so many different people, so many different cultures. There's no culture I could think of that's never worked with me from 2009 until now. Every nation has worked with me. There's no one we have turned away. The beauty about what I like about our system is that we go into many different people's houses to deliver packages, and there's always a background check. We do safety. Single women who live home, they don't have to worry about who's delivering this package to their house, because it's a must that they do a background check on this person. It's a must that they run their license. And those things to me is a key of being a small business owner, because at least if I know my child is home and a package to go to the house, I don't have to worry about who's this person delivering to the package to the house, because I know that there's a background check being done on this person. And in the time we're living right now, that's very important. And small business people like me will help a lot of people. The same people who's delivering, who's picking up the garbage, who's driving the MTA buses, they came from us. We trained those people. We taught them how to drive until they go up the ladder, they moved on and go somewhere else. No, they're the guys delivering the garbage. They're the ones picking up the garbage. They're the one driving the grandma and the grandpa on the MTA bus. We're the one who delivering the medicines. We're the ones you could depend on. Small business owners are needed in New York City. That's it.
Thank you. No questions? All right. Thank you all for being here. We'll bring up the next panel. Ariel McKitt, Tyrell Brown, Sean Laverne, Charles DeMaria, Mikhail Frisella, David Rodriguez, Isabel Ayach, Mario Nicolau, and George Ferreira. Is anybody else here who's on this list? Okay. You're not on this panel. Okay, go ahead, gentlemen. You just start, please. This is it? Last one?
Good afternoon.
We have one more panel after this, so you can sit down if you want, You're welcome. Yeah, me too. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Hey, put us 2 minutes back up. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Charles DeMaria. I'm the owner of Accelerated Flywheel Logistics. We're an e-bike delivery company. We deliver throughout Lower Manhattan. We deliver to this immediate area. And I'm here today in opposition to Bill 518. I don't come from money. My family doesn't come from money. My father worked 3 jobs when I was growing up. My mother worked. I started working when I was 14. My path wasn't linear. I didn't graduate college until I was in my 40s. I got my MBA at 46. I know what it feels like when your potential doesn't fit neatly on a piece of paper. I started this company 6 months ago, and right now I'm here fighting for something that I am just starting, and that scares the heck out of me. My business is built on my values, and it's here to prove that small companies can still be in places where people are truly seen and invested in. Today, I already employ 150 bikers, dispatchers, and support staff. They're all W-2 employees. Every promotion that we've already had is internal. Our team comes from the Lower East Side, Harlem, the Bronx, and Brooklyn. We partner with the New York State Department of Labor Workforce One to recruit people who are unemployed or underdeployed or in unstable gig work. Next week, we're even participating in a job fair with Councilmember Hudson's office for graduating seniors. What we're doing is we're helping people who large corporations won't look at, because large corporations won't look past a small piece of paper. There was one time I was interviewing somebody. He was 20 years old. The resume said, "I never had a job." I asked him, "Well, what do you do to get by?" He's a breakdancer on 42nd Street with a troupe. In talking to him, I saw discipline, I saw teamwork, I saw resilience, I saw transferable skills. He works for me today. I hired him in November. Then there's other folks who, when they come in, they're looking for predictable schedules. We have predictable schedules. We have PTO. We have benefits. We are hiring people that when they show up for an interview, just 1 second. When they show up for an interview, they're showing up with a cart with everything that they own. Those we hire, we're helping them navigate the paperwork to get in and out of shelters. I also operate e-bikes 3:30 in the morning. They need paperwork to leave the shelter during off hours or to get back in. A large corporation and their email address to HR is not gonna help them. They need the help of small business owners to get to that next step.
Thank you. And I'm trying to get one more panel in before we're kicked out, so I'm sorry to be cutting people off, but if we can, I know it's emotional, but if we can try to get this through this so we can let everyone testify.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to share my voice. My name is Tynell Brown. I hail from Woodside, Queens. I'm an operational manager at Accelerated Flywheel. This is my boss, Charles. My journey with the company has been remarkable, spanning from the initial role as a delivery associate to a dispatcher, and now my current position. Let me take you back to the first week of deliveries in October. There was one day, the weather was below my threshold of tolerance, and I vowed I would not do any packages past December. However, my first promotion came in November. In my eyes, this bought the company some more time with my services. But as the new year approached, I realized I didn't have to break the vow because I was no longer delivering packages. Fast forward to February, when I was offered a salary position, significantly altering my life's trajectory because now the job is serving me. As an entrepreneur of a micro business, this could be firsthand experience in running and operating a small business from the ground up. Also, but more importantly, what truly captivated me was the community and the culture we had and my ability to make real impact in mentoring, coaching people to be better workers, and hopefully better people in life. I'm proud to be a part of aiding in this work culture and inspiring comments like, "This feels like family," or "I like learning about the business side of things," or simply, "I actually like coming to work." Passing this bill will kill the real life influence we have in people taking care of their families, gaining housing, staying out of the streets, and just giving college kids what my papa will call some pocket change. Don't be the reason why the little guy loses. Protect small businesses, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hey team, how are you? My name is Ariel Mickett. I operate out of East New York, District 42. I've been doing this for about 6 years now. We've delivered approximately 15.5 million packages to East New York, Canarsie, Howard Beach, our surrounding neighborhoods. And the way that I look at my business at this point is it's no longer just my business. My employees are part of me. We're a family by now. I've been therapist, I've been pharmacist, I've been support system, I've been negotiator for car deals, I've been negotiator for rent leases, I've helped people find real estate agents, I've bailed people out of trouble financially if they ever need a quick $20, $40 to get themselves a meal, pay for their cell phone bills, do whatever they have to do, but that's the kind of person that I am, and that's the kind of support that I give my team. It's hard for me to point out a single moment, but there's never a time that I'm not there for my team. ever. If they ever request a flexible schedule, I'm the first one to give it to them. If they come into work and they say, Ari, I need to be out by 3 o'clock, I will be there to support them and try to figure it out to get them out in time. If they ever need a last minute call out, without question, without a doctor's note, without anything, I don't request any of that. I work with my team because that's the kind of environment I want to build for them. Passing this bill won't give them that opportunity. They won't be able to just call out like that last minute without repercussion. Even if they lied to me, even if they lied to me and said, yeah, I have a doctor's appointment, I still let them fly. I don't question it. I give them the benefit of the doubt because that's the kind of relationship I build with my team. I don't question them. I don't need that problem in my life. I don't need that headache. Everyone has enough problems going on. I grew up in low-income housing in Coney Island. I know what it's like. I busted my chops getting to where I am now. Thank you, team.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Mario Nicolau. I own and operate a Amazon DSP in here in Manhattan, Upper East Side. So I'm going to take you back to time April 2019. This was a time where, ironically, government shut down a business of mine and put me out of business and wiped out all my life savings. At that time, it was very, very, very challenging. Hit a lot of financial struggles. Which led to a divorce, and moving forward, it just, was a big struggle. So just after that, January 2020, as I'm pulling myself out of my depression, COVID hits. So, and then that spiraled down to losing more income and whatnot, and it just became a significant challenge. March 2020, I applied with Amazon, and I was given this opportunity. And this opportunity came at the right time. I was able to provide jobs for people. I worked every part of this business. I lived, breathed it. Blood, sweat, and tears. I'm sure you see me doing thumbs up. It's because of how much I put into this. I did every part of this business that you can do. I drove trucks, I delivered packages. I'm part of the Walker model, as you guys are learning about. And it didn't matter what I had to do, I did it. 7 days a week, 5 a.m. till 10, 11 o'clock at night, every day, 7 days a week. I did this for over a year. And to answer the question, I know that this question was danced around and earlier on, would this impact the small business? And is there any protection in there for us? And the answer is clearly no. There's no protection. And thank you, Christopher, for caring about us. I heard you care about the small business owner. I really appreciate that.
If you could wrap it up, that would appreciate it.
Sure. I mean, like for my people, my employees, I offer pension. I have a pension plan with my company where they get a pension, and everybody's entitled to it. 401k matching, health insurance, letter of recommendations, referrals. One of my favorite things to do is help somebody advance, double their income, give them that a glaring review. One of the best reviews I gave was.
I just wondered if there's something new. I do want to get to the other people who are left.
I'll just end with safety. Safety is our priority. One of our metrics, our scorecard, is weekly, daily. We're monitoring it. I have a full-time employee that just does safety. 47.5% of our scorecard is safety, driving, the law, not anything extra. So as far as the metrics and the high standards, yes, there's very high metrics on safety. It's all about safety.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Sean Lawrence. I'm out of Harlem. Lounge out of DY9 in the Bronx, New York. And I'm a proud representative for my North Star family, North Star Logistics family. I'm currently serve as an on-road manager. I'm here to speak from both professional and personal perspective. Personally, working with North Star Logistics has helped me take care of my responsibilities. It allows me to support my family in a meaningful way. That's important to me because providing for my children, make sure they have what they need, always come first. Having a stable opportunity like this has truly made a difference in my life. North Star Logistics has also given me the chance to grow beyond just work. I'm currently in college as we speak, and through the next mile tuition reimbursement program, I'm able to continue my education while working. That support helps cover my education costs and allows me to focus on building a better future for myself and my family. North Star Logistics has also given me the chance to grow beyond just work and able to continue my education working. The support helps cover, I believe it's important to support companies like Amazon because they create real opportunities that provide jobs, educational support, and financial stability for people like me who are working hard to better build something better for myself.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Melissa Das, and I'm the owner of Hems Delivery, Inc., a FedEx ISP. Sitting here today, I realized there are many of us that care about our small businesses. Mine, I've had it for over almost 2 decades. Started with my husband, we broke up, and I continued it on my own, so girl power to me, right? The biggest thing for me is making sure that my employees have a job, right? I wanna make sure that they're able to put food on the table, and I wanna make sure that they're safe every day. We provide all of that. I've spoken in detail. I've gotten that opportunity to speak to Ms. Caban about it, and I appreciate you taking that time yesterday. That was amazing. A lot of the FedEx ISPs were here today, but they had other responsibilities, childcare, all of that. There are about 111 of us ISPs in the metro. We follow certain protocols, we have obligations, we choose to partner with FedEx, and I own all of my vehicles, I take good care of them, I have mechanics, I follow all the compliances, all of my employees are paid wages, we have all of the insurances available to them, including worker comp and all of that. I want to email my testimony because I put a lot of effort into it, and I want to give the rest of them an opportunity to speak, but I just want to let you guys know to consider the small businesses.
Right. Yeah, and thank you very much. And make sure everyone who wants to submit written testimony can at testimony@council.nyc.gov. If there are no questions, I want to get to our last panel so we can get in before we get out. Thank you all for waiting so long. Richard Miller, Mitchell Newman, Julissa Alvarez, Khadijah Howell, Sarah Noor, Melissa Das. Come on. Oh, that was you. Okay, we're done. We got you. Jorge Palada, Gregor Turi, Roman Duckerman, Junior Tavares, Melissa McCrae, George Cavallas, Michael Roman, and Osama El Gabi. All right, these should be everyone who signed up to testify. Great, if you guys can start, we can roll through this. Go ahead, sir, at the end.
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Gregor Polari, and I stand opposed to this bill. I came to this country with my family as an Albanian immigrant just a few years ago, carrying the same hopes shared by so many who arrive here: stability, opportunity, and a chance to build something meaningful. After a long period of uncertainty and determination, I was given the opportunity in 2020 to become a delivery service partner. That moment changed my life. Since then, I've had the privilege of building a business that has employed over 250 individuals, many with backgrounds like mine. We've been able to offer not just jobs, but real opportunities: healthcare, retirement contributions, and financial access to continued education. But beyond that, we've created pathways. Through our Road to Ownership program, individuals who started at entry-level positions have gone on to become small business owners themselves. Some of them are here today. Living proof that opportunity, when protected, can transform lives. This bill puts all of that at risk. What hangs in the balance is not just a business model, it's the future of hardworking New Yorkers, many of them immigrants, striving to achieve their version of the American dream. It's about whether people like me and those who followed a similar path will have the chance to build, to grow, and to provide for their families. I ask you to please consider the real human impact of this decision. Behind every number is a story like mine, one of sacrifice, resilience, and hope. Thank you for your time and consideration. I trust you will make the right decision.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Jorge Palapa. the owner of Palapa Logistics, a new DSP that launched 6 months ago. I'm 27 years old. I'm from Sunset Park, and I'm a DACA recipient. I'm here today in opposition to Intro 518 because it will ultimately shut down my company that I just built and essentially deny the opportunities that I was given thanks to the DSP program and my previous DSP owner, like Mr. Grigor Polari. I also want to say that I'm grateful for the DSP program because just like many New Yorkers who were lost during the 2020 pandemic, I didn't know what to do with my life. And thanks to Greg, who gave me the opportunity to start his company with him, I started off as a walker delivery associate, and ultimately, climbed and became a general manager and was given the opportunity to start my own third-party company. So I urge you to think about what this can how this could impact many other people's lives.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, sir.
Sorry, hello? Okay. Hi, my name is Michael Roman. I'm 37 years old, and I live in the Bronx my entire life. I play a meaningful role in my community. I am committed to reducing gun violence in our communities. I believe the best way to help create, I believe the best way to help with that is to create opportunities. I am an operation manager for North Star Logistics DSP, and part of my job is hiring portion. I'm extremely blessed to be able to help people prosper in life, and not only with a job, but with a mentorship, and with here, as well as tuition reimbursement and an opportunity to grow within the company. I'm also truly grateful to be able to take care of my own family as well, not just financially, but with time, love, and affection with the flexibility this job offers. We need more jobs like this, not less. Small businesses help people like myself still believe that there's a chance to become something. I hope one day I'm able to start my own DSP and follow the footsteps of my brother Tyree Barnes. Passing this bill will leave thousands and thousands of us jobless and hopeless. It will kill our ego and who we really are. I also just wanted to mention before my time is up, I heard there was a lot of questions on here on the van situation and the metric situation. A lot of these people was up here not really telling the truth on it. Amazon created a flex app, and in the case of where if the van is dirty or it's not working or something's broken about it, you right then at that moment you open the flex app and you choose these options so that you can ground the van personally. At that point, it'll come to a dispatcher and we'll switch out the van. So a lot of these things that are in the way as far as safety, they have the power to go ahead and ground the van personally themselves. And to me, that's just a lot of situations that are people just throwing out there just to throw out there, and I just feel like no one's really following the rules of Amazon and North Star, of course.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Roman Dachterman. I own Falcons Deliveries, a last mile delivery company in Staten Island. We employ nearly 100 New Yorkers, and every day we operate in some of the toughest delivery conditions in the country. I'm here because I am strongly against this bill. I want to be clear, this is not just another regulation for us. This is a direct threat to my business and everybody else's business here. I came to this country from former Soviet Union. My family came here for an opportunity to build something of our own, to work hard and succeed without excessive government control over how we operate. And this is exactly what I have done. I built this company from ground up. I hire locally, I train my team, I hold them accountable, and I take safety very seriously. This business operates and supports nearly 100 people and their families. What concerns me is this bill feels like a step in the opposite direction. It takes the model that works, small business owners creating jobs and running their own operations, and replaces with a system that removes flexibility, adds heavily oversight, and makes it extremely difficult for independent operators like myself to continue. And the reality is, delivering in Brooklyn is not easy. There's no parking. Buildings are complex, access is difficult, safety challenges are real. We deal with this every single day. We don't need more layers to make it harder to operate. We need partnership and understanding. I'm all for safety and accountability. That's how I run my business today. But the bill assumes small operators are the problem, when in reality, we are the one doing the hard work. If this passes, it won't improve delivery, it will increase costs, reduce efficiency, and push small businesses like mine out. I came to this country for an opportunity, not to see it limited by policies like this. I ask of you to reconsider this approach and work with business owners like myself for real solutions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
My name is Catherine. I'm an operations manager for Falcons Delivery in Staten Island, operating out of DYY6. I began my career as a delivery driver working for multiple companies, always at a high level performance. I've helped build structure to Roman, who, when I joined his team, was operating for 2 months. Roman was a delivery driver, operations manager, dispatcher, owner, all in one. I've helped build structure and help support and make my drivers support comfortable. We equip them with all their day-to-day equipment. While I agree Amazon's regulations have room for improvement, I don't believe shutting down the DSP is the solution. If this bill passes, it won't just affect my company, it will hurt my family, my friends, drivers. These are real people who depend on their job stability, income, and for their future.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, thank you, council members, for this opportunity. It's a great honor to stand before you. So my speech is not going to be long because I didn't even write it. My name is Osama, delivery driver. I work for Falcons Delivery. So my experience started when I came here to the United States. It wasn't very easy to find a job, you know. It's not easy to find a job in mega companies because of the very long processes. Until I met my company's owner, it was very easy. It was in 2 words: I'm looking for a job, and I get it directly. And after that, I was trying to prove myself. I was giving all what I can give to this company, and even when I went going through a hard time, and I was about to lose my job because of my performance was going to shut down, I found my company's owner. By the way, I call him my brother, not my boss, and he kept pushing me, and he even told me that I don't need all my energy to complete my job, and he helped me until I reclaimed my energy, and as a result of that, after all that, I got the first ever professional achievement in my life, which is the driver of the year, and it was thanks to him. And I got this opportunity. I don't want to miss this chance to be grateful and to say thank you to him.
Well, thank you all for testifying. I don't see any questions for this panel. So thank you for being here. I think there's a couple people on Zoom we need to check. Sasan Sadat and Kahum Robertson. Are either of you there on Zoom? All right, and the last one I think on Zoom is Christopher Leon Johnson. And if you wanted to start, you can go ahead.
Hello. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson. I'm here to show opposition to this bill, and I'm going to explain why. Because what's happening here is that this bill, what it's really going to do is divide the DSP and the rank and file worker. And you got to understand that the DSPs are in the same position as the rank and file worker because these are just regular people that felt like they want to make a better change for their life. And what's going to happen is that Amazon's going to retaliate. Look what's happening with the deliveristas and the FHV drivers with Uber and DoorDash. There were many people that spoke even in support of the bill that used to work for Uber and DoorDash and Lyft. And they know how it feels to log onto the apps and knowing that they could be deactivated at any time. Now, with this bill, what's going to happen is, yeah, this bill's going to go through because this is majority city council and Gilmore behind this bill. Everybody know how he is. But in the future, there's going to be a lot of retaliation, not only against the people that work for the DSPs, the people that are members of the Teamsters Amazon labor union. They're going to be retaliated against to where they're going to be, a lot of them will be losing their jobs. I am not keen to anybody losing their jobs at all, despite, especially with apps like Amazon that will just get rid of you without a care in the world. So as I said, I support the rank and file workers for both the DSPs and the rank and file workers for the Amazon Teamsters labor. Shout out to ALU, shout out to Chris Moore, shout out to ALU. But I can't put my hand on a bill or have any of my people that I support in the city council show support for a bill that where the apps is going to retaliate. Amazon's going to retaliate, and everybody know that Amazon will do what they want. They don't care. They could leave the city and they don't give a crap. But they're not like, people say, this is not Uber, this is not DoorDash, this is not Lyft. Just remember that. They don't have to do business with the city. They could just leave the city and they will still be a billion-dollar company. Unlike Uber and DoorDash and Lyft, if they wasn't leave the city, they'll get terminated like Josh Cole. If he wasn't leave the city,
time's expired.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and thank you everyone for being here for our very long day. This hearing is adjourned.